Hey guys, before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe. Only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 1. Alright, let me tell you about the weirdest week of my life. My name is Dr. Evans, and my job is to fix sleep. I've helped people who walk in their sleep right out of second-story windows, people who scream every night from nightmares they can't remember, and people so scared of their own dreams they'll do anything to stay awake. I thought I'd seen it all, so I was confident, maybe even a little arrogant, when this new patient walked into my office. He was a gaunt man, skinny in a way that spoke of years of exhaustion, with these dark circles under his eyes that looked painted on. He moved slowly, like the air was thick syrup, and he had this constant nervous habit of rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He wasn't just tired, he was hollowed out. He told me his problem was sleepwalking, but not the normal kind. He said he'd wake up in his kitchen having full-blown arguments with nobody, or he'd find notes he'd written to himself in handwriting that didn't feel like his own. It was a fascinating case, a real puzzle for my clinical brain to solve. I started with the usual questions, digging for trauma, stress, anything that could explain the severe break between his sleeping and waking mind. During that first session, he was hesitant, his eyes darting around the room like he was checking the corners. Then, almost as an afterthought, he mentioned that this all started when he was a teenager. He said he and some friends had messed around with a Ouija board one night, the kind you buy at a toy store. He called it opening a door. I nodded, making a note on my pad. I'd heard this 100 times before. When people face something their mind can't process, they often reach for a supernatural story, a myth to explain the unexplainable. I filed it away under superstitious narrative coping mechanism and moved on. The real mystery for me was the neurology of it, the broken wiring in his sleep cycles, not some spooky story from his past. I scheduled him for a series of evening sessions, hoping to catch his brain in the act as he drifted off. The next week, he came in even more jittery. The session was normal at first, just me asking questions, him answering in short, clipped sentences. Then, as the sky outside my window turned a deep purple, he suddenly got very still. His eyes locked onto mine, and he said, "The voices are louder here." I asked him what he meant. Instead of answering, he reached into the inside pocket of his worn-out coat and pulled out this object. It was a wooden planchette, the heart-shaped pointer from a talking board. This one wasn't plastic from a game. It was old, made of a dark wood, smooth and shiny in the middle from years of fingers resting on it. The paint around the edges was chipped. My professional alarm bells went off immediately. Bringing an object of obsession into therapy is a major boundary violation. This was a prop for his delusion, and it had no place in my clean clinical office. I was about to tell him to put it away, to end the session, when I saw the raw, animal terror in his eyes. He wasn't trying to be dramatic. He was clinging to this piece of wood like it was a life preserver. He whispered, "It doesn't call them. It just focuses them, like a radio antenna. The static gets clearer." In that moment, I made a decision. I decided to humor him. My clinical rationale was solid. By entering his belief system, I could build trust faster. I could show him, from the inside, that there was no power in the object, only in his own mind. It was a calculated therapeutic experiment. I swallowed my discomfort and said, "All right, show me." He looked shocked, then relieved. He placed the planchette carefully on the coffee table between us. I guided him through a progressive muscle relaxation exercise, watching as the tension slowly drained from his shoulders. His breathing deepened, his eyelids fluttered, and within minutes, he was in a light, suggestive sleep state, his fingertips resting lightly on the wooden pointer. The room was utterly quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioner and the soft sound of his breathing. I watched his face, looking for signs of REM, for the subtle muscle twitches of dream sleep. There were none. He was perfectly still. Then his hand moved. It wasn't a jerk or a spasm. It was a smooth, deliberate, gliding motion. The planchette slid across the polished wood of my coffee table without a sound. It went to the letter E, then V. My breath caught in my throat. N, S, Evans, my last name. A cold wave washed over me, from my scalp down to my toes. This wasn't happening. The pointer didn't stop. It moved down to a new line on the imaginary board. Why? My mind was screaming. Oh, you, are. I tried to look at his face, but my eyes were glued to that piece of wood. T, U, R, N, your turn. The planchette stopped, centered on the moon symbol at the bottom of the board. I sat there frozen. My clinical mind scrambled for an explanation. Unconscious muscle movement? A sophisticated form of sleepwalking where he accessed knowledge of my name? A complex, shared hallucination triggered by suggestion? I looked at him. His eyes were still closed. His breathing was deep and regular. He was genuinely asleep. For that smooth, purposeful movement to happen, he would have needed conscious control of fine motor skills. It was physically impossible. A minute passed, maybe two. I finally found my voice, a dry croak. Session is over. I said it too loudly. He stirred, blinking awake, looking disoriented. He saw the planchette on the table, then looked at my face. He didn't ask what happened. He just looked sad and scared as he picked up the wooden piece and put it back in his coat. He left without another word. After he was gone, I locked the door. I went to my desk, my hands shaking slightly. I took the key and opened the bottom drawer, the one where I keep spare notepads and old files. I stared at that empty space for a second, then I grabbed the planchette from where he'd left it on the table. It felt warm, which was ridiculous. It was just wood. I put it in the drawer, locked it, and dropped the key like it was hot. I felt a ridiculous urge to wash my hands. I spent the next hour at my computer, typing up my notes. I filled the document with clinical language. Patient exhibited pronounced psychosomatic ideomotor response. Therapist may have inadvertently contributed to a folie-à-deux scenario due to heightened suggestibility in a low-stimulus environment. Phenomenon consistent with a dissociative state, not paranormal activity. I wrote until I believed my own words, or at least convinced the professional part of my brain to believe them. I decided the stress of the unusual session had gotten to me. I needed a good night's sleep. I went home, made a bland dinner, watched some mindless television, and went to bed early, determined to reset. I fell asleep quickly, which was a relief. Then I woke up, or part of me woke up. My mind was screamingly alert, but my body was gone. It was like I was trapped inside a statue of myself. I couldn't move a finger, couldn't twitch a toe. I couldn't even open my eyes, but I could see my room, every familiar shadow in perfect detail. This was sleep paralysis, something I'd studied, but never personally experienced. A common, explainable glitch in the waking up process. I tried to stay calm, to ride it out. Then I felt it, a presence. To my right, beside the bed. The darkness, there wasn't just an absence of light. It was a solid, living thing, a shape cut out of the world. It knelt down. I couldn't see a face, couldn't make out features, but I knew it was looking at me. A profound, icy dread, deeper than any fear I'd ever known, poured into me. It reached out, a formless hand, made of that same impossible darkness, took my right index finger. My finger was still paralyzed, still part of the statue, but it moved under this thing's touch. It pressed my fingertip into the mattress. Slowly, with a terrible, deliberate pressure, it dragged my finger across the sheet. It was writing. I felt the lines and curves form into letters against the fabric. C-A-S-E-F-I-L-E. A space. 2-3. My mind, the part that was still a doctor, recognized it. That was his file number. The new patient. Case file 23. It started a new word. H-E-K-N-O-W-S. He knows. The pressure stopped. The presence lingered for a heartbeat, and then it was simply gone. The spell broke. I sucked in a huge, ragged gasp of air, my body jolting as if electrocuted. I scrambled back against my headboard, fumbling for the lamp, flooding the room with light. I stared at the spot where it had been. Nothing. I looked down at my mattress. The sheets were rumpled, but I could see the faint, sweaty impression where my finger had been dragged. I traced the letters with my own, now trembling finger. They were there. Case file 23. He knows. I sat there until the sun came up, the words repeating in my head. I was a rational person, a scientist of the mind. I had explanations for everything: shared hysteria, somatic stress manifestation, a hypnotic state triggered by the day's events. I had a whole textbook of explanations. But as I sat in the growing dawn, my finger aching with a phantom pain, one thought pushed through all the clinical noise. I had humored a delusion, and now something was humoring me back. The puzzle was no longer in his file. It was in my bedroom, and I had no idea what the rules were. Okay, so after that night, I had to get a grip. I was a professional. I knew all about the power of suggestion, about how the brain can spin a whole terrifying reality out of stress and a bad day at the office. I told myself the sleep paralysis was a classic psychosomatic reaction. My subconscious had latched onto the patient's spooky story and decided to give me a personal demonstration. It was creepy, sure, but it was just my own mind playing tricks on me. To prove it, I decided to double down on clinical mode. I went into work early, made a strong pot of coffee, and pulled case file 23 from the cabinet. I was going to review every single note with cold, hard logic and find the real hook, the psychological seed that had planted itself in my brain. I read about his childhood, his insomnia, his detailed descriptions of the static in his head. I focused on the facts, ignoring the chills trying to crawl up my spine. When he came in for his next appointment, I was ready to be the calm, collected expert. But the moment he walked in, my whole theory wobbled. He looked different. Not completely rested, but the desperate, hunted look was gone. The bags under his eyes were lighter. He moved easier, and he even offered me a small, tentative smile as he sat down. "I slept," he said, his voice holding a note of wonder. "A whole week. No walking, no talking. The voices, they're just whispers now. More like a radio turned down low in another room." He looked right at me, his expression earnest. "That session with I think it worked something out. You should have been thrilled. I should have been thrilled. This was the goal, the breakthrough." Instead, a cold little trickle of dread started in my stomach. It felt too fast, too neat, like something had been resolved, but not by me. I conducted the session, asking all the right questions, but my focus was split. Part of me was listening to him talk about the quiet in his head, and the other part was screaming that this was wrong. After he left, promising to return next week, I felt exhausted, drained in a way coffee couldn't fix. I decided to lie down on the couch in my office for a quick power nap. I drifted off almost instantly, and the paralysis hit me like a truck. But this was different from the bedroom. This time, I wasn't just locked in my body. I felt like I was floating above it, looking down at myself lying there on the couch. The shadow was there too, in the corner of my office. It didn't approach me. Instead, it pointed. A dark, shapeless arm extended towards my bookshelf. My floating vision, which felt horribly real, zoomed across the room like a camera. It focused on one specific shelf, on a plain, black leather journal tucked between two thick textbooks on sleep disorders. My dream diary. My private, handwritten journal where I scribbled down my own weird dreams and personal thoughts. No one knew about it. The message was crystal clear. I am here in your workplace. I know your secrets. I woke up with a gasp, bolting upright on the couch, my heart trying to punch through my ribs. The office was normal, quiet. I stared at the bookshelf. Without even thinking, I walked over to it. My hand reached out. The dream diary was there, but it wasn't tucked away neatly. It was sticking out about an inch, like someone had pulled it out and shoved it back in a hurry. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I never left it like that. I always made sure it was hidden. I yanked the book out, flipping through the pages. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of violation was overwhelming. Then I remembered the drawer. I stumbled to my desk, fumbling with the key. I unlocked the bottom drawer and pulled it open. The planchette was gone. It wasn't there. In its place, right in the center of the empty space, was a single dead fly, its legs curled up. I slammed the drawer shut and backed away, my mind racing. This wasn't suggestion. This was physical evidence. Things were moving. I went back to case file 23 with a new, terrible purpose. I wasn't looking for psychological hooks anymore. I was looking for clues. I read the line about his teenage years again, about opening a door with his friends. This time, I zeroed in on a detail I'd brushed off before. He mentioned one friend, a kid who had held his hands on the planchette the longest. After that night, this friend, he said, stopped sleeping entirely. He claimed he knew things, little things, before they happened. What happened to him? The patient had said, his voice flat. They put him away by the time he was 19. He couldn't handle what was coming through. This friend, the one who held the door open longest, was the one who knew things. The words from my mattress echoed, "He knows." Was it talking about the patient? Or was it talking about this other kid, this first victim? The pieces were starting to fit together into a picture I didn't want to see. That's when I stopped writing in his official file. I opened my personal journal, the one from the shelf, and I started writing there. My notes changed. They weren't about his symptoms or treatment plans. They were about the phenomena. Times, dates, sensations. The temperature drop in the room. The feeling of static in the air. The behavior of the shadow. I was no longer treating a patient. I was cataloging a haunting. I was studying it, and that felt like the most dangerous thing of all. My clinical curiosity, the very thing that made me good at my job, was now pulling me deeper into the mess. I decided to fight fire with fire. If this thing lived in the in-between state of sleep paralysis, I would meet it on my own terms. In my office, a controlled environment, I set up my phone with a voice recorder app. I lay down on the couch in the afternoon, deliberately using a relaxation technique to drift towards sleep, to invite the paralysis. It was a stupid, reckless thing to do, but I had to know. It worked. Almost instantly, the weight settled on my chest. The shadow formed by the window. This time, I didn't feel pure terror. I felt a grim satisfaction. I tried to speak, to ask a question, but my mouth was sealed shut. The shadow just watched. When I finally broke free, gasping, I grabbed my phone. I played back the recording. There was my own strained, wet breathing. And then, underneath it, so faint I had to turn the volume all the way up, was a whisper. It wasn't my voice. It was a dry, rustling sound, like pages turning. It said 3 words. Good. You're learning. I deleted the recording. I felt sick. This wasn't a haunting. It was a tutorial. I was being guided. The next week, the patient arrived for his appointment, but he wasn't alone. An elderly woman, his mother, was with him, holding his arm. She beamed at me, her eyes bright with tears. "Doctor, thank you," she said, clutching my hand. "Whatever you did, you cured my boy. He's sleeping like a baby. He's got his color back." She patted his arm. He smiled at me, a wide, serene, empty smile. It didn't reach his eyes. "I'm discharging myself from your care," he said, his voice calm and final. "I feel clear." I was stammering, saying something about follow-ups, about the importance of continuity, but they were already turning to leave. The mother thanked me again. As they walked out the door, the patient hung back for just a second. He leaned close to me, and in a whisper so low only I could hear, he said, "The door needs a new keeper. It gets bored." Then he was gone, following his mother down the hall. I stood in the doorway of my empty office, the words freezing me in place. New keeper. That night, I tried to cling to normalcy. I made myself a cup of tea in my kitchen, focusing on the simple ritual of the boiling water, the steam, the clink of the spoon. I was standing at the counter, waiting for the bag to steep, when the feeling hit. It started as a pressure in my ears, like I was diving deep underwater. Then the familiar rigidity locked my joints. My fingers went numb, and the ceramic mug dropped from my hand, shattering on the tile floor. I was awake, fully, completely awake, and I couldn't move a muscle. The paralysis wasn't waiting for sleep anymore. It had followed me into the bright, familiar light of my own kitchen. I was trapped, staring at the shattered pieces of my mug, the puddle of tea spreading across the floor, as the world around me began to grow cold and dark. The feeling in my kitchen was the worst yet. Being frozen in a nightmare in your bed is one thing. Being frozen in the middle of your own sunny kitchen, staring at the mess of a broken mug, is something else entirely. It was a total invasion. The cold feeling, the pressure in my head, it all faded after a minute, leaving me shaky and sweating, cleaning up the ceramic shards with trembling hands. That was the moment I knew I was in real trouble. The entity, the static, whatever it was, didn't care about sleep anymore. It was with me all the time now, a constant low buzz behind my eyes, a feeling of being watched from the inside of my own skull. I was a sleep specialist who was becoming terrified of closing his eyes, and now I couldn't even trust being awake. I started living on coffee, avoiding naps like they were poison, fighting the urge to rest with everything I had. My office, once my sanctuary, felt like a crime scene. My home felt like a trap. The line between my professional life and my personal horror was completely gone. A few nights later, the sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. As soon as I drifted off, the weight pressed down. But this time, I didn't see my bedroom. I was somewhere else. I was floating, looking down at a specific crossroads I drove through every single day on my way to work. The view was incredibly clear, like a high-definition movie. I saw the stop signs, the cracked pavement, the old oak tree on the corner. Then I saw the cars. A red sedan, a little beat up with a distinct dent on the left side of its bumper, was coming from the west. A silver minivan with a baby on board sticker in the back window was coming from the north. The red car didn't even slow down. It blew right through the stop sign. I saw it happen in perfect, awful detail. The red car smashed into the side of the minivan with a sickening crunch of metal I could feel in my teeth. The minivan spun, the side door caving in. Glass glittered in the air like rain. I could smell gasoline and something coppery like blood. My floating viewpoint zoomed in on the red car's license plate as it came to rest crooked against the curb. The letters and numbers were sharp, AJK7L2. Then, with a jolt, I was back in my bed, sucking in air, the taste of gasoline still sharp in my mouth. The next morning, I was a wreck. I sat at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a coffee mug I'd bought to replace the broken one, trying to logic my way out of it. This was it, the final proof I was losing my mind. Extreme stress, a hypnopompic hallucination, a vivid dream that sticks right as you wake up. My brain, overloaded by the patient's stories and my own fear, was cooking up dramatic scenes to process it all. It made perfect sense. To prove I was still in control, I made a decision. I would not drive my usual route to work. I would take the longer way, the bypass, and avoid that crossroads completely. It was a small act of defiance, a way to tell my own brain that its scary movie didn't dictate my reality. I got in my car, my hands still a little unsteady on the wheel. I deliberately turned left out of my driveway instead of right. I focused on the different streets, the unfamiliar houses. My mind kept trying to pull me back to the usual route, like an autopilot I was fighting against. The bypass was clear, and I was starting to feel a little better, a little more in command. Then I saw the road closure sign. A big orange detour arrow pointed back the way I had come. A water main had broken, the sign said. The whole bypass was flooded. I cursed under my breath, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I had no choice. I had to turn around and take my regular route after all. So much for control. As I got closer to the crossroads, a strange calm settled over me. It was just a normal intersection. The sun was out. Birds were chirping in the old oak tree. See, I told myself, just a dream. I slowed my car as I approached the stop sign, my eyes scanning. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then movement to my left. A red sedan. It was coming down the cross street, the one with the stop sign. My breath hitched. It had a dent on the left side of its bumper. My foot hovered over the brake. I looked to my right. A silver minivan was approaching, still a block away. I could see the yellow sticker in the back window. Time didn't slow down. It snapped into a horrible, crystal clear focus. The red car wasn't slowing. It was rolling right through the stop sign. It was happening. Right now. Every detail from my vision flashed in my mind. The crunch, the spin, the glittering glass. Without thinking, acting on pure animal instinct, I slammed my foot down on the brake and leaned on my horn. The blare was shocking in the quiet morning. The driver of the red car must have seen me stopped weirdly in the intersection, must have heard the horn. The car's tires screeched, swerving violently to the right, missing the front of my car by inches and lurching to a stop on the far shoulder. The silver minivan drove through the intersection a second later, the driver giving a confused wave, completely unaware of the disaster that had just been avoided. I sat there, my car stalled in the middle of the crossroads, my hands glued to the wheel. As the red sedan sped off, shaky and too fast, I turned my head. I saw the license plate as it disappeared. AJK7L2. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I thought I'd be sick right there in the car. I fumbled my car into gear, pulled over onto the shoulder 100 yards down, and stumbled out. I didn't just feel queasy, I could still taste it. The sharp, chemical taste of gasoline and that coppery metallic tang. It was in my mouth, as real as the coffee I'd drunk an hour before. I bent over, hands on my knees, and vomited onto the gravel. It wasn't just the adrenaline. The vision had left a physical souvenir inside me. I spat, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, my whole body trembling. I looked back at the peaceful, empty intersection. I had just lived a prophecy. I had seen the future in a dream, and then changed it. What did that mean? Was I psychic now? Was I preventing disasters, or causing them by interfering? My mind was a tornado of impossible questions. I fumbled for my phone. I should call the police, report a reckless driver, give them the plate number. But my thumb froze over the screen. What would I say? Hello, officer. I'd like to report a car that almost ran a stop sign because I had a precognitive dream about it last night. My credibility, my career, my entire life as a rational person would be over. I was holding proof of the impossible, and I couldn't tell a soul. As I stood there by my car, trying to get my breathing under control, my phone buzzed in my hand. A text message. The name on the screen made my blood run cold. It was from my former patient, the one who had discharged himself. His file was closed. Why was he texting me? I opened it. The message was short. See, I'm better. Now you hold the door. The words from my kitchen, from his whisper, all came crashing back. Before I could even begin to process that, a second message came through. This one contained no text, just a picture. I opened it. It was a photo taken from a distance, maybe from the window of a house or another car. It showed me right now in my current state. It was a clear shot of me standing by my car on the shoulder, bent over, the aftermath of being sick visible on the ground near my feet. The timestamp on the message was 1 minute ago. Someone or something had been watching. They had seen the whole thing. They had taken a picture and sent it to me in real time. I stared at the image of my own misery, a cold certainty settling in my bones. This was no longer about bad dreams or sleep disorders. I was in a game, and the other side was not only telling me the rules, it was keeping score. I looked around wildly at the quiet houses, the empty fields, searching for a glint of a lens, a face in a window. There was nothing, just the ordinary world, going about its ordinary day, while I stood there holding a phone that proved the impossible was not only real, but it was also taking pictures. I got back in my car, the taste of gasoline still faint in my mouth, and I drove, not knowing where to go, because every route suddenly felt like it was already part of someone else's plan. The text message with my picture was the final straw. That was the proof I couldn't explain away. This wasn't a stress-induced hallucination or a weird shared mental break. This was external. This was an intelligence, something with a will, and it was studying me, leading me around, and now it was sending me postcards from my own life. The shock of it did something strange to me. It flipped a switch in my head. The scared part of me was still there, screaming, but it got shoved into a back room. The clinical part, the doctor, took over the controls. If this was a sickness, a parasitic phenomenon, then it had a life cycle. It had symptoms, a progression, maybe even a pathology. I had to stop being the victim and start being the doctor of my own disease. I needed data. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick for the first time in my career, my voice surprisingly steady on the phone. I drove across town, not to my office, but to the big public library. I paid for parking with cash from my wallet, a sudden paranoid thought about digital trails popping into my head. I wasn't here to read medical journals. I walked past the science section and went straight to the folklore and local history stacks. I was looking for patterns, not as magic, but as data sets. I pulled books on spirit attachment, on poltergeist phenomena, not to believe them, but to see the common threads. The door metaphor, the transfer via an object, the planchette, the progression, first hearing things, then sleep disturbances, then physical effects, then precognition. It was a textbook case, just from a textbook that didn't exist in my world. I spent hours there, my fingers getting dusty from old newspapers on microfiche. I wasn't just looking for ghost stories, I was looking for my story, and I started to find echoes. In a psychology journal from the late 1980s, a brief mention of a man treated for hysterical blindness who claimed a shadow taught him to see the future. The article said he died in a mysterious fall after correctly predicting the date of his own death. I found a clipped article from a local paper in the 1950s about a boy who had nocturnal fits. During one episode, he gave police the exact location of a hidden corpse, leading them right to it. The article ended by noting the boy's treating physician had committed suicide 6 months later, leaving a note that simply said, "The door is shut." My hands were shaking as I copied down the details. These weren't just stories, they were case histories, and I was starting to see the shape of the thing. It preferred certain types of minds. It didn't go after just anyone. It went after people who studied the mind, who paid attention to its inner workings. Doctors, therapists, researchers. It used their own curiosity, their own tools, as a ladder to climb deeper inside. Back in my home office, surrounded by my own books that now felt like artifacts from a past life, I set up an experiment. I was too afraid to sleep in my bedroom, so I brought a sleeping bag into my office. I had an old EEG machine from my grad school days, a portable one. I hooked the electrodes to my own scalp. I set up a motion-activated camera on a tripod, pointing at the spot where I would lie down. I needed to observe the phenomenon, to catch it in the act with my own instruments. I lay down, let the weird, buzzing, static feeling behind my eyes rise up, and I didn't fight it. I let the paralysis come. The EEG leads itched on my scalp. The paralysis hit, the familiar weight, the shadow forming in the corner. This time, I tried to stay mentally present to observe. The shadow didn't approach. It just pointed at the camera. Then my vision, or whatever part of me was still mobile, went weird. It was like I was floating again, but also still locked in my body. I watched from inside and above as my own physical form sat up. The EEG readings, which I would check later, would show a bizarre hybrid state. Part wakefulness, part deep sleep, part something unclassifiable. My body stood, moving stiffly like a marionette. It walked across the room to the window. The night was clear, and a faint condensation had gathered on the glass. My own hand rose. My index finger pressed against the cool glass. Slowly, deliberately, it wrote in the fog on the window. For letters, LOOK. Then on a new line, FORTHEFIRST. Then my body turned, walked back to the sleeping bag, and lay down. The paralysis released me. I gasped, scrambling up, my heart a wild drum. I ran to the window. The words were there, already starting to fade as the condensation evaporated. Look for the first. I checked the camera. It had captured the whole thing. There I was moving with a strange, purposeful grace, writing the message. I played the EEG data on my laptop. The brainwave patterns were chaotic, insane, nothing that matched any known sleep or waking state. I had successfully documented my own haunting. It felt like a hollow victory. Sitting there in the glow of the screens, everything clicked into a terrible, logical place. Case file 23. It wasn't just my patient's number. It was a ledger. He was case 23. The man from the 80s who predicted his death was probably case 22. The boy from the 50s and his doctor were cases 20 and 21. I was becoming case 24. The file was a count of hosts. And the message, the first, that had to be patient 0. The original, the source of the infection. The key, maybe, to closing the door for good. That became my new obsession. Not understanding the entity, but finding its starting point. I was so tired, my eyes burning from staring at screens and old paper. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep right there on the floor of my office, too exhausted to even get into the sleeping bag. I woke up standing, not jerked awake by paralysis, but already upright, on my feet in the middle of my living room. My right hand was sore, throbbing, like I'd been gripping something tight for a long time. The room was dark, just the pale streetlight coming through the blinds. I turned on a lamp, and I saw it. On my living room wall, written in large, clear block letters with a black permanent marker. The kind I kept in a mug on my desk was a list. It was a vertical column, 7 entries. Each one had a name, a date, and a cause of death. The first name was from the 1920s, drowned in bathtub. The next from the 1940s, apparent suicide, hanging. I recognized the next few from my research. The boy from the 50s, cardiac arrest, age 14. His doctor, self-inflicted gunshot. The man from the 80s, fatal fall. The 6th name was new to me, a woman's name, with a date in the 1990s. Next to her name it just said, institutionalized. The 7th entry made my legs go weak. It was my former patient's name. The date listed was the day of our first session. The cause said, transmitted. He hadn't been cured. He had passed it on. To me. And below that, the 8th entry was my own name. Next to my name, instead of a date, was a single, stark question mark. I stared at my own name on the wall, a part of some grim roll call. This was my future. A question mark. Then I looked below the list. There, in the same steady handwriting, my handwriting, was a final sentence. The first is hungry. Find him before he finds you. I reached out and touched the wall. The ink was dry. It had been there for a while. I had done this. In my sleep, or in some state even deeper, I had written out the history of my own curse, and I had given myself a mission and a deadline. The clinical part of my mind noted the imperative, the threat, the clear objective. The rest of me just slid down the wall to sit on the floor, staring at the list of the dead and the doomed, understanding with perfect clarity that the search for the first was no longer just an option. It was the only move I had left on the board, and the clock, it seemed, was already ticking. The list on my wall became my map. I was a detective now, hunting a ghost through history, guided by clues the ghost itself had made me write. I took a picture of it with my phone, then spent an hour trying to scrub the ink off the wall, but it was permanent marker on flat paint. It just smeared into a greasy, ugly shadow, a constant reminder. I had to trace the parasite back to its source, to the first. I had names and dates. This was something I could do. The professional in me was gone, replaced by a desperate survivor with a single goal: follow the trail. I started with the first 5 names on the list. Using my medical database access and some sketchy online people search sites, I confirmed their deaths. Each one fit the pattern. The 1920s drowning was ruled accidental, but the man's wife told police he'd been having fits and talking about the man in the water. The 1940s suicide left a note that was never released to the public, but a gossip column from the time mentioned the deceased had recently become a spiritualist and was giving startlingly accurate predictions at parties. The others, the boy and the doctor from the 50s, the man from the 80s, their stories matched my library research. They had all died suddenly, strangely, or by their own hand shortly after exhibiting these psychic episodes. The sixth name, the woman from the 1990s, was a dead end online. Her name was uncommon, but there were no obituaries, no death records. The word next to her name was institutionalized. That was my only lead. I needed to find out where. I drove to the address listed in an old phone directory I found online. The building, an old brick apartment complex, wasn't there anymore. In its place was a new community garden, plots of vegetables surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was a sunny day, people were watering plants, and the normalcy of it felt like a slap in the face. I stood there feeling hopeless. Then I saw an elderly man tending roses in the plot nearest the sidewalk. I walked over, putting on my best friendly neighbor smile. I asked if he'd lived in the area long. He said he'd been in the same house down the street for 50 years. I pointed to the garden and said I was trying to find out what happened to an old friend of my aunt's who used to live in the apartments here, giving him the woman's name. He stopped pruning, his face going thoughtful. "Oh, her," he said, his voice dropping a little. "The quiet one, in 4B, kept to herself. Then she wasn't so quiet." He said she started having episodes, screaming in the middle of the night, claiming people were talking to her through the walls. The landlord finally had her taken away. "They put her in that place," he said, nodding his head west. "Willow Grove, out on the old county road. Not the new wing, the old one. The brick building." He shook his head. "Heard she never spoke again. Just wrote on the walls. They had to keep painting over it." My heart was pounding. Willow Grove, a long-term psychiatric facility. I thanked him, my hands cold. That night, I broke the law. I drove out to Willow Grove. The new facility was a modern, well-lit building, but behind it, shrouded in trees, was the original structure, a massive, Gothic brick building with boarded-up windows. It looked like a prison. A no trespassing sign hung crooked on a chain-link fence. I parked my car a mile down the road and walked back through the woods, a small flashlight in my pocket. The fence was rusty. I found a spot where the ground had eroded underneath it, and I crawled through, my clothes getting muddy. The old building loomed over me, smelling of wet brick and decay. A basement window was broken. I pushed the remaining shards of glass out carefully and climbed inside, into a pitch-black room that felt like a cellar. The air was stale and cold. I turned on my flashlight. I was in a storage room, full of broken chairs and stacked mattresses. I found a door that led to a hallway. The place was a tomb. Peeling paint, water-stained ceilings, the sound of dripping somewhere. My flashlight beam shook as I moved. I checked room numbers, my breath making little clouds in the beam. I found Ward B. Room 4 was at the end of a hall. The door was off its hinges. I stepped inside. The room was small, just a metal bed frame bolted to the floor and a small, high window. My light swept over the walls. Layers of paint, yes, but underneath, in places where the paint had bubbled and peeled, I could see marks. I stepped closer. Not words at first, but drawings. Childish, stick-figure drawings of a door. A simple rectangle, dozens of them, scratched into the plaster or drawn with something that had bled through the paint. And then, near where the pillow would have been, I saw words etched deep. He showed me the door. I opened it. He tastes like static. I ran my fingers over the etching. Static. That was the exact word my patient had used. That was the buzzing feeling behind my eyes, the sound in my ears during the paralysis. A jolt went through me. This wasn't a ghost in the storybook sense. It was a signal, an intelligence that existed on a frequency adjacent to human thought, and sleep, those liminal, in-between states, was the receiver. This woman hadn't been haunted. She'd been tuned to a horrible station. I left the room, the need to get out of that oppressive building overwhelming me. I stumbled back into the main hallway, aiming for the broken window I came in through. As I passed a large, derelict room that must have been a day room, with faded murals on the walls and broken furniture, the feeling hit me. It was the precursor to the paralysis, that pressure in my ears, that buzzing rise. But it was stronger here, much stronger, like the signal was clearer in this place of old madness. I didn't even make it to a chair. My legs gave out, and I slumped against a wall, sliding down to the filthy floor as the paralysis locked me in place. The shadow formed in the middle of the room, but it didn't come to me. It was clearer here too, less a shadow and more a distortion of the air, a man-shaped ripple. It turned and pointed across the room. My vision, against my will, followed its gesture. It zoomed in on a corner, on a rusted, olive-green filing cabinet, half hidden behind a collapsed bookshelf. The vision held on that cabinet, unblinking. Then the pressure released. I coughed, scrambling to my feet, my clothes covered in dust. I didn't want to go over there. I wanted to run, but I had come this far. I walked to the filing cabinet. It was old, the drawers rusted shut. I had to put my back into it, yanking hard on the handle of the bottom drawer. With a shriek of metal, it gave way. The drawer was mostly empty, just a few mouse-gnawed folders. But one thing lay flat in the bottom. A single yellowed piece of paper, a patient intake photo, the old black and white kind with the nameplate at the bottom. I lifted it out. The photo showed a young man, maybe 18. He had a gaunt face and wide, terrified eyes that seemed to look right through the paper and into me. He looked desperately sad and scared. The printed name on the form had been violently scratched out with what looked like a nail or a knife, leaving ragged tears in the paper. But beneath that, written in a different, neater ink, was a notation. Subject, the first. Source containment failed. I stared at the young face, the terror in his eyes. The first wasn't a villain. He wasn't a cult leader who opened a door. He was a kid, a patient, a victim, and someone, some doctor here, had known what he was. They had tried to contain the source, and they had failed. I held the first link in the chain, and all I felt was a crushing wave of pity for the boy in the photo, followed by a deeper, colder fear for myself. I was holding the origin of my own nightmare, and it looked just as helpless as I felt. I took the photo. I shouldn't have, but I slipped it inside my jacket, a piece of evidence from a crime scene that was decades old. Back in my car, shaking from cold and adrenaline, I stared at the young face under the dome light. The scared kid was the first. It changed everything. The entity, the static, it wasn't summoned by some dumb teenage Ouija board game. It was discovered. Or maybe it was always there, and they did something to amplify it, to make a connection. I had to know what happened to him. My hunt was no longer for a monster. It was for a patient's file. The next few days were a blur of obsessive research. I couldn't use my work computer. I used library computers again, or my personal laptop at home with a paid, anonymous internet service. I searched county medical archives, old newspaper databases, even online auctions for old medical memorabilia. I found pieces. A reference in a digitized county ledger to a J. Miller, admitted to Willow Grove in 1947, transferred from a general hospital after a drowning incident. That had to be him. I bought, for too much money, a lot of old papers from an online auction that claimed to be from a retired Willow Grove orderly. When the box arrived, it smelled of mildew and attic. Inside were faded staff duty logs, shopping lists, and a brittle, personal diary belonging to a nurse. Her entries were chatty, gossipy, but in the middle of notes about cafeteria food and annoying doctors, she mentioned the special patient in the East Wing. "They keep shocking him," she wrote. "Dr. Albright says it's for his fits, but the orderlies say it's for the tests. They ask him questions after, about cards, about pictures hidden in boxes. The poor boy is so confused. He cries for his mother. Last night, he told me the static man was angry about the shocks. He says the static man lives in the walls." My skin crawled. Electroshock therapy, sensory deprivation experiments. They weren't treating him, they were using him. They were trying to measure psychic ability, and their brutal methods were like turning up the volume on a radio, blasting the signal until it broke through the static permanently. I cross-referenced the name Dr. Albright. He was the head of experimental psychiatry at Willow Grove in the late 1940s. He published a few vague papers on expanded perceptual states. Then, in 1952, he resigned abruptly, citing nervous exhaustion. The nurse's diary had an entry 6 months later. Heard dreadful news about Dr. A. Threw himself in front of the 8:15 train to the city. No note found. What demons was he fighting? I checked my list on the wall. A name from the early 1950s, a suicide train. That was him. He was the next link. After Dr. Albright, The diary mentioned an orderly who worked the East Wing night shift started having sleepwalking fits and was let go. He died a year later in a car accident where he supposedly swerved to avoid a deer that no one else saw. To trap it, would you need a mind that was utterly closed? A thought that kept circling was the concept of a null. Someone immune to suggestion, someone whose brain didn't have the right wiring, the right door. I thought about extreme, non-psychotic autism, a mind focused on pure, internal patterns with no interest in external narrative. I thought about certain types of profound, organic brain damage that prevented the complex, abstract thought the entity seemed to feed on. A mind with no handle for the static to grab. But finding such a person felt monstrous. Was I looking for a prison, or was I just identifying the entity's next target? The line between trying to stop it and becoming its delivery boy was getting blurrier every day. I was at my computer, scrolling through dense neurological case studies, the static on the screen making the words swim. Suddenly, the overlay in my vision didn't just pulse, it erupted. The gray noise coalesced, swirled, and formed into a burning, clear image, like a channel finally snapping into focus. It was a person, a man, sitting in a wheelchair in a bright, sunlit room. He was elderly, thin, with a blanket over his lap. He was staring blankly at a pale green wall, his eyes unfocused. The image was so vivid I could see the dust motes in the sunbeam beside him. A white name tag was attached to the arm of his wheelchair. The letters were sharp, undeniable, Resident G. Henslow. Then the image faded, leaving the usual buzzing gray. I sat back, my breath coming fast. This was new. This wasn't a memory or a prediction. This was a destination. The entity, using my own research, my own quest for a null, was showing me a specific person. Was this the answer? A living prison for the static? Or was this the next target? A mind it found intriguingly different, and it was compelling me to bring the planchette to him, to be the courier for its next jump. The uncertainty was torture. I had to know. I spent the next day using every resource I had left, every bit of my fading professional credibility, to find G. Henslow. I called old colleagues, made up a story about a long-lost relative. I found him. He was in a specialized care home for patients with advanced neurological conditions. The file I glimpsed, thanks to a sympathetic nurse who bought my story, listed his primary diagnosis, Lewy body dementia. It was a brutal disease, a thief of the mind that caused vivid hallucinations, fluctuating cognition, and severe motor impairment. His mind wasn't a peaceful fortress. It was a storm of fragmented memories and phantom perceptions. He wasn't a null. He was already tuned to 100 chaotic stations. The entity didn't want a closed door. It wanted a broken antenna, one that would scatter its signal in every direction. If it could use a focused, rational mind like mine to understand the world, what could it do with a mind that perceived reality as a shifting, unstable dream? It could spread, not to one new host, but to anyone near him, nurses, doctors, other patients. It wouldn't be a chain anymore, it would be an outbreak. I kept the video diary running. I looked into the camera, my own eyes flickering with the gray static that was now a part of me. It's giving me a destination, I said, my voice a dry rasp. A man named G. Henslow. I found him. I have the planchette. The entity wants me to go there. I don't know if it's showing me a cure or giving me a command. I think it wants me to help it multiply. I held up the warm wooden piece for the camera to see. This is the delivery system, and I'm the delivery man. Unless I can find a way to change the address. I stopped the recording. The next move was mine, but every option felt like it was already written in the static, a script I was just now learning my lines for. The planchette in my pocket felt hotter, a persistent thrum against my leg, a reminder that the journey was already beginning, with or without my consent. The drive to the care home was the longest and shortest of my life. The static overlay in my vision wasn't just a filter now, it was a navigation system. It pulsed brighter when I made the correct turns, dimmed when I hesitated. Green lights seemed to hold for me. Traffic cleared. It was smoothing my path, removing obstacles. I tried to fight it, taking a wrong turn down a random suburban street. A block later, a city truck was there, completely blocking the road for tree maintenance. A worker waved me to turn around. The static buzzed, almost impatiently. I was being piloted. The planchette in my coat pocket was a warm, throbbing coal. I was a puppet, but the strings were inside my head, tuning my choices, my perceptions. I pulled into the care home parking lot, a nice, modern one-story building. The sun was too bright, the flowers too cheerful. I walked to the entrance, my legs moving with a will that wasn't entirely my own. I had called ahead, using my old title, saying I was a neurological consultant doing follow-up research on specific dementia presentations. It was a thin lie, but it got me a visitor's badge and a distracted aide who led me to the Serenity Wing. The sunroom was exactly as I had seen it in the vision. Wide windows, potted plants, gentle music, and there he was in his wheelchair by the wall. G. Henslow. He was smaller than I'd imagined, swallowed by his chair and blanket. His head lolled slightly to the side, his mouth open. His eyes were aimed at the pale green wall, but they saw nothing in this world. The aide said, "He's mostly non-responsive today. Sometimes he has lucid moments, but they're rare. I'll be at the station if you need me." She left. I was alone with him. The static in my vision swirled around the old man, as if studying him. I felt a pressure building in my skull, not painful, but insistent. A command. Do it. Transfer. Complete the circuit. My hand moved to my pocket. My fingers closed around the warm wood of the planchette. My body started walking towards him, step by stiff step. This was it. The entity wanted me to place it in his hand, to guide his limp fingers, to use my own knowledge and the focusing object to pry open his shattered mind and let the static flood in. The horror of it was crystal clear. This broken, broadcasting mind wouldn't contain the entity. It would amplify it. It would leak the signal into everyone here, creating dozens of new, weak connections. The orderly chain of hosts would become a web. I stopped a few feet from him. My arm trembled, fighting the internal pressure. I looked at his face, at the utter vacancy. He was already lost in a storm of his own making. Giving him this would be the cruelest thing imaginable, and it would unleash something I couldn't control. My mind raced, thinking of the list of Jonah Miller, of the electroshock. A traumatic, brain-resetting shock. The entity had been amplified by electricity at the start. Could it be severed by it? I didn't have an electroshock machine, but I was in a medical facility. My eyes darted around the sunroom. On the wall, near the door, was a red glass case with a familiar logo, a defibrillator, for cardiac emergencies. A jolt of electricity. It was a crazy, suicidal idea, but it was the only alternative to becoming a carrier for an epidemic. The pressure in my head became a piercing scream of static, shoving me toward the old man. My hand started to rise, the planchette peeking from my fist. With a final gut-wrenching effort, I spun away from G. Henslow. I lurched across the room, and with the hand holding the planchette, I smashed the glass case. The alarm was instant, an ear-splitting, rhythmic shriek that filled the wing. I dropped the planchette, the glass shards, and grabbed the defibrillator paddles. I fumbled with the unit, my fingers slipping. It powered on with a rising whine. "Clear," the voice prompts yelled. I didn't place the pads on a chest. I held them out, one in each hand, the electricity crackling between them. This wasn't for a heart. This was for the static, for the connection. The entity didn't try to stop me. The static in the room didn't just grow, it exploded. The gray overlay became a solid, crackling wall of visual noise. From the center of it, the entity fully manifested. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a man-shaped storm of flickering light and distorted sound, a walking television glitch. It didn't rush to attack me. It rushed for the paddles. It reached for the crackling electricity with a tendril of shifting static. I didn't know if it wanted to destroy the charge, absorb the energy, or use it to complete its jump to G. Henslow in some new, terrible way. In that frozen second, holding the humming paddles, one aimed vaguely at my own chest, I felt its will. It wasn't fear. It was a hungry, magnetic pull toward the power. My own hand, under its influence, started to turn the paddles toward the old man in the wheelchair. I fought, muscles straining, to point them back at myself. It was a tug of war inside my own nervous system. I didn't know who was winning. I saw my own arms shaking, the paddles wobbling in the air between us, the entity's crackling hand closing over mine on the grip. Then a voice. A clear, lucid, calm voice. "Amplify." I looked. G. Henslow had turned his head. He was looking straight at the chaos, at the static monster, and me wrestling with the defibrillator. His eyes were focused, aware, and deeply, terribly knowing. He wasn't scared. He was fascinated. He smiled that serene, empty smile. He said it again, louder over the alarm. "Amplify." In that instant, I understood. He wasn't a null. He wasn't a prison. He was an enthusiast. His broken mind didn't see a monster. It saw the most interesting hallucination he'd ever had. And he wanted it louder. The entity, hearing him, seemed to pulse with a new kind of energy. The pull on my hands lessened for a split second. Its attention split between the electricity and the perfectly receptive, broken mind welcoming it. It was the distraction I needed. I made a choice. I stopped fighting the entity's pull on my arms. Instead, I let it guide my hands, but I twisted my body. I let the crackling paddles swing away from me and away from the old man. I aimed them at the empty space between us, at the very heart of the crackling, static form. And I let my thumb press the discharge buttons. There was no spark in the normal sense. There was a flash of pure, blinding white light that swallowed the gray static. A sound like the world tearing in half. A concussive force that threw me back against the wall. The alarm cut out. The lights in the sunroom flickered and died. Then the emergency lights came on, casting a dim red glow. I was on the floor, my ears ringing, the smell of ozone sharp in my nose. The defibrillator paddles lay smoking on the carpet beside me. I pushed myself up, my vision swimming. The overwhelming static overlay was gone. Completely gone. For the first time in weeks, I saw the world cleanly, just the dim red light, the plants, the broken glass. I looked at G. Henslow. He was still in his wheelchair, his head tilted back now, his eyes closed. He was breathing slowly, peacefully. Asleep or unconscious. I couldn't see any trace of the entity. The air felt normal, just the smell of ozone and the faint, coppery taste of blood in my mouth from where I'd bit my tongue. Aides and a nurse came rushing in, their faces masks of shock. They saw the broken case, the medical device on the floor, me slumped against the wall. Questions flew. I said nothing coherent. I just kept looking at the old man, waiting for him to open his eyes, to speak, to show some sign. They checked him, talking in low, worried voices. They said his vitals were stable. He was just sleeping deeply. They helped me up, asking if I was hurt, if I was a doctor, what had happened. I mumbled something about a seizure, a panic, an accident. My professional credentials, shaky as they were, kept the police at bay for the moment, but I was clearly in trouble. As they led me out to get checked, I took one last look back at the sunroom. In the red emergency light, on the floor near the wheelchair, I saw it. The old wooden planchette. It was split cleanly in two, right down the middle, as if by a laser. The two halves lay there, dark and inert, just pieces of wood. The connection was broken. The focus was destroyed. I let them lead me away, the ringing in my ears a welcome substitute for the static. I had done it. I had broken the chain. I was free. But as I sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket around my shoulders, watching the care home get smaller, a single clear thought cut through the relief. It had wanted the electricity. It had reached for it, and the old man had said amplify. I had shocked the signal, not the receiver. What if I hadn't killed it? What if, for the first time in its long, parasitic life, I had given it exactly what it wanted? A pure, powerful surge of energy, straight into its core. I closed my eyes, and in the darkness behind my lids, I thought I saw a tiny, distant flicker of gray static. Not in front of me, but somewhere else, out in the world, tuning to a new frequency, stronger now, and looking for a new antenna. The door was still open. Someone just turned on the lights. Story number 2. My name is Elise. It all started with a phone call from my twin sister. We were identical, right down to the little mole on our left earlobe. But our lives had split in two different directions after our mom died. I took off, moved across the country to a big city by the ocean, trying to outrun the quiet emptiness she left behind. My sister stayed right in our old hometown, in the house we grew up in, like she was standing guard over a memory. We talked, sure, but it was surface stuff, the weather, work, careful dances around the giant hole where our mom used to be. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon. I was staring at a spreadsheet at my desk, the numbers blurring together, and when I saw her name on the screen, a cold little feeling tickled the back of my neck. I answered. She didn't say hello. Her voice was tight, a wire pulled too thin. "It's the anniversary tomorrow," she said. I knew. Of course I knew. I had a calendar reminder and a flight booked for a quick, in-and-out visit the next day, a habit I'd kept for a decade. A gesture. "I know," I said, trying to sound gentle. "My flight gets in at 10. We'll have lunch. We'll go to the cemetery like always." There was a pause on the line, so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Then her voice came back, lower, pleading in a way that made my heart squeeze. "You can't just be there in person. You have to be here with me. Really here. I bought something. I want to try and reach her." I closed my eyes. The office sounds around me faded away. "Reach her," I repeated, not a question, just feeling the words. "A Ouija board," she whispered, like it was a secret. "I found one online. The real kind, not a toy. I think, I think we need to do this. Together. 1,000 protests rose in my throat. It was nonsense. It was grief talking. It was a terrible idea to poke at a wound that was finally, after 10 years, maybe starting to form a scar, even if it was an ugly one. But I heard the raw need in her voice, the loneliness that mirrored my own, but had festered in that old house instead of being scattered by ocean wind. I saw her face in my mind, our face, pale and hopeful and desperate. And beneath it all was the guilt, my oldest companion. I was the one who left. I was the one who got to live a life that wasn't a shrine. Saying no felt like failing her all over again, and failing the ghost of our mom, too. Okay, I heard myself say, the word leaving my mouth before my brain could catch up. Okay, we'll do it. The relief on her end was a physical sound, a shuddering exhale. We hung up, and I immediately opened my phone and played the only voicemail I had left from our mother. It was 3 seconds long. Elise, it's Mom. Don't forget the laundry is in the dryer. Love you. I listened to it 5 times, just to hear her voice, to remind myself what we were supposedly trying to reach. It sounded ordinary and warm and gone. The flight the next day felt like moving through a dream. The rental car smelled like fake pine. Driving the familiar roads to our childhood home felt like traveling backwards in time. The house looked smaller, the paint a little more faded, the big oak tree in the front yard a little bigger. She was waiting on the porch, wrapped in a sweater that used to be our mom's. We hugged, and it was like hugging a bundle of tense wires. She felt thin. Thank you for coming, she murmured into my shoulder. For really coming. Inside, the house was a time capsule. The furniture was the same. The pictures on the walls were the same. It even smelled the same, like old wood and lemon polish and something underneath. Something I couldn't name, but that felt like childhood. We went through the motions. We made small talk that felt too loud. We ate a quiet lunch. We drove to the cemetery and stood in front of the simple headstone, the air cool and still. We didn't cry. We just stood there, 2 halves of a broken whole, not knowing what to say to a piece of granite. The sun was setting when we got back. The real event, the reason I'd said yes, loomed over us. We ordered pizza, a pathetic attempt at normalcy, but neither of us ate much. As darkness settled firmly around the house, she finally brought out the box. It was plain, brown cardboard, no picture. It looked serious. She opened it on the living room rug, the same rug we'd played on as kids. The board itself was wood, polished smooth, with the alphabet in 2 arcs, the numbers 0 through 9, and the words yes and no in the corners. The sun and moon symbols. Goodbye at the bottom. The planchette was heart-shaped, clear plastic with a little viewing window in the middle. It looked cheap and sinister at the same time. We should light a candle, she said, her voice hushed. For atmosphere. I almost laughed, but the look on her face stopped me. She was solemn, reverent. This was a ceremony to her. I found a stubby white candle in a drawer and lit it, placing it on the coffee table. We turned off all the lamps. The room was suddenly alive with shifting shadows, the single flame making our faces look strange and hollowed out. We sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other over the board. She placed it between us. We have to be respectful, she instructed, like she'd read a manual. We ask questions. We keep our fingers lightly on the planchette. Don't push it. Don't force it. Just let it happen. I nodded, my mouth dry. This felt stupid and profoundly sad. We were 2 grown women, trying to talk to our mother through a children's game. But I put my fingertips on the edge of the plastic heart. She did the same. Our hands were almost touching. Our hands, which were identical, just like when we were kids. Is anyone there? My sister asked, her voice trembling slightly. Nothing. The house was utterly quiet. I could hear the faint tick of the old clock in the hallway. I could feel the slight tremor in her fingers. I was sure I was unconsciously moving the thing myself, just the tiny shakes of my own hand. We asked a few more general questions. Nothing happened. I started to feel a ridiculous mix of disappointment and relief. Maybe that was it. We'd tried. It was over. We could have a glass of wine and go to bed, and I could fly home tomorrow and forget this weird, sad night. Then my sister asked, her voice cracking, "Mom, is that you?" And the planchette moved. It was a tiny jerk at first, like a muscle spasm. Then it began to slide, slow and smooth, across the polished wood. It went to the letter M. Then Y. My breath caught in my throat. It was moving. We were both touching it, but it didn't feel like either of us were guiding it. The pressure was different, a firm, deliberate pull. It spelled MY. It moved to GRLS. My girls. A sob hitched in my sister's chest. Tears were already streaming down my face, hot and fast. The planchette didn't stop. It slid smoothly, confidently to TOGTHER, together. My girls, together. The message hung in the dark, silent air between us. It was everything we wanted to hear. It was forgiveness, it was love, it was a promise. In that moment, every doubt vanished. It was her. It was our mom. She was here with us. We both let go of the planchette and collapsed towards each other, meeting in the middle over the board, wrapping our arms around each other and crying great, heaving sobs that came from a place 10 years deep. We held on like we were drowning. The grief poured out, but it was mixed with a wild, unbelievable joy. She was here. She knew we were here. We were together. It was the most profound moment of my life since the day we lost her. As we cried, the single candle on the table, which had been burning steadily, flickered once, twice, and then went out. Not like a normal candle dying, with a last little sputter of light. It went out like someone had pinched the wick between two fingers, sharp and final. A little curl of smoke rose in the sudden darkness. We didn't notice. We were lost in our tears, in our relief. We sat back eventually, wiping our faces, laughing a little through the tears, the weight of a decade suddenly miraculously lifted. We put the board away carefully, like it was a sacred object now. We opened a bottle of wine and sat on the couch, talking about Mom, about good memories, the pain feeling cleaner now, shared, acknowledged by her. It was late when my sister, sipping her wine, stared into the glass and said quietly, almost to herself. She sounded different than I remember. In my head, her voice is always warm. That felt colder, more serious. I brushed it off immediately. It was a Ouija board, not a telephone, I said, forcing a light tone. It's probably just how we're interpreting it. The feeling was warm. The feeling was her. She nodded, but she didn't look convinced. A tiny, cold seed had been planted in the pit of my stomach, but I buried it under the warmth of the wine and the exhaustion and the overwhelming feeling of peace. We had reached her. That was all that mattered. The next day, we had a better, easier visit. We laughed more. The tension between us was gone. When I left for the airport, we hugged for a long time on the porch. "Call me more," she said. "I will," I promised, and I meant it. Her eyes, though, as she waved goodbye from the driveway, looked distant again, already receding into a world I had just visited but couldn't stay in. I flew home feeling lighter than I had in years. The guilt was quiet. I had done my duty and more. We had connected. It was over. For 3 weeks, life was normal, good even. I thought about the experience often, with a sense of wonder. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Wednesday evening, my phone buzzed with a text. It was from my brother-in-law. No greeting, no message, just a single video file attached. The subject line of the text held 3 words that made that cold seed in my stomach suddenly crack open and sprout icy vines. "You need to see this." I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the screen. The peaceful closure I'd felt just 3 weeks ago now seemed fragile, like thin ice over very, very deep water. I stared at the text from my brother-in-law for a full minute, my heart doing a slow, hard thump in my chest. "You need to see this." Those 4 words turned the cozy comfort of my apartment into something thin and insubstantial. The peaceful feeling from my visit, the warm closure I'd carried home, it all went brittle. I took a deep breath and tapped the video file. It was dark, shaky, clearly shot on a phone in a hurry. The time stamp in the corner said 2:17 a.m. It was their kitchen. The night was black outside the window over the sink. And then she walked into frame. My sister. She was in her nightgown, her hair messy from sleep, moving with a smooth, floating kind of grace that was completely wrong. She wasn't stumbling or confused like a sleepwalker. She was purposeful. She went to the stove, filled the kettle with water, lit the burner. All of it in this serene, practiced rhythm. My breath caught. It was our mother's rhythm. Mom had a whole little ceremony for making tea, a specific way of tapping the spoon, a certain number of times she'd stir. And my sister was doing it, every motion a perfect copy. Then she started to hum. It was low, almost tuneless at first, but then it resolved into a melody that punched me straight in the gut. A lullaby. One our mom used to sing to us when we were sick or scared. A simple, soft song about bluebirds. My sister and I had talked about that song at the cemetery, how neither of us could remember all the words. But here she was, humming it perfectly, like she'd heard it yesterday. The camera jiggled, and I heard my brother-in-law's voice, a scared whisper from behind the phone. "Elise," he said. "Honey, are you awake?" The figure at the stove went still. The humming stopped. Slowly, so slowly, she turned to face the camera. The light from the stove had lit her face from below, casting weird shadows. Her face was slack, her eyes half-lidded and vacant. She was deeply, utterly asleep. But her expression, it wasn't her own. It was a mask of mild disapproval, a tightness around the mouth, a slight furrow in the brow. It was the exact look our mother would get when we'd tracked mud on the clean floor, or when we'd tried to lie about who broke the vase. A look of deep, parental disappointment. I'd seen it 1,000 times. I'd never, ever seen it on my sister's face. Not once in our entire lives. The phone zoomed in shakily. The detail was crystal clear. It was her face, but it wasn't her. It was like someone had sculpted our mother's most familiar expression onto her sleeping features. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Then her lips moved. The voice that came out was not her voice. It was lower, older, strained, like it was coming through something tight. "You let her leave," it said. The words were clear, but the way her mouth formed them was off, like a badly dubbed movie. "You were supposed to keep the family close." She, or it, was looking right at the camera, right at her husband. But the words were about me. A cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning spread from my core out to my fingers and toes. The video ended there, cutting to black. I just sat on my couch, holding the phone, the room around me feeling unreal. I played it again, and again. I watched her hands. On the third viewing, I saw it. Her left hand, resting on the countertop, was clenched into a tight, white-knuckled fist. Our mother did that. When she was really, truly angry but trying to stay calm, she'd make that fist, her knuckles going pale. My sister never did that. She threw things or yelled when she was mad. She never just made that quiet, controlled fist. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. My phone rang, scaring me so bad I almost dropped it. It was my brother-in-law. I fumbled to answer. "Did you see it?" he asked, his voice ragged with exhaustion and fear. "Yeah," I managed to say. "I saw it. What was that?" "I don't know," he said, and I could hear him on the verge of tears. "I don't know. She's done little things before. I'd find her just standing in the living room in the middle of the night, or she'd move things around in the pantry. I thought it was just stress, grief, you know. I didn't want to worry you. But this was different." The confession that he'd kept it from me stung, but his terror was too real to be angry at. "We have to get her to a doctor," I said, my problem-solving brain kicking in, scrambling for a ledge to grab onto. "A sleep specialist. Or a therapist. This has to be, I don't know, some kind of post-traumatic thing. A breakdown." I was talking fast, listing possibilities, building a wall of logic against what I'd just witnessed. "It was the board," he whispered, cutting through my babble. "It started after you guys did that. She's been different. Not all the time. Just sometimes. Little things. She'll use a phrase your mom used. She'll get quiet in a way that feels older." "No," I said too sharply. "That's just suggestion. We were thinking about Mom a lot that night. It's on her mind. It's grief making connections that aren't there." I was arguing with him, but I was really arguing with myself, with the memory of that cold, precise voice saying you let her leave. "You need to come back," he said, and it wasn't a request. It was a plea. "She won't listen to me. She says nothing's wrong. She says she feels fine. But she's not fine. And I'm scared." I looked around my sunny apartment, at my life here, my escape. Going back felt like stepping into a hole. But the image of that fist, of that alien expression, was burned into my mind. The guilt came roaring back, louder than ever. I'd participated in the Ouija board. I'd felt that peace. Had I somehow agreed to something? Had we opened a door we couldn't close? "Okay," I said, the word tasting like defeat. "Okay, I'll book a flight." The relief on his end was palpable. We hung up. I didn't call my sister. I couldn't. What would I say? "Hey, I saw a video of you channeling our dead mother. Care to explain?" Instead, I went online and found the earliest, cheapest red-eye I could get for the next night. The hours dragged. I tried to work, but my focus was gone. I kept pulling up the video, studying it, looking for a clue that it was fake, that it was a trick of the light, anything. But it was just her in her kitchen, doing something impossible. The flight was a blur of bad coffee and jumpy nerves. I rented another car, the sameness of the routine feeling eerie now. The drive to their house in the pre-dawn darkness felt like a trip into a nightmare I'd already seen. The house was dark when I pulled up, just one porch light on. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe my brother-in-law waiting for me, looking haunted. Maybe my sister standing at the window with that blank, sleeping face. I grabbed my bag and walked to the front door, my key feeling heavy in my hand. Before I could use it, the inner door opened. And there she was, my sister, awake, alert, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, her hair damp like she'd just showered. She looked pale, with shadows under her eyes, but she was smiling. A normal, tired, sisterly smile. "You're here," she said, her voice warm and familiar. She stepped out and gave me a hug. It felt like her. It smelled like her shampoo. "I'm so glad you came back so soon. I was just thinking how nice it was last time." She pulled back, still holding my shoulders, her smile not quite reaching her eyes, which seemed focused on something just over my shoulder. "We have so much more to catch up on." She took my bag and ushered me inside. The house was warm, and the smell of coffee and bacon was in the air. It was all so normal, so completely at odds with the chilling video from just days before. She led me to the kitchen, where a full breakfast was laid out. "I figured you'd be hungry after that flight," she said, bustling about like a hostess. "Sit, eat." I sat, dumbfounded. This was the room from the video. This was where it happened. But now it was just a sunny kitchen. My brother-in-law came in, dressed for work. He gave me a tight, quick nod, his eyes wide with a warning I couldn't quite decipher. He kissed my sister on the cheek. "I've got to head out early. Big day." He looked at me. "You'll be okay here?" It was a loaded question. "We'll be fine," my sister answered for me, her tone light. "Just a girl's day." He left, throwing one last, desperate glance my way. I was alone with her. She sat across from me, sipping her coffee. "So," she said, her smile softening into something that looked like genuine affection. "Tell me everything. How's work? How's the city?" And just like that, we were having a perfectly ordinary conversation. The horror of the video, the reason for my panic trip, it all hovered in the air between us, invisible and huge. She was acting so normal, it was the most frightening thing of all. I had come rushing back to face a monster, but instead, I was having breakfast with my sister, and I had no idea which one was the real problem. That first breakfast back was the strangest meal of my life. Everything looked right. The eggs were fluffy, the bacon crisp, the coffee hot. My sister chatted about neighbors I barely remembered and a book club she'd joined, her voice light and ordinary. But the whole time, a feeling crawled up my spine, the kind you get when you're being watched. Her eyes kept drifting past me, focusing on something in the middle distance, and that smile never quite warmed up her whole face. It was like she was performing the part of my sister and doing a good job, but she'd forgotten a key line somewhere. After we cleared the plates, she insisted on showing me the new curtains she'd hung in the living room. As we stood there, she sighed and said, "A home needs a woman's touch to really feel settled, you know?" It was a phrase, word for word, that our mother used to say all the time. My sister had rolled her eyes at it for years, calling it old-fashioned. I just nodded, a cold trickle of unease moving through me. Later, I went upstairs to unpack in the guest room. As I walked down the hall, I caught it again, that smell. Mom's perfume. That distinct, floral scent from the bottle that had sat on her dresser, now long gone. It was strong, right outside the guest room door, then faded as I passed through. I stopped, my heart hammering. I turned around and went back into the hall. Nothing. Just the usual house smell of wood and polish. I told myself it was my imagination, my nerves playing tricks, but the memory of the scent was so vivid it felt like a touch. The day unfolded with this weird, dual quality. We'd have a normal conversation, then she'd drop a little piece of the past into it, like a stone into a pond. She'd mention how our mother always preferred butter to margarine, or how she'd starched Dad's shirts on Sundays. Details that were true, but that my sister had never cared about before. When I brought up a funny memory from our teen years, a silly story about us trying to cut each other's hair, she just smiled vaguely and said, "Yes, that was a difficult time. You were both so restless." It was the kind of thing Mom would have said, looking back with adult patience on our teenage drama. My sister would have laughed and reminded me how badly I'd butchered her bangs. By late afternoon, I needed air. I needed to talk to someone who wasn't wearing this polite, slightly off mask. I found my brother-in-law out in the garage, pretending to organize tools. He jumped when I came in. "How's it going in there?" he asked, his voice low. "It's fine. It's normal. Too normal," I whispered back. "She's just saying weird things. Old things. Mom things." He ran a hand over his face. "It's not just at night anymore," he confessed, his eyes tired and scared. "It's bleeding over. Little things. She'll set the table with the good silver for no reason." She'll hum that song while she's doing the dishes. And she gets this look, this calm, knowing look that isn't hers. It's like she's out rehearsing. That word, rehearsing, stuck in my head. It felt exactly right. She wasn't just having episodes. She was practicing being someone else. We have to get her help, I said again, but it sounded weaker now. What kind of doctor fixes this? She won't go, he said flatly. She says there's nothing wrong. She says she's never felt more clear-headed. And if I push, he trailed off, looking toward the house. If you push what? I pressed. He just shook his head, unwilling or unable to say it. He went back inside, and I stayed in the garage for a while, the smell of oil and dust feeling more real than the perfumed air of the house. That night, I lay in the guest bed, staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but it was a waiting kind of quiet. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the pipes, felt deliberate. I must have drifted off because a sound woke me, a soft, shuffling sound like bare feet on carpet. My eyes snapped open. The digital clock glowed 3:04 a.m. The shuffling came from the hall. It wasn't the brisk walk of someone going to the bathroom. It was slow, dragging, purposeful. It stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, my body frozen under the covers. I could hear breathing. Slow, even patient breaths, right on the other side of the wood. It wasn't the ragged sound of someone sleepwalking in distress. It was calm, measured, waiting. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the thin line of light under the door, waiting to see a shadow block it. The breathing continued for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute. Then the shuffling started again, moving away, down the hall toward the master bedroom. I didn't sleep again that night. When morning came, the daylight made the nighttime fear seem silly. Over coffee, my sister was cheerful again. "Sleep well?" she asked, flipping pancakes. "The guest bed can be a little lumpy." "It was fine," I lied. "Hey, I was thinking of going for a drive later, maybe get some groceries. Want to come?" I asked, testing the waters. "Oh, we have plenty here," she said, waving a hand. "Besides, I had a locksmith come yesterday to finally fix that front door deadbolt. It was always sticking. Now it works like a charm. Safety first." She said it with a bright smile. A chill went through me. After breakfast, when she was in the shower, I went to the front door. I turned the lock. It clicked smoothly, solidly. I tried the handle from the inside. It didn't budge. The door was locked tight. I fumbled with the deadbolt, turning it to unlock. It moved, but the door still wouldn't open. The handle was stuck. I pulled harder, putting my weight into it. Nothing. It was like the door was sealed shut. From the outside, it probably worked perfectly. From the inside, it was a wall. Safety first, I whispered to myself, her cheerful words now taking on a dark, new meaning. The rest of the day, I felt like I was in a beautiful cage. I tried to research on my laptop when she was in another room, looking up sleep disorders, shared psychosis, anything that could explain what was happening. I found myself on websites I never thought I'd visit, forums where people talked about shadows and attachments and voices. One post talked about post-possession personality bleed, where traits from a spirit would seep into the living person's everyday mind. It sounded like crazy talk, the kind of thing I'd have scoffed at a month ago. Now it read like a medical textbook describing my sister's symptoms. Late in the afternoon, we were washing dishes together. It was a familiar, almost comforting chore. Then she dropped a plate. It hit the edge of the sink and shattered on the floor. We both jumped. Before I could say it's okay, she spoke. Her voice changed, dropping into a tone of sharp, familiar reprimand. Careless hands make for wasteful hearts. That was my good china. It was our mother's voice. Not an imitation, but the exact cadence, the specific blend of disappointment and anger she'd use for broken dishes. My sister stood there, looking at the shards, her face blank for a second. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed a small, shaky laugh. "Wow, sorry. I don't know where that came from. An echo from the past, I guess." She laughed it off, but her hands were trembling as she picked up the pieces. I helped her, my own hands unsteady. It wasn't an echo. It was a recording, played perfectly from a source that wasn't her. That night, I was exhausted but wired. I made sure my door was locked. I pushed a small chair under the doorknob, feeling both scared and ridiculous. I lay in bed listening. The house settled. An owl called outside. The clock ticked past 2 a.m. I must have dozed, because the sound that woke me wasn't shuffling. It was a click, the clear, metallic sound of the door's lock turning. My eyes flew open. The room was dark. The chair was still under the knob. Slowly, silently, the doorknob itself began to turn. It turned all the way to the right, then back to the left. There was a soft thump as the chair shifted slightly from the pressure. Then, with a gentle but irresistible push, the door swung inward. The chair scraped across the floor a few inches. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the faint night light from the hall. It was my sister. Her head was tilted slightly. I couldn't see her eyes, just the dark outline of her. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stood there, a black shape against the dim light, and I could hear it again. That same slow, even, patient breathing from the night before, filling the space between us. The peaceful visit was over. The rehearsals were done. The performance, it seemed, was about to begin. The worst part wasn't the fear. It was the hope. For one stupid, heartbreaking second, as she stood there in the doorway, I thought maybe it was really her. Maybe my sister had just come to check on me, heard a noise, was being sweet. That hope melted away as she stepped into the room. She moved not like someone awake, but not like the serene sleepwalker from the video either. This was different. This was deliberate, aware. The streetlight from outside cast a weak glow through the window, painting her features in shades of gray. Her eyes were open, but they looked through me, glassy and fixed on something far away. She didn't say a word. She just walked to the side of my bed and sat down on the edge, the mattress dipping under her weight. The familiar dip, the exact same feeling from when we were kids, and our mom would sit to check on us during a thunderstorm. My throat closed up, then she reached out. Her hand was pale in the dim light. She took my hand where it lay on top of the blanket. Her skin was freezing cold, not like someone who'd walked through a cool house, but like skin left on stone. The touch was gentle, a mother's comforting grasp. And then she spoke. "I'm so glad you're home, baby." The voice was soft, warm, layered with a love I hadn't heard in 10 years. It was my mother's voice, not an imitation, not a memory. It was her. The exact tone she used when I was sick, the specific way she'd say baby, that was just for us. Every hair on my body stood up. A sob welled in my chest, part terror, part a desperate, overwhelming joy. This was it. This was really her. We had reached her, and she was here, holding my hand. Tears blurred my vision. I squeezed the cold hand back, wanting to believe, needing it to be true. "Mom," I whispered, the word cracking in the dark. The gentle grip changed. It didn't loosen, it transformed. The freezing fingers clamped down like a steel trap, squeezing with a strength that was impossible, that ground the bones in my hand together. I gasped, trying to pull away, but I was pinned. The loving expression on her face twisted, the features contorting into something ugly and full of a rage I had never seen on my mother, not even at her angriest. It was a sneer of pure, possessive fury, and the warm, maternal voice shredded. It dropped, warped, becoming a ragged, wet hiss that didn't seem to come just from her mouth, but from the corners of the room itself, vibrating in the air. "Now you'll never leave again." The words were bitten off, guttural. "We'll be together forever, just like the board promised." Then the chanting started. It was one word, over and over, in a looping, overlapping chorus. Forever, forever, forever. But it wasn't one voice. It switched, flickering between my mother's gentle tone, my sister's higher pitch, and a third, guttural sound that was neither, a sound that felt old and rotten. The word pounded in my skull. I screamed, a raw sound of pure panic. I yanked my arm with all my strength, thrashing in the bed, but the grip was supernatural, unbreakable. I kicked out, my foot connecting with her side, but she didn't flinch, didn't even seem to notice. She just kept chanting, her eyes locked on mine, glowing with a sick triumph. Forever. As the chant drilled into me, I noticed something else, a detail my terror-muddled brain clung to. The rhythm of the word matched something else, a soft, rhythmic creaking from outside. It was the sound of the old porch swing, the one our mom loved, moving back and forth. A sound that shouldn't be audible from the upstairs guest room. The two sounds, the chant and the swing, moved together, a horrible, synchronized pulse. The door to the room burst open. Light from the hall flooded in, blinding me for a second. My brother-in-law stood there, his face a mask of horror. He didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, not at me but at her. He grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her hard. "Elise, stop. Wake up," he shouted, his voice cracking. The chanting stopped. The terrible grip on my hand vanished, so suddenly I fell back against the headboard. My sister's body went limp. She blinked, her eyes clearing, looking first at her husband's frantic face, then down at me, crumpled and gasping on the bed. Confusion, then dawning horror, spread across her own features. What? What happened? She slurred, her own voice back, thick with sleep. Why are you in here? She looked at her husband's hands on her shoulders, then at my face, pale and tear-streaked. I was clutching my right hand to my chest. The pain was intense, a deep, throbbing ache. In the bright hall light now spilling into the room, I looked down. On my wrist, where the freezing fingers had been, were 5 perfect, deep purple bruises. Each one was the clear imprint of a fingertip. The evidence was physical, undeniable. It hadn't been a dream. It hadn't been a shared hallucination. Something with real, solid strength had held me. My sister saw the bruises. Her eyes went wide. A high, thin sound of distress escaped her lips. No, I didn't. I was asleep. I don't remember anything. She started to cry, hysterical, gulping sobs. She reached for me. I'm so sorry. I would never hurt you. I flinched away, the instinct immediate. The hurt in her eyes was genuine, but it was buried under my own burning terror and the vivid, throbbing proof on my skin. My brother-in-law helped his shaking wife to her feet, guiding her out of the room, murmuring low, soothing words that sounded hollow. He glanced back at me, his expression a wreck of apology and fear, before closing the door behind them. I was alone. I cradled my bruised wrist, staring at the marks. They were already darkening, a brutal necklace of purple and blue. No human hand, especially not my sister's, could have made those. The grip had been monstrous. I sat there until the gray light of dawn began to color the room. The rationalizations I'd built were shattered. This was not grief. This was not a sleep disorder. This was something that could touch and hold and promise forever in a voice that was a chorus of nightmares. I must have dozed off because I woke to full sunlight. My wrist was stiff and ached fiercely. I got dressed slowly, the normal sounds of the house below feeling like a lie. When I finally went downstairs, the scene was fractured. My sister was at the kitchen table, her eyes red and puffy, staring into a cold cup of coffee. Her husband was pacing by the back door. The air between them was tense, cracked. I need to see a doctor, my sister said to him, her voice small. A sleep doctor. There's something wrong with me. She looked at me, her expression pleading. You believe me, right? I would never hurt you. I was asleep. I wanted to believe her. I did, but the bruises sang a different song. I know, I said, because it was easier than saying what I felt. She seemed to relax a fraction. Her husband stopped pacing. I'll make some calls today, he said, but he didn't look at her. He looked at the floor, at the walls, anywhere but at the evidence of what lived in his house. I needed to move, to do something. I wandered into the dining room, thinking I'd clear away any remnants of last night's dinner. And then I saw it. On the polished surface of the dining table, set squarely in the center, was the Ouija board. The planchette was placed neatly on top of it, right over the moon symbol. It hadn't been there last night. It had been put away in the hall closet. Someone had taken it out. My breath caught. I took a step closer. Then I saw the writing. The table had a light coating of dust. My sister wasn't the best housekeeper. And in that dust, right next to the board, written in a clear, sweeping script, were 4 words. The handwriting was my sister's. I'd know it anywhere. But the message wasn't. It said, "The promise is made." I stared at it, the words searing into my brain. The promise from the board. Together. Forever. The entity wasn't just visiting in the night anymore. It was leaving notes. It was making its intentions clear in the light of day. The sense of violation was complete. It had moved from my sister's body to my skin, and now it was writing in the dust of our home. The breakfast conversation, the talk of doctors, it all felt like a pointless puppet show. The real conversation had already happened. It had happened in the dark, with a crushing grip and a chant of forever, and now it was written on the table for me to see. The peaceful closure I'd flown home with weeks ago was a distant, foolish memory. The door wasn't just open now. Something had walked through, and it was moving the furniture, making itself at home. And it had made a promise it very much intended to keep. I left the dining room table with its chilling message, and went straight to the kitchen sink. I scrubbed my hands under scalding water, as if I could wash off the feeling of those words, the memory of that grip. My sister and her husband were still in their tense standoff at the table. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Telling him would just push him closer to the edge. Telling her. I didn't know what telling her would do. The thing wearing her memories might already know. I needed answers from outside this house, from someone who wouldn't look at me like I was crazy or fragile. I waited until my brother-in-law left for work, giving me a tight, worried nod on his way out. My sister announced she was going to take a long bath to try and relax. The moment I heard the water running upstairs, I grabbed my laptop. My search this time wasn't for sleep clinics. I looked up local psychics, spiritual cleaners, anyone who dealt with the kind of stuff that was laughed at on daytime TV. I found a listing for a woman a town over. Her website was plain, no crystals or fairies, just a simple statement: clearing homes and restoring peace. It sounded like a pest control ad, which, in a way, I guessed it was. I called the number. A woman with a no-nonsense voice answered. I spilled the story in a rushed, jumbled whisper, talking about the board, the sleepwalking, the video, the voice, the bruise on my wrist. I left out the writing in the dust. I needed to see what she'd say without that clue. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, there was a pause. "Can you come see me?" she asked. "Now." I told my sister through the bathroom door that I was running to the pharmacy for some ibuprofen for my wrist. She called back, "Okay, drive safe," in a voice that was a little too cheerful. The woman lived in a small, neat house on the edge of town. She looked like a retired librarian, with glasses on a chain and sensible shoes. Her living room was ordinary, just a couch and some plants. No pentagrams, no incense. I showed her the bruise, which had bloomed into a spectacular map of purple and green. She looked at it, her face going serious. She didn't touch it. "Sit down," she said. I told her everything again, more slowly this time. I included the writing on the table. She didn't flinch. When I was done, she leaned back. "It didn't come from your mother," she said, her tone flat and matter-of-fact. "That's the first thing you need to understand. It's using your memory of her like a disguise. Like a wolf in a favorite old coat. It's comfortable, it smells right, so you let it get close." The words made a terrible sense. "What is it then?" "A hitchhiker," she said. "A thing that feeds on strong emotion. Grief is a 5-course meal for something like that. Your twin sister's grief, your guilt for leaving, that's the magnet that pulled it in. The Ouija board didn't open a door to your mom. It opened a door in your sister. A door in her mind, in her grief. And something walked in. It's not in the house. It's in the person. You can't sage a person." My hope, the little bit I had left, deflated. "How do we get it out?" She shook her head slowly. "I clear spaces. Bad energy in rooms, attachments to places. This is different. This is a tenant who's paid rent in tears and signed a lease in fear. It's settled. It thinks it belongs." She gave me a look that was both pitying and firm. "You need to get your sister out of that house. And you need to get her to someone a lot stronger than me. A pastor, a rabbi, someone with real faith, not just smudge sticks. And you need to be careful. It's attached to her, but it knows you're the other half of the bond. It wants the set." I left her house with a small bag of salt she insisted I take. For the thresholds, at least. It can't hurt. And a feeling of dread that was colder and clearer than any fear I'd felt before. It was a diagnosis, and the prognosis was bad. When I got back, the Ouija board was gone from the table. The message in the dust had been wiped away. My sister was in the living room, folding laundry. She looked up with a smile. "Feeling better?" I held up the pharmacy bag as proof. "A little." I decided to test the waters, using the occultist's words. I was thinking, maybe we should get away for a bit. You and me. A sister trip to the beach, like we used to talk about. Just get some sun, some space. Her smile stayed, but it tightened at the corners. "Oh, I don't think so. There's so much to do here. And it's so peaceful now, don't you think? We have everything we need right here." She's making sure of it. She said she so casually, like she was talking about a helpful neighbor. The casualness was worse than any frenzy. I just nodded, a plan forming in the back of my mind. I needed more information. While she went to put the laundry away, I slipped into the small home office she used for paying bills. I started opening drawers as quietly as I could. In the bottom drawer of the desk, under a stack of old utility statements, I found a journal. It was a pretty, floral thing I'd given her for her birthday years ago. My heart thumped. I opened it. The first pages were what I expected. Entries from right after our mom died, raw and full of pain, talking about the emptiness of the house, missing her, wishing I was there more. I skimmed, my eyes stinging. Then, about halfway through the book, the entries changed. The handwriting, at first, was still hers, but the content shifted. It stopped being about grief and started being about contact. Descriptions of the Ouija board session, but written with a kind of clinical excitement. Then, on one page, the handwriting changed mid-sentence. It smoothed out, became more elegant, an older cursive style. Our mother's handwriting. I nearly dropped the book. The new writing didn't talk about feelings. It gave instructions. It listed things like binding herbs and symbols of containment. On the next page, there was a sketch of the house's floor plan. At every door and window, small, intricate symbols were drawn. They weren't crosses or stars. They looked like complicated knots, like locks, with arrows pointing inward. They weren't to keep something out. They were to keep something in. To anchor it, I heard a floorboard creak in the hall. I shoved the journal back into the drawer and closed it just as she walked past the office door. "What are you up to in here?" she asked, her head tilting. "Just looking for a pen," I said, my voice sounding strangely calm to my own ears. "Mine ran out." She smiled that not quite right smile. "Check the top drawer. They always migrate there." She walked on. I stood in the office, leaning against the desk. The pieces were locking together. The occultist was right. It wasn't our mother. It was a hitchhiker that loved our grief, and it was using my sister's knowledge of the house, of our family, to build a cage. The floor plan with the locking symbols, the fixed front door, the talk of having everything we needed right here. It was all about making the house, and my sister, a perfect container. And I was inside it with them. That night, I pretended to go to bed early. I lay in the dark, listening. The house was quiet for a long time. Then, from my sister's room down the hall, I heard voices. Not the chanting from before. This was a conversation. Two voices, speaking in perfect, synchronized unison. One was my sister's normal tone. The other was that colder, older version. They spoke to each other. One said, "Is she ready?" The other replied, almost, "She just needs to understand there is no outside anymore." The words weren't shouted or hissed. They were murmured, like two parts of the same mind discussing a simple plan. Then they both laughed, a soft, dry sound that was identical. The conversation stopped. The normal night sounds of the house returned. But I knew what I had heard. The walls weren't just blurring. They were gone. My sister and the thing inside her were having bedtime chats. And I was the topic. The promise wasn't just made. It was being planned. And the blueprint for my part in it was hidden in a drawer, sketched in my mother's stolen handwriting. I was no longer a guest, or even a prisoner. I was becoming part of the furniture. There were 3 of us in the house now. My sister, me, and the thing wearing our memories like a suit. And one of us was fading fast. The next morning made it clear. We were having coffee, and she was talking about the garden, how she planned to replant the roses our mother loved. Then, without any pause or change in her breathing, her posture slumped, her shoulders rounding the way our moms did in her later years. She looked at me over her mug, and her eyes were older, sharper. "You never did have the patience for gardening," she said, and it was our mother's voice, tinged with that familiar disappointment. Always rushing off to the next thing. She took a sip, her pinky finger lifted just so, another momism. Then she blinked, straightened up, and was herself again, continuing about rose fertilizer as if nothing had happened. No memory of the shift. It was like watching a radio tuner slip between stations, catching a few seconds of a strange, familiar broadcast before clicking back. The house itself started to feel like an enemy. My room was always freezing, no matter how high I cranked the little heater. I'd come downstairs to find a framed photo of me and my friends from the city face down on the sideboard. The next day, that same photo was back up, but my face was scratched out with something sharp, leaving ragged white lines across the glass. My sister would just sigh and say, "That old frame must be falling apart," and wipe the glass clean, not commenting on the damage beneath. The smell of our mother's perfume was now a constant, clinging presence in the upstairs hallway. It wasn't a memory anymore, it was a statement. I was the intruder here. My life outside these walls was being systematically erased from the environment, and my comfort within them was being stripped away, degree by degree. My brother-in-law was a ghost. He moved through the room silently, his face drawn. The hope had left his eyes. He saw the changes, he heard the slips, but he was powerless. The breaking point came when he found the journal. I don't know if he was looking for it or just stumbled upon it, but I heard the raised voices from the study later that afternoon. His frantic and scared, hers calm and flat. I crept to the hallway. "What is this, Elise?" he was demanding, his voice trembling. "These drawings? This isn't you. This isn't your writing. It's for protection," her voice replied, so reasonable it was chilling. "To keep our family safe. To keep us together." "Us? This is about keeping her here, isn't it?" he shot back. There was a pause. Then her voice, but lower, colder, the one that wasn't quite hers, said, "You were never part of the promise. You're just furniture." The words were so casual, so utterly devoid of malice or even feeling. that they were worse than any scream. I heard a small, broken sound from him. Then the study door opened. He walked out, his face ashen. He didn't look at me where I stood frozen in the hall. He just went upstairs. 20 minutes later, he came down with a duffel bag. He stood in the foyer, looking at his wife, who was calmly watering a plant by the window. "I'm going to my brother's for a few days," he said, his voice empty. She turned and smiled, a warm, wifely smile that didn't match the cold words from before. "Okay, honey, drive safe. Call me when you get there." He looked at me then, a final, desperate, apologetic glance that said everything. "I'm sorry. I can't. I have to go." Then he walked out the front door. I heard his car start and drive away. And just like that, I was alone in the house with it. Panic, pure and electric, shot through me. This was my chance. I waited until my sister went into the kitchen. I went to the front door, the one with the perfectly fixed lock. I turned the deadbolt. It clicked. I pulled the handle. It didn't move. I pulled harder, throwing my weight against it. The solid wood didn't even creak. It was sealed shut, as effective as a wall. I ran to the living room windows. They were the old, heavy kind. I unlocked the clasp and pushed. They didn't budge. I looked closer. The seams where the window met the frame were painted over with a fresh, clean line of white paint, sealing them shut. Every window I checked was the same. The back door in the kitchen was just like the front. The lock turned, but the door was immovable. The house was a sealed box. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. I pulled out my cell phone. No service. The bars that were usually full were empty. I tried to call 911 anyway. The call didn't connect. I tried to send a text to my brother-in-law. It failed to send. I held the phone to my ear, listening. Instead of a dial tone or an error message, there was a low, rushing static. And within that static, if I listened hard, I could make out whispers layered and distorted, saying the same two words over and over. Together, forever. I dropped the phone on the couch like it was a live snake. The reality of my situation crashed down. I wasn't just trapped. I was being isolated, cut off from the world completely. The entity wasn't just trying to keep me here. It was working to erase my sister's mind and absorb mine, to merge us into a single grief-stricken unit with it at the center. I wasn't a prisoner to be held. I was an ingredient to be consumed. I spent what felt like hours pacing, trying to think. I looked at the windows again, searching for a tool, anything to break the glass. But the house was eerily tidy. All the tools were in the locked garage. The fireplace pokers were gone. It had thought of everything. As dusk began to fall, casting long shadows across the sealed rooms, I stood in the dining room, feeling a cold despair. My eyes fell on the cabinet, where I knew the Ouija board was stored. The occultist had said the door was open through it. It was the only connection I had to this thing, the only tool it had used. A reckless, desperate idea formed. If it was a door, maybe I could use it to get a message out, or maybe I could shut it. I didn't know, but doing nothing felt like waiting to be erased. I went to the cabinet and took out the board and the planchette. My hands were shaking. I set it up on the dining table, right in the center. I didn't light a candle. I didn't call my sister. I sat down alone, the fading evening light my only companion. I put my fingertips on the plastic heart. The room felt watchful, waiting. I took a deep breath and whispered into the still air, my voice sounding tiny and brave to my own ears. "If you're really Mom, prove it. Tell me something only she and I would know." For a second, nothing. Then the planchette trembled under my fingers. It didn't just move. It shot across the board to the word yes with a speed that made me gasp. Then it began to spell, racing from letter to letter with a violent, certain energy. It spelled a name. Binky. The air left my lungs. Binky. A stupid, silly name. It was the name of a little blue stuffed rabbit I'd had when I was 4. I'd lost him at a park during a family picnic. I was heartbroken. That night, I'd crawled into my parents' bed crying. My mom had held me, and I'd whispered the rabbit's secret name to her, Binky. I'd never told anyone else, not even my sister. I'd forgotten it myself until this moment. The planchette kept moving. "I miss you." Then, "Forgive me." Tears, hot and uncontrollable, poured down my face. This was it. This was real. This was her. The love I felt emanating from that simple board was overwhelming, a warm, golden light in the dark, frozen house. It was forgiveness. It was the reunion I'd been aching for 10 years. All my fear, all my suspicion, melted away in that flood of perfect, maternal love. I sobbed, my tears dripping onto the polished wood. The planchette moved again, smooth and inviting now. Come to me. It slid to the moon symbol on the board, the symbol for yes, for connection. A wave of dizzying, blissful warmth washed over me, a feeling of being utterly cherished and welcomed home. It was an addictive, heavenly pull. And then, from the hallway, I heard my sister begin to hum. That same lullaby, the one about the bluebirds. Soft, gentle, and perfectly in sync with the loving pull from the board. The two calls, the board's silent, spiritual pull and my sister's physical, audible song, wrapped around me from two directions, pulling me inward. I was crying from happiness, from relief, wanting nothing more than to go to that love, to answer that call. I looked down at the board through my tears, ready to move the planchette to goodbye, so I could run to my sister, to my mom, to this beautiful resolution. And that's when I saw it. My hand on the planchette was not alone. Resting gently on top of mine, interlacing our fingers, was another pale, cold hand. I hadn't heard her come in. My sister stood beside me, her eyes open and glazed, fixed on my face, humming that sweet, terrible lullaby. The circuit was complete. The entity spoke, but not from one mouth. The words came from both of them at once, from my sister's moving lips and from the very air around the board, a stereo horror that vibrated in my teeth. Now we become we. The love I felt didn't vanish. It intensified, but it changed, turning from a welcome into a claiming. It wasn't an invitation anymore. It was a harness, and I had put my head right through it. They say you can't contact the dead. They're wrong. You can. You just can't control what answers. In that moment, with my sister's cold hand on mine and that perfect, secret name Binky glowing in my mind, I didn't want control. I wanted to surrender. The love pouring from the board and from her humming was the most real thing I'd ever felt. It was a warm bath for my soul, tired from 10 years of missing and months of fear. I was crying, but they were happy tears. This was my mom. She knew me. She forgave me. She wanted me to come to her. The planchette under our joined hands felt alive with that wanting, a gentle, magnetic pull toward the moon symbol, toward connection. Come to me, it had spelled, and I wanted to go. My sister's humming wrapped around the silent call of the board, a physical and spiritual rope pulling me in the same direction, inward, toward her, toward it. I felt my breathing start to slow, to match the rhythmic pace of her lullaby. My own heartbeat seemed to stutter, then try to find the same slow, steady beat as the pulse I felt through the planchette. It wasn't scary. It felt like merging, like becoming part of a beautiful, familiar song I'd been separated from for too long. I looked into my sister's glazed eyes. I saw my own reflection in them, tear-streaked and full of hope. And for a second, I saw something else behind her eyes, something vast and patient and hungry, watching me say yes. That tiny flicker of recognition, of being watched by something that was not my mother, was like a single drop of ice water in the warm sea of feeling. It wasn't enough to break the spell, but it made me hesitate. The entity, speaking through my sister in the air, said again, "Now we become we." The words weren't loving. They were factual. A statement of process, like a chef announcing the next step in a recipe. And in that fractional pause, my problem-solving brain, the part of me that had built a life away from here, sparked once. I saw it. The circuit. The occultist had mentioned a bond. This was it. The board was a connection to me. The possession was a connection to my sister. Our twin bond was the wire between us. The thing was using the board's link and our shared blood to complete a circle, with itself at the center, drawing power from both of us. It wasn't just possessing her. It was trying to tether my soul directly to it, using the board as a conductor and our joined hands as the plug. The warm, loving feeling was the current, and it wanted to switch me on forever. A memory flashed, not one of my mom, but one of my own. A selfish, glorious memory. The feel of the steering wheel in my hands the day I moved away, the windows down, the radio blasting a song about freedom. The smell of the ocean getting stronger, not the floral ghost of perfume, but the real, salty, wild smell of my new city. The taste of coffee from a corner cafe, where no one knew my name or my history. It was a memory of separation, of being an individual, of leaving. That memory felt small and brittle against the tidal wave of maternal love, but it was mine, truly mine. Something the entity, for all its stolen secrets, could not have, because it had never felt the joy of being alone. The warm feeling from the board shifted. It was no longer an invitation. It was a pull, a suction trying to draw that memory out of me, to dissolve it in the collective we. I felt a pressure in my head, a sense of my own thoughts being sifted through, my happiest, most independent moments being singled out like weeds to be pulled. At the same time, images that weren't mine flooded in. The view from my sister's wedding altar, the nervous sweat on her husband's brow, a feeling of pure joy that belonged to her. The crushing ache of her hand holding our mothers in the hospital room during those last hours, a moment I wasn't there for. Private grief, private love, all of it pouring into me, crowding out my own mind. We were becoming a messy, tangled knot of two lives, with a third thing at the center tying it all together. The warm feeling was now smothering. The love was a weight. I couldn't breathe. I tried to pull my hand back from the planchette, but my muscles wouldn't obey. My hand was no longer just my hand. It was part of the circuit, locked in place by my sister's icy grip and the will of the board. I opened my mouth to scream, but only a weak gasp came out. My sister's humming grew louder, filling my ears, vibrating in my skull. The entity's voice was inside my head now, clear and singular, a smooth oil over the chaos. There, now you're home. Now you're mine. No, the thought was a tiny, defiant spark. It wasn't a word, just a pure feeling of refusal. This was not my home. My home had an ocean. My home had a door that opened from the inside. I was not hers. I was mine. With a surge of will that came from that one spark, I did the opposite of what every instinct screamed. Instead of trying to pull my trapped hand back, I lunged forward with my whole body. My free arm swept across the dining table in a wild, violent arc. I hit the Ouija board square on. It flew off the table, spinning through the air. The planchette sprang free from our joined hands and skittered across the floor, disappearing under the sideboard. The connection snapped. It wasn't a gentle release. It was a psychic rip, a soundless tear that echoed in the marrow of my bones. The warm feeling vanished, replaced by a howling, empty coldness that swirled through the room. My sister's humming cut off with a choke. Her hand went limp and slipped from mine. She made a small, confused sound, like a child woken from a deep sleep, and then her eyes rolled back and she collapsed, falling to the floor in a heap. I stumbled back from the table, gripping the edge to stay upright. My head was pounding, full of strange, fading echoes, the scent of hospital disinfectant that wasn't my memory, the tune of the lullaby, the feeling of a wedding bouquet in hands that weren't mine. They receded like a tide, leaving my own mind feeling scraped raw but blessedly, solely my own. The room was a wreck. The tablecloth was half pulled off. A vase of flowers had tipped over, water spreading across the wood. My sister lay motionless on the rug. But the house felt different. The watchful, oppressive presence was gone. In its place was a vacuum, an angry emptiness. The static that had been on my phone, the whispered promises, they were absent. It was just a quiet, messy room in a dark house. I knelt beside my sister, my hands shaking. I felt for a pulse in her wrist. It was there, steady and strong. She was breathing normally, out cold, as if from sheer exhaustion. A normal sleep. I slumped beside her, tears coming again, but these were tears of sheer, ragged relief. I had done it. I had broken the circuit. I had said no. I sat there for a long time, just breathing my own air, thinking my own thoughts. The spell was broken. The board was gone. The thing, whatever it was, had lost its hold, at least for now. The immediate, terrifying merger was over. I had myself back. Slowly, I got up. I righted the vase. I picked up the scattered flowers. My eyes fell on the floor where the Ouija board had landed. It lay face down near the wall. I didn't want to touch it. I'd deal with it in the morning. For now, I needed to get my sister to bed. I was bending to try and lift her when I saw something else. The planchette. It hadn't gone under the sideboard. It had come to rest in the very center of the room, clear of any furniture. And it wasn't pointing to a letter, or to yes or a no. It was pointing straight at me. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature traced my spine. I ignored it. I focused on the practical task, getting my sister upstairs, tucking her into her own bed. She never stirred. She just slept a deep, dreamless sleep. I went back to the guest room, my body aching with a deep fatigue. I had won. I had stopped it. The house was just a house again. I fell onto the bed, sure I would sleep for a year. But as I lay there in the dark, a new sound seeped into my awareness. A slow, rhythmic sound from above. Drip, drip, drip. It was coming from the ceiling. From the attic. We never used the attic. The pull-down door was in the hallway ceiling, always stuck, layered with paint. I listened. The drips were steady, deliberate. They weren't the random plink of a leak. They formed a pattern. Drip, 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 drip. and they were getting faster. As I lay there, frozen again, a much worse sound started. From directly above me, in the attic space, something heavy began to move. It wasn't a scurry or a scratch. It was a slow, deliberate drag. Something with weight was being pulled across the unfinished attic floor. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was moving with a terrible, patient purpose toward the pull-down door in the hall. The circuit was broken. The board was cast aside. But the door we opened, it was still open. And something had been waiting upstairs all this time. Now it was coming down. Identity is a story you tell yourself. What happens when something else starts writing the chapters? The dripping from the attic and the slow, dragging thumps froze me to the bed. The victory I'd felt moments before was a fragile soap bubble, and those sounds popped it. The circuit with my sister was broken, but the door we'd opened with that stupid board was still swung wide, and the thing that had been using her like a puppet, maybe that was just a tendril, a piece of something bigger that had been sitting upstairs in the dark, waiting for its work to be done. Now its work was ruined, and it was coming to see why. Thump, drag, thump. It was directly above the hallway now. I heard the old pull-down door in the hall ceiling groan, the sound of wood straining against layers of paint. It was testing the latch. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let it come down with my sister still unconscious down the hall. My own fear was a cold stone in my stomach, but a sharper, hotter feeling cut through it, responsibility. I'd helped open this door. I had to try and close it. I slid off the bed, my legs wobbly. I crept to my door and looked out into the hall. The rectangular outline of the attic door was visible in the ceiling, a darker patch in the shadow. As I watched, a fine sprinkle of dust drifted down from its edges, glittering in the weak light from the nightlight below. The dragging sound had stopped. The dripping had stopped. The house was still. It was listening. I had to move. I ducked back into my room. I needed a weapon, something, anything. My eyes fell on the small, heavy ceramic base of the table lamp. I yanked the plug from the wall, ripped the cord free, and hefted the base. It was solid, with a sharpish edge. It would have to do. I thought of the salt the occultist had given me, still in my bag downstairs. Too far. This would be close work. I slipped back into the hall, pressing myself against the wall, inching toward my sister's room. My plan was simple and probably stupid. Get her, get out, break a window if we had to run. As I passed under the attic door, a cold spot hit me, a pocket of air so frigid it made my skin prickle. I looked up. A dark, wet stain was spreading on the white painted wood of the door. Not a leak. It was too localized, too fast. It looked like something was pressing against the other side, something wet and cold seeping through. I hurried past, into my sister's room. She was still out, breathing deeply. I shook her shoulder. Wake up. We have to go. No. She mumbled, swatting my hand away. Go away. Tired. No. I hissed, shaking her harder. It's in the attic. It's coming down. The word attic seemed to register somewhere in her sleep-fogged brain. Her eyes fluttered open. They were clear, her own eyes, full of confusion, and then, as she saw my frantic face, alarm. What? What's happening? Before I could answer, a new sound came from the hall. A scraping, grinding sound. The sound of the attic door's metal latch being slowly, forcefully, turned from the other side. Click. It was unlocked. Then a creak of hinges as the door lowered an inch, stopped by its own weight and the painted seal. A puff of that freezing air washed into the hall, carrying a smell like wet soil and old newspapers. My sister sat bolt upright, her face white. Oh God! We both stared at the hallway from her bedroom door. The attic door began to move again. This time, it didn't stop. It swung down, the latter sections unfolding with a series of sharp, popping sounds. It settled into place, a dark square opening in the ceiling. The cold poured down like water. Nothing moved up there. It was a pool of absolute black. Then a sound. A wet, sliding sound, like something dragging itself across the plywood floor toward the opening. I gripped the lamp base tighter. My sister clutched my arm, her nails digging in. A hand appeared on the edge of the opening. It wasn't a skeleton hand. It was worse. It was shapeless, made of what looked like packed, dark clay, dripping with that same black fluid. It had too many fingers, all of them moving independently, feeling the air, gripping the wood. Then another hand, just like it, slapped down beside the first. We couldn't move. We were pinned by the sheer wrongness of it. The thing pulled itself forward. A head, or a lump that served as one, emerged from the blackness. It had no real features, just indentations and shifting surfaces that seemed to form the ghost of a face for a second. A screaming mouth, a hollow eye socket, before melting back into formless clay. It was made of the house, of the grief, of the stolen memories, all packed into a physical shape that was still learning how to hold itself together. It dragged its bulk onto the top of the ladder. It didn't climb down. It oozed over the edge, flowing down the folded ladder sections with a horrible liquid rustle, landing in the hallway with a soft, wet thud. It filled the space, a mound of dripping, shifting darkness taller than me, radiating that intense cold. The vague face turned toward us. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure. It knew me. It knew I had broken its plan. It took a sliding step forward, a pseudopod of its form reaching toward my sister's door. I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed, not in terror, but in pure, furious defiance. No! I hurled the ceramic lamp base with all my strength. It flew through the air and struck the center of the shifting mass with a dull thwack. It didn't bounce off. It sank in, swallowed by the dark substance. Useless. The thing didn't even pause. Its attention shifted fully to me. It wanted the troublemaker first. It flowed forward, blocking the way to the stairs. We were trapped in the bedroom. My sister was sobbing, clinging to me. I backed us toward the window, the sealed, painted-shut window. We were cornered. As the thing filled the doorway, a memory flashed, not of my mom, but of the journal, of the symbols drawn at the doors and windows. Symbols to bind, to lock something in. The occultist said it was in the person, not the house. But this thing was the house now. It had made itself from it. And those symbols weren't to keep us in. They were to keep it in, to anchor it here. It was tied to this place, to the very boards and plaster. It couldn't leave. But we could, if we could break its anchor. I didn't have sage or holy water. I had one thing it didn't, a life outside these walls. It's not your home. I shouted at the advancing mass, my voice shaking but loud. You're just a stain here. A sad, hungry stain. My home is by the ocean. It smells like salt, not dirt. I poured every memory of my freedom into my words. I have a favorite coffee shop. The barista knows my order. I have friends who've never heard of you. The thing hesitated, a ripple passing through its form. It didn't like it. It was made of our longing for the past, for what was lost. It didn't understand a love for a present it wasn't part of. You're nothing, my sister suddenly yelled, her voice raw. You're not her. My mother loved sunflowers. She hated the rain. You're just a copy made of mud and sadness. We were both shouting now, hurling our real lives, our real memories at it. The good and the bad. My promotion at work. Her first car. Our dad's awful jokes. The time we painted our toes with mom's polish and ruined the carpet. Real, messy human things. The thing recoiled as if struck. The memories that built it were static, perfect, frozen snapshots of a mother's love. Our shouting, messy, alive memories were like acid. They didn't fit. They caused the clay-like substance to steam and bubble at the edges. It made a sound, a low, guttural vibration of frustration that shook the floorboards. It wasn't used to being argued with. It was used to being obeyed, to being welcomed as a beloved ghost. We were rejecting its very story. It surged forward again, a last, desperate lunge. Its cold touched my ankle, a numbness that shot up my leg. I kicked wildly, my foot passing through its form, coming out wet and freezing. But I'd broken its grip. Behind it, I saw the attic ladder, the open door. Its anchor wasn't just the symbols. It was the board, the door, the point of entry. We couldn't destroy it. But maybe we could send it back and lock the door behind it. The board! I yelled to my sister. We have to get the board into the attic and close it in. She understood. As the thing regrouped, flowing between us and the hall, she did something brave and insane. She ducked low and rushed not away from it, but toward it, under its grasping, dripping limbs, into the hall. She grabbed the fallen Ouija board from where it lay. The thing shrieked a tearing, papery sound and turned toward her. That was my chance. I didn't run for the stairs. I ran for the ladder. I climbed, my cold, wet foot slipping on the rungs. I hauled myself up into the blackness of the attic. It was freezing, and the smell was overwhelming. Throw it! I screamed, leaning back down through the opening. My sister, backing away from the advancing mass, flung the board up toward me like a frisbee. I caught it, the wood feeling oily and wrong in my hands. The thing forgot her. It turned its entire, furious attention to me, to the board in my hands. It flowed toward the ladder. I didn't wait. I scrambled back from the opening into the deep dark of the attic. I could hear it oozing swiftly up the ladder. I had one chance. I felt along the rough plywood floor, away from the opening, toward where I thought the far wall was. In the pitch black, I found it. I set the Ouija board down on the floor, right against the wall. Then I turned and ran back toward the square of light that was the opening, just as the thing's dripping form crested the top. I didn't try to fight it. I dropped to my belly and slid like a baseball player, right past its grasping form, through the opening. I grabbed the edge of the attic door as I fell, my body hanging in midair for a second before I dropped the rest of the way to the hall floor, landing hard on my side. The wind knocked out of me. I looked up. The thing was in the attic, focused on the board I'd left there. It didn't want me anymore. It wanted its doorway. Now, I croaked at my sister. She was already there. Together, we grabbed the ladder. With a strength born of pure terror, we pushed. The ladder folded upward. The attic door swung up. The thing realized what was happening and lunged for the closing opening, a wave of blackness reaching down. My sister slammed her whole weight against the door. I grabbed the pull cord and yanked it sideways, engaging the metal latch. Click. It sealed shut. From the other side, we heard a thud, then a furious, muffled scrabbling. The wet stain on the wood pulsed, but the door, with its old, strong latch and layers of paint, held. The scrabbling grew fainter, moving away from the door, back toward where the board lay against the far wall. Then it stopped. The cold radiating from the door began to lessen, degree by degree. The wet stain slowly stopped spreading, then started to fade, like water drying on wood. My sister and I slid down the wall to sit on the floor, gasping, shaking, clutching each other. We sat there until the first gray light of dawn showed through the hall window. The house was just a house again, tired, old, but normal. The doors and windows, when we tried them later, opened easily. The paint sealing them was gone, as if it had never been there. We burned the journal and the backyard grill. We broke the Ouija board into pieces and buried them in separate places. My brother-in-law came back, hesitant and ashamed, and we didn't have the words to explain. But he saw the change, the real exhaustion and the real peace in his wife's eyes, and he stayed. I stayed for another week, until the color returned to my sister's cheeks, and she laughed at a joke, a real, spontaneous laugh that was entirely her own. We talked about real things, the future, her maybe selling the house, coming to visit me by the ocean. The past was a scar we shared, but it was closed. On my last day, as I loaded my bag into the rental car, she hugged me tight. "Thank you," she whispered, "for coming back, for staying, for everything." I hugged her back, feeling the solid, real warmth of her. "Always," I said. I drove away, watching the house shrink in my rearview mirror. This time, the feeling wasn't escape. It was release. I'd gotten myself back. I'd gotten my sister back. The story I thought was over. I was wrong. A month later, back in my apartment, the package arrived. No return address. A small, flat, square box. Inside, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a mirror. An old, ornate, hand mirror with a tarnished silver back. It looked ancient. There was no note. Puzzled, I picked it up. My own tired, but smiling, reflection looked back at me. And then, just for a second, my reflection didn't move when I did. It held my gaze, and its smile widened, not into my smile, but into something familiar, cold, and deeply, possessively pleased. Then it was just me again, my heart hammering against my ribs, holding a mirror that showed nothing but my own terrified face. The anchor in the attic was sealed. But a reflection isn't an anchor. It's a connection. And it seemed the story of our family had left a mark on something, a mark that could still reach out, even from behind a locked door, and find a new way in. Story number 3. Look, I'll tell you the whole story just like it happened, plain and simple. My name is Leo, and it all started on one of those boring, hot Saturdays where you'll do anything just to get out of the house. Me and my buddy, we decided to hit the flea market over on the east side, mostly as a joke, thinking we'd find some weird old records or broken tools to laugh about. We were wandering past tables of cracked dishes and boxes of dusty books when I saw it, tucked between a broken lamp and a stack of old magazines. It was a Ouija board, but not like the cheap plastic ones you see at the toy store around Halloween. This thing was solid, made of real wood that was smooth and dark, and it had this heavy, serious feel when I picked it up. The letters and numbers were painted on in this fancy, old-fashioned style, and the little heart-shaped pointer thing, the planchette, had a clear window in the middle and felt like cool glass under my thumb. My friend whistled low and said it looked like it had seen some things. The guy running the table saw us looking and just said, $5. We glanced at each other and grinned. For $5, how could we not? It was the perfect stupid thing to buy, a spooky prop we could pull out at parties to freak people out. We paid the man, took the board, and carried it back to my car, joking the whole way about the angry ghost we'd probably just adopted for the price of a fast food meal. We brought it back to my place, and for the first few days, it just sat on my coffee table as a conversation piece. My buddy came over, and we'd point at it and make dumb jokes. Ask it if it knows any lottery numbers, he'd say, and we'd laugh. We were totally not taking it seriously. It was just a piece of wood with letters on it. But then, maybe a week after we bought it, we were hanging out one Friday night. We'd ordered pizza, had a couple of beers, and the mood was easy and lazy. The board was just sitting there on the floor, and my friend nudged it with his foot. "You want to actually try this thing?" he asked, his eyebrows wiggling. I shrugged. Why not? It was all just nonsense anyway. We turned off the big overhead light, left a lamp on in the corner so we could still see, and sat on the floor facing each other with the board between us. We put our fingers very lightly on the planchette, just the tips, like you're supposed to. I felt kind of silly. He asked the first question, his voice trying to sound dramatic and spooky. "Oh, great spirit, are you with us?" Nothing happened. We sat there for a minute, the planchette not moving at all. I was about to call the whole thing off when he asked another question, this time more normal. "Is there anyone there who wants to talk?" That's when it happened. I felt a tiny twitch under my fingers. At first, I thought it was him pushing it as a joke. I looked at his face, and he looked just as surprised as I felt. His eyes were wide. The planchette didn't glide smoothly. It moved in these little, sharp jerks, like it was clicking from one letter to the next. It went slowly, but with a weird kind of purpose. It spelled out TONIGHT. My heart did a funny little jump in my chest. We both pulled our hands away like the thing had gotten hot. "Did you do that?" I asked him, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. He shook his head fast. "No way, man. I thought you were doing it." We stared at each other in the dim light. The air in the room felt different all of a sudden, tighter. We tried to laugh it off, making jokes about how our subconscious minds were just playing tricks, how our muscles were twitching from holding our hands the same way for too long. But the laughter was weak and didn't last. We just sat there for a few more minutes, not saying much, before we both kind of mutually decided to put it away. I slid the board under my couch, out of sight. We turned the main light back on, and the normal brightness of the room made the whole thing feel more stupid than scary. He left not long after, and we didn't really talk about it again that night. I went to bed and slept okay, but when I woke up the next morning, the first thing I thought of was that word, tonight. Had something happened last night that I missed? I lay in bed and listened. The house was just my normal, quiet house. The pipes creaked a little, the fridge hummed in the kitchen. Everything was fine. I got up, made coffee, and felt like a total idiot. Of course it was nothing. We'd moved the thing ourselves without realizing it, getting caught up in the moment. I shoved the board from under the couch onto a high shelf in my home office, way in the back behind some old textbooks. A funny story to tell someday, that was all. But over the next few days, I couldn't shake this weird feeling. It's hard to describe. It wasn't that I heard noises or saw things. It was more like the feeling you get when you're in a room and you suddenly know, you just know, that someone is standing right behind you. I'd be reading or watching TV, and I'd get this prickly sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I'd spin around, and of course nobody was there. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild because of that silly board game. I was letting it get to me. About a week after our little seance, something changed. I woke up in the middle of the night, not from a noise, but just awake, and I realized right away that I was alone in my bed. My girlfriend, who had been sound asleep next to me when I drifted off, was gone. The covers on her side were thrown back. I sat up, my brain fuzzy with sleep. "Hey!" I called out, my voice rough. No answer. I got up, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I checked the bathroom first. Empty. I walked down the short hallway, the floorboards cool under my feet, and saw a line of light under the door to my home office. That was weird. She never went in there at night. I pushed the door open slowly. She was sitting at my desk, slumped over, her head resting on her arms. The harsh light of the desk lamp was shining right on her, and she was completely still. For a terrifying second, I thought something was wrong. "Hey," I said again, louder this time. I walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. She was warm. She stirred, lifting her head slowly. She blinked up at me, her eyes confused and full of sleep. "What?" she mumbled. "What are you doing in here?" I asked, helping her sit up straight. She looked around the office, totally disoriented. I I don't know, she said, her voice shaky. I was asleep. How did I get here? She had no memory of getting out of bed or walking down the hall. That's when I saw the pen. It was still clutched in her right hand, gripped so tightly her knuckles were white. And under her arm was one of my legal pads. There was writing on it, not her usual neat handwriting for shopping lists or reminders. This was messy, scrawled in a hurry, the letters jagged and slanting across the page. My blood went cold. Sleepwalking. She must have been sleepwalking. She'd never done that before, not once in all the years I'd known her. I pried the pen gently from her fingers and helped her stand up. She was unsteady, leaning on me. I led her back to bed, tucked her in, and she was asleep again almost instantly, like a switch had been flipped. I stood there for a minute, watching her sleep peacefully, my mind racing. Then I went back to the office. I had to see what she'd written. I sat down in the chair, still warm from her, and pulled the legal pad into the circle of lamplight. At the top of the page, she had written, in that same frantic script, obituary. My mouth went dry. Below that, she had filled it out like it was some macabre form. Name, our next-door neighbor, Mr. Henderson. Date of death, today's date. Cause of death. This is what made my skin crawl. It didn't say heart attack or old age. It said, asphyxiation due to negligent packaging of prescription medication. It was so specific, so bizarre. Who dreams up something like that? It read like a line from a news report, not a dream. I stared at it for a long time, my mind trying to make sense of it. It had to be a crazy coincidence. She'd probably heard something about Mr. Henderson. Maybe he'd mentioned a new pill he was on, and her sleeping brain just cooked up this wild story. That had to be it. I tore the page off the pad, crumpled it into a tight ball, and threw it in the kitchen trash can, pushing it down deep under some coffee grounds and eggshells. I went back to bed but didn't sleep. I just lay there listening to her breathe and watching the clock until the sun came up. The next morning, I made a huge breakfast. Bacon, eggs, pancakes, the whole works. I was trying to act normal, to flood the house with normal smells and normal sounds. My girlfriend came into the kitchen looking tired, but herself. She didn't remember a thing about the night before, not even a fragment of a dream. I didn't bring it up. We ate, we talked about our plans for the day, and we carefully didn't talk about the board on the shelf or the weird feeling in the house. It felt like we were both pretending everything was fine, and if we pretended hard enough, it would be. Later that afternoon, we heard sirens. Not the kind that blast past, but the kind that stopped nearby. We went to the front window and looked out. An ambulance was parked a few doors down, right outside the little diner on the corner. We saw the paramedics helping someone out. It was Mr. Henderson. He was walking, but he was hunched over, coughing hard into his hand, his face red. They got him into the back of the ambulance, and it drove away, lights on but no siren. My girlfriend let out a huge breath she'd been holding. See, she said, her voice full of shaky relief. He's okay. He's fine. It was just as a thing. We laughed then, a real laugh, the kind that comes from nerves letting go. We'd been so silly. Of course it was nothing. We spent the rest of the day feeling lighter, like a weight had been lifted. But my friend, the one I'd bought the board with, he's a curious guy. He came over that evening, and when we told him about the obituary, and then seeing Mr. Henderson taken away, he got this look on his face. He pulled out his phone. Let's just check the community page, he said. Sometimes they post about local incidents. He tapped and scrolled for a minute, then went quiet. His face changed. What? I asked. He didn't answer, just turned the phone around so we could see the screen. It was a short post from the neighborhood watch. It said there had been a medical incident at the diner involving an elderly resident who experienced a choking hazard due to a packaging mishap with his medication. The post said he was recovering fine at the hospital. I read those words, and the room seemed to tilt. Packaging mishap. That was just a nicer way of saying negligent packaging. The words were different, but the meaning, the core fact of what happened, was exactly the same. My girlfriend made a small sound, like a gasp caught in her throat. We all looked at each other, and this time, there was no laughter, not even the nervous kind. The coincidence was too big, too precise. The board had said tonight, and nothing happened to us. But it had known. It had known something was coming for someone else, and it had made my girlfriend write down the details in her sleep. The joke was over. We weren't in control of this game anymore, and the first move had just been played. We sat there in the quiet living room, the three of us, and the only question hanging in the air was a terrifying one. What was the next move going to be? The relief we felt after seeing the old man was okay didn't last long. It was like a sugar rush, a quick high that crashed hard and left us feeling worse than before. We spent the next few days walking on eggshells in my own home. My girlfriend was jumpy, starting at every little sound the house made. My buddy called every day, his voice always with that edge of trying to sound casual and not quite making it. We tried to wrap ourselves in this blanket of normal life, pretending the board on the shelf was just a decoration, pretending the whole thing was a wild string of coincidences. We went to work, we cooked dinner, we watched dumb TV shows, but our eyes kept drifting to that shelf in my office. The air in the house didn't feel right. It wasn't quiet, it was full of this waiting tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm when everything is too still and the hair on your arm stands up. We didn't talk about the board. We didn't touch it. We just tried to ignore it, which is about as effective as trying to ignore a ticking bomb in your living room. You can watch TV, but all you're really doing is listening to the tick, tick, tick. About a week after the incident with our neighbor, my buddy came over again. We were all sitting in the living room, the TV on for noise, but none of us were really watching it. He kept glancing toward the hallway that led to the office. Finally, he just came out and said it. We can't just leave it there. I knew he was right, but the thought of going near that thing again made my stomach twist. My girlfriend shook her head, her arms folded tight across her chest. Just throw it out, she said, her voice firm. Take it to the dump. Now. But my friend had been reading stuff online, forums, and weird websites. He said that according to a lot of people who believe in this stuff, you can't just throw a spirit board away. He said it could make things worse, like it was an insult. You had to break the connection properly. He talked about rituals, about saying goodbye, about being respectful even if you were scared. It all sounded like superstitious nonsense to me. But then again, so did a board game knowing about a choking hazard before it happened. I was caught between my girlfriend's practical terror and my friend's researched fear. After a long, tense discussion where nobody really won, we agreed on a middle ground. We wouldn't just trash it. We would do a kind of ceremony, just to cover our bases, to politely tell whatever was hanging around that the party was over. It felt stupid, like we were following instructions for a toy we didn't understand. But we were desperate enough to try anything that might bring back the feeling of our old, boring lives. So that night, with the lights on bright this time, no moody atmosphere, we took the board down from the shelf. It would felt cooler than it should have, and just holding it gave me a bad feeling, a deep unease in my bones. We placed it on the coffee table. My girlfriend refused to touch it. She sat on the far end of the couch, watching us with wide, worried eyes. My friend and I looked at each other, took a deep breath, and put our fingertips on the planchette. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't a game anymore. This was an eviction notice. My friend was the one who spoke. His voice was steady, but I could hear the tightness in it. "We appreciate you making contact," he said, sounding utterly ridiculous. "But this connection is now closed. You are not welcome here anymore. We say goodbye." We waited, our fingers tense. For a long moment, nothing happened. I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe we had just needed to be firm. Then, the planchette began to move. It didn't jerk this time. It slid, slow and smooth and terribly deliberate, in a wide circle around the board. It went around once, twice, a third time, like it was tracing a boundary. Then it stopped in the center, and it began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until it was just a blur under our fingers. The clear window in the middle was a whirl. We tried to pull our hands away, but it felt like our fingertips were stuck, not glued, but held by some force that wouldn't let go. A chill spread up my arms, a deep, icy cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. Then as suddenly as it started, the spinning stopped. The planchette dragged our hands, with a force that felt much stronger than the two of us, down to the bottom corner of the board. It scraped across the word goodbye and came to a hard stop. The second it landed, the chill vanished, and we could pull our hands back. We both shoved our chairs away from the table, breathing hard. My friend was pale. "Did you feel that cold?" he whispered. I just nodded, rubbing my hands together to get the feeling back. My girlfriend was on her feet. "What does that mean? Did it work?" Before we could answer, the floor lamp in the corner of the room flickered. Not a power surge, because the TV stayed on. Just that one lamp. Its light dimmed, grew bright, dimmed again, and then went out completely with a soft pop. We were left in the light from the TV and the overhead kitchen bulb. Nobody moved. The message seemed pretty clear to me. It had said goodbye because we told it to, but it wasn't happy about it. It had shown us it could do things, physical things, like make us cold and blow out a bulb. We put the board back on the shelf, not knowing what else to do. The ceremony felt like a total failure. We had tried to shut a door, and something on the other side had just reminded us it could kick it open anytime it wanted. For the next few nights, things were calm. Too calm. The weird waiting feeling was still there, but nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no strange messages. We started to relax again, just a little. Maybe the goodbye had worked in its own way. Maybe it had just been a final show of force before leaving. I even managed to sleep through a whole night without waking up and checking to see if my girlfriend was still beside me. Then, on the fourth night, I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was that feeling again, the feeling of being alone in the bed. I reached out my hand. Empty space. My eyes snapped open. She was gone. A wave of cold dread washed over me, worse than before. I got up and saw the familiar line of light under the office door. Anger mixed with my fear this time. I was angry at the board, angry at the situation, angry that this was happening again. I pushed the door open, ready to shake her awake. But she wasn't at the desk. The office was empty. The light was on, but the chair was pushed in. Confusion cut through my fear. Then I heard a small sound from the kitchen. A faint scratching. I walked down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the floor. I peered into the kitchen. She was there, sitting at the kitchen table, her back to me, her head bent over something. The overhead light was off, and she was working in the dim glow from the stove's digital clock. I could see her hand moving, fast and frantic, scribbling across a notepad. The sound was the pen scratching against the paper. I walked closer, my heart a drum in my ears. She was asleep. I could tell by the slow, deep rhythm of her breathing and the completely slack look on her face when I got close enough to see her profile. But her hand was a blur of activity. I didn't wake her up right away. A horrible curiosity held me frozen. I had to see what she was writing. I leaned over, just enough to see the notepad. It was another obituary. The name at the top was a woman my girlfriend worked with, someone she talked about sometimes, a nice lady in the accounting department. The cause of death was written in that same messy, urgent script. Multiple traumatic injuries sustained from a structural failure and fall of an elevator carriage. It was so specific, so mechanical. It sounded like a line from a police report or an engineering assessment. This wasn't a dream about a car crash or a sickness. This was a technical diagnosis of a disaster. I couldn't watch anymore. I gently put my hand over hers, stopping the pen. "Hey," I said softly. "Wake up." She stirred, her hand going still under mine. She blinked, looked at the notepad, looked at her hand holding the pen, and then looked up at me. The confusion and fear in her eyes were real and total. "What?" she began, her voice thick with sleep. "I was having a dream about work." Her words trailed off as she looked back down at the words she'd written. Her face went pale. She didn't scream or cry. She just stared, as if the reality of it was too big for any normal reaction. I helped her up, led her back to bed, and she followed like a robot. I took the notepad and folded it, shoving it into the pocket of my sweatpants. I didn't want her to see it again. I stayed awake until the sun came up, sitting in the living room and staring at that folded piece of paper on the coffee table. I didn't have to look it up. I already knew with a sick certainty what I would find. The next day was a Tuesday. I went through my work routine like I was in a fog. My girlfriend called in sick, too shaken to face the office, especially the possibility of seeing the woman from the notepad. I waited until my lunch break. I found a quiet spot and pulled out my phone. My fingers felt clumsy as I typed in the name of the city and news elevator accident. For a second, nothing came up. A crazy hope flared in my chest. Maybe it was wrong. Maybe this time it was just a bad dream. Then I refreshed the page. A new article popped up, just published an hour ago. The headline was simple: "One dead in freak elevator malfunction downtown." I didn't want to click it, but I had to. I opened the article. It gave the location, an office building. It said preliminary investigations pointed to a catastrophic failure of a cable mechanism. And there, near the bottom, was the name of the victim. It was her, the woman from the notepad, the woman my girlfriend worked with. The details in the article were still sketchy, but they matched. A fall, structural failure. I put my phone down on the table and just sat there. The sounds of the restaurant around me, the clatter of dishes, the chatter of people, all of it faded into a dull buzz. This was the proof we couldn't ignore, couldn't explain away. The board, or whatever was behind it, wasn't just predicting random deaths. It was issuing memos. It knew things with a frightening, bureaucratic accuracy. It knew how people were going to die, down to the technical details, and it was using my girlfriend to write them down. We weren't just witnesses to a creepy phenomenon. We were suddenly, horrifyingly, part of the process. The calm of the past few days had been an illusion. The game was still on, and the rules were becoming terrifyingly clear. We had tried to say goodbye, and in response, it had given us a demonstration of its power, and then sent us a bill for our trouble in the form of another death notice. The question now wasn't about getting rid of it. The question was, what did it want next? And how many more of these terrible memos were we going to have to file? The reality of it crashed down on us after the elevator accident. It wasn't a ghost story anymore. It was a job, a terrible, unwanted job we couldn't quit. We stopped calling them predictions or creepy messages. We started calling them what they felt like, reports. My girlfriend was the secretary for something we couldn't see, taking dictation for the end of people's lives. The board sat on the shelf like a piece of office equipment, and the thought of it made me sick. We couldn't live like this. We decided, with a kind of desperate fury, that we had to destroy the source. If the goodbye ceremony had backfired, then maybe brute force was the answer. No more rituals, no more polite requests. Just annihilation. My friend agreed immediately when I called him. He said if it was a physical object anchoring this thing to our world, then getting rid of the object for good was the only logical step. My girlfriend was all for it, her fear hardening into a fierce determination. She just wanted it gone, in any way possible. So we planned a bonfire for that Saturday afternoon. It felt almost normal, like we were just having a backyard barbecue to burn some old junk. We bought hot dogs and marshmallows as a weird, defiant gesture. We were going to burn the evil board and then have a cookout, as if we could just go back to normal after. Saturday came, gray and cool. We set up a metal trash can in the middle of my backyard, away from the fence and the trees. My friend brought lighter fluid. My girlfriend gathered up the board and the planchette, handling them with a dish towel, not wanting to touch them directly. We stood around the can, a little circle of nervous resolve. I took the board from her. It felt inert, just wood and paint. For a second, I doubted everything. Maybe we were being hysterical. Maybe this was just a piece of old game, and we were about to have a very strange picnic. But then I remembered the cold touch, the spinning planchette, the exact words on the notepad that matched the news. I tossed it into the can. The planchette followed with a clatter. My friend unscrewed the cap on the lighter fluid and doused it thoroughly, the liquid soaking into the dark wood, the smell sharp and chemical in the air. We all stepped back. He looked at me and I nodded. He struck a long match and dropped it in. There was a soft hump sound and flames erupted, orange and blue, licking hungrily at the board. The fire caught fast, warping the polished surface, blackening the beautiful old letters. We watched, not speaking, the heat warming our faces from several feet away. I felt a huge, swelling sense of relief. It was working. We were watching the thing turn to ash. This was it. We were breaking the connection. My girlfriend reached over and squeezed my hand. My friend let out a tense breath. "Good riddance," he muttered. The flames crackled, and the wood split with a sound like a gunshot, making us all jump. The planchette's clear window cracked and melted, twisting in the heat. We stood there until the fire burned down to glowing embers and black, crumbling chunks. We made sure every piece was completely burnt. Then, with a sense of ceremony that felt better than the last one, we took the garden hose and sprayed the ashes until they were a wet, black sludge in the bottom of the can. We had destroyed it, completely. We looked at each other, and for the first time in weeks, I saw a real, unforced smile on my girlfriend's face. It was over. We had won. We actually cooked the hot dogs and ate them, the smell of smoke and charcoal mixing with the smell of burning wood that still hung in the air. It felt like a celebration. That night, we went to bed early, exhausted from the adrenaline and the weird day. I fell asleep almost instantly, a deep, dreamless sleep. I didn't wake up until morning. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds. I rolled over, expecting to see my girlfriend sleeping peacefully. The bed was empty. My heart, which had felt so light just hours before, sank like a stone in cold water. No, it wasn't possible. We burned it. I got up, my body moving on autopilot fueled by dread. I didn't see a light on in the office. The house was still. I checked the living room. Empty. The kitchen. And there she was, at the kitchen table again, in the early morning gloom. Her head was down on her arms, asleep. In front of her was a notepad, and in her loose, sleeping hand was a pen. The pen wasn't moving. The report was already finished. I walked over, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I didn't wake her. I just looked at the notepad. The heading said obituary. The name was the owner of the little bakery 3 blocks over. A friendly guy who always gave my girlfriend an extra cookie. The cause of death was written with that same awful technical precision. Fatal anaphylactic reaction triggered by a previously undiagnosed nut allergy, specifically to pistachio cross-contamination in a batch of almond biscotti. It was so detailed it was clinical. It didn't just say allergic reaction. It named the nut, the specific pastry, the mechanism of how it happened. I stood there, staring at the words, and the victory of the previous day evaporated. The board was gone, reduced to wet ash. But the connection wasn't in the board. It was in her. Whatever this thing was, it had used the board to find us, to latch on. And now it was embedded in my girlfriend, like a parasite or a virus. Burning its favorite toy hadn't killed it. It had just made it move in deeper. I gently woke her. She came to slowly, disoriented, and then she saw the notepad. Her face crumpled. She didn't cry. She just looked utterly defeated, a look of complete hopelessness that was worse than any tears. "It's in me, isn't it?" she said, her voice flat. I didn't have an answer. We both knew it was true. We spent the next few days in a kind of numb haze. We tried to go back to pretending, but the pretense was thinner than ever. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the news about the baker. 2 days after the sleep writing, my girlfriend was scrolling through her phone on the couch while I tried to read a book. She went very still. Then she turned the screen toward me. It was a local news alert. The baker had died at the hospital. The article was brief, but it mentioned he had collapsed after eating a pastry from his own shop and that he had a severe nut allergy. It didn't give the details of pistachio or biscotti, but the framework was there. Another match. Another report filed correctly. The entity, as we had started to call it in our heads, was batting 1,000. We were trapped. We couldn't destroy it. We couldn't stop it from sending its memos through her. We were stuck in a nightmare with no waking up. My friend came over after we told him, and he looked as lost as we felt. His idea of research had led us to burn the board, and that had accomplished nothing. We sat around my living room, a council of war with no weapons. "We have to get you help," I said to my girlfriend. "Real help, not online forums." She agreed, her eyes hollow. We needed a doctor, someone who might understand sleep disorders, even if we couldn't tell them the whole truth. Maybe there was a medical explanation, a way to stop the sleepwalking, and if we could stop that, we could block the messages. It was a slim hope, but it was all we had. We found a sleep specialist and made an appointment. The waiting room was nice, calm, with soft colors. It felt surreal to be there for something so normal sounding when our problem was so far from normal. We went in together. The doctor was a kind-looking woman with a calm manner. We told her a heavily edited version of the truth. We said my girlfriend had started sleepwalking recently, with episodes of sleep writing that were very disturbing to her. We said she was writing strange, troubling things and had no memory of it. We did not mention the Ouija board. We did not mention that what she wrote came true. The doctor listened carefully, asked questions about stress, about her diet, about her family history. She nodded and suggested a sleep study, where my girlfriend would spend a night in a clinic hooked up to machines to monitor her brain waves and movements. It sounded scientific and safe. It felt like a real step, a sane step in an insane situation. We scheduled the study for the following week. As we left the office, I felt a tiny flicker of optimism. Maybe this was a way out. Maybe her brain was just misfiring, creating these awful scenarios, and the fact that they sometimes matched reality was just a string of unbelievable coincidences that would run out. I had to believe that, because the alternative was too much to carry. That night, we tried to have a normal evening. We made dinner together, something we hadn't done in a while. We talked about anything but the board, the writing, the doctor. We talked about movies we wanted to see, about maybe painting the living room a different color. It was fragile, but it felt good. When we went to bed, I held her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against my chest. "We'll figure this out," I whispered into her hair. She just nodded, snuggling closer. I fell asleep holding her, thinking about the sleep study, about machines and doctors and rational explanations. I must have been more tired than I thought, because I slept deeply. I woke up because I felt her move, not the big movement of getting out of bed, but a small, insistent motion. Her right hand, which was draped over my side, had started to twitch. Then her index finger began to move, tracing something on the fabric of my t-shirt. Up and down, side to side. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing. I turned my head just enough to see her face in the moonlight from the window. Her eyes were closed. She was asleep, but her finger was moving with purpose, tracing shapes, tracing letters. She was writing on me. The need to record the death notice was so fundamental, so baked into whatever this connection was, that if it couldn't find paper, it would use skin, it would use fabric, it would use anything. The sleep study wouldn't fix this. A machine measuring her brain waves wouldn't see the thing dictating to her. The problem wasn't in her sleep. The problem was in her, a part of her now, and it was practicing its memos on my shirt. I lay there until her finger stopped, until her hand went still. I didn't sleep again that night. I just watched her, and I understood with a cold, clear certainty that we were not dealing with a medical condition. We were dealing with something else entirely, and our first real attempt to find a normal solution had just shown us how deep the roots went. The doctor's appointment was just a placeholder, a thing we were doing to feel like we were trying. But the real enemy wasn't in her brainwaves. It was in the messages themselves, and it was proving it could adapt. We had tried fire, and it had laughed. We were trying science next, but a terrible part of me already knew it was going to laugh at that too. The question wasn't how to stop the sleepwalking anymore. The question was, what was the next move for something that could turn a person into a living, breathing filing cabinet for doom? The horror changed shape after the night, she wrote on my shirt. It wasn't just about being scared anymore. It was about the weight of knowing things. We were like cursed librarians, shelving little reports of doom for people who were still alive, still making breakfast and planning their weekends. The guilt was a constant, sour taste in my mouth. And with that guilt came a terrible, unavoidable question. If we knew, did we have to try and stop it? My girlfriend and I argued about it, our voices low and tense in our own home, which didn't feel like a home anymore. She believed, with a fierce and desperate logic, that warning people was pointless. Look what happened with the baker, she'd say. The report was right. If we tried to change it, maybe we'd just make it happen a different way, or maybe we'd draw its attention to us in a worse way. She called it tempting fate. I argued that we couldn't just sit on this knowledge. We had to try. We had to do something, anything, to fight back. Our relationship, which had always been so easy, became a war room, a place for whispered, awful strategy sessions about impending disasters we couldn't prove were coming. The next report made the argument real. It was for the teenage son of a guy I knew from the gym, a good kid. The cause was brutally specific. Traumatic amputation and fatal blood loss resulting from unauthorized operation of a power-driven wood planer on a relative's rural property. I read it and felt sick. We had a week until the date on the report. I couldn't do nothing. My girlfriend begged me not to get involved, her eyes full of a fear that was for me, for us, not for the kid. But I pictured the kid, his whole life ahead of him, and I knew I had to try. I called my gym friend. I fumbled through the worst, most awkward conversation of my life. I told him I'd had a weird dream, a really vivid nightmare, about his son and some dangerous farm equipment at his uncle's place. I told him it felt so real I had to call, that he should keep his son away from that farm for a while. I sounded like a lunatic. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Okay, thanks, I guess," in a voice that was clearly just humoring me. He hung up. I felt like a fool, but also a little relieved. I had tried. Maybe it would be enough. The date on the report came and went. I checked the news obsessively. Nothing. I called my friend, making up an excuse to ask how his son was doing. He said the kid was fine, was actually home sick with a bad cold, hadn't been anywhere near the farm. A wave of pure, dizzying relief washed over me. I told my girlfriend, and for the first time in weeks, we hugged each other with something like real hope. Maybe we could change it. Maybe we had just broken the chain. Our celebration lasted exactly 2 days. On the third day, a news alert popped up on my phone. There had been an accident involving a flatbed truck on the highway near our side of town. A large piece of industrial farming equipment, a wood planer being transported for repair, had come loose from its straps. It had flown off the truck and struck a teenager who was riding his bike on the shoulder of the road. The boy was in critical condition. He had lost a leg. The article named him. It was my gym friend's son. He hadn't been on the farm. He'd been on the road near his own house. The traumatic amputation, part of the report, was right. The unauthorized operation part was wrong. We had changed the how, but we hadn't changed the what. The report's core truth had found a way. It felt like the entity had corrected its own memo, adapting to the changes we made. My girlfriend didn't say, "I told you so." She just looked at me with a sadness so deep it was like a well, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. We were playing a game where the rules were written by the other side, and we didn't even know all of them. That failure broke something in us. We stopped talking about warning people. We shifted our strategy entirely to defense, to containment. We had to stop the sleepwalking, physically stop her from getting up. We became jailers in our own home. We gathered up every pen, pencil, marker, and crayon. We took the notepads, the printer paper, even the dusty chalk from an old coloring set. We locked it all in the trunk of my car. We bought a complicated sleeping bag that zipped up the side and agreed she would sleep in it, zipped up tight, so she couldn't get out easily. We took turns on guard duty, one of us staying awake to watch the other sleep. It was exhausting. It was madness, but it was all we had. I took the first shift. She zipped herself into the bulky bag on our bed, looking like a scared caterpillar. I sat in a chair by the door with a book and a strong coffee. The hours dragged. Every time she stirred, my whole body went tense. But she didn't get up. She slept, fitfully but inside the bag. When my eyes started to droil near dawn, I woke her for her shift. We swapped. I lay down, feeling the strange crinkle of the sleeping bag, and was asleep in seconds from pure fatigue. I don't know how long I slept. I woke up to the sound of a key turning in a lock. It was a sharp, metallic sound that sliced through my sleep. I sat up, disoriented. The sleeping bag was empty beside me. The bedroom door, which I had locked from the inside with the deadbolt, was swinging open. She stood in the doorway, backlit by the hall night light. Her eyes were closed. In her hand was the spare house key we kept hidden on top of the door frame in the hallway. She had known where it was. She had walked out, gotten it, and unlocked the door. The entity wasn't just using her body. It was using her memories, her knowledge of our own home, to get around our obstacles. It was learning. I got up and guided her, her movements slow and sleepy, back to bed. I took the key from her limp fingers. As I tucked her in, her eyes fluttered open for just a second. They weren't her eyes. They were blank, empty windows. Her lips moved, and a dry, papery whisper came out, a voice that was all wrong. "The filing deadline," it whispered, "is not flexible." Then her eyes closed, and she was just asleep again. I sat on the edge of the bed, shaking. It had spoken, not through the board, not through her writing. It had used her voice. Our containment was a joke. It could talk. We gave up on the sleeping bag after that. What was the point? We were so tired, a deep soul tiredness that made everything seem gray and slow. We moved through our days like ghosts. We still went to work, we still bought groceries, but we were just going through the motions. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a mountain of exhaustion. A few nights after the key incident, it was my turn to stay awake. I was battling to keep my eyes open, my head nodding. I must have lost the fight for just a few minutes. I jolted awake in the chair. The bed was empty. Panic, now a familiar old friend, kicked in. But the house was quiet. No light from the office. No sound from the kitchen. I got up and checked every room. Nothing. My heart started to hammer. Then I heard it. A soft, wet sound. A sniffle. It was coming from down the hall. From the room that had been meant to be a nursery one day. The room we now used for storage. I walked down the hall, my feet like ice. The door was ajar. I pushed it open. She was standing over the old, empty crib we hadn't gotten rid of, the one we'd bought in a moment of optimistic dreaming. She was just standing there, perfectly still, staring down into the empty space. Tears were streaming silently down her sleeping face, cutting glistening tracks in the moonlight from the window. In her right hand, gripped so tight her knuckles were white, was one of our permanent markers, the fat kind. I must have missed it during the purge. And on the pale yellow wall of the would-be nursery, right next to the crib, she had written a single line in big, shaky block letters for the child. Time of death, pending. The marker had run out or snapped, leaving a final, ugly smear of black ink beneath the words. I didn't feel fear then. I felt something hotter and cleaner, a pure rage. This thing wasn't just threatening strangers anymore. It was pointing a finger at a future we hadn't even built yet, at a dream. It was marking a target on a life that didn't even exist. That crossed a line. I went to her and shook her awake, not gently. She came to, saw the wall, saw the marker in her hand, and crumpled to the floor. She didn't scream. She made a small, broken sound, like a wounded animal, and then curled in on herself. The mother in her, the part that dreamed of that room filled with laughter, had just been shown its own nightmare. We spent the rest of that night cleaning the wall, but the words had stained the paint. We could still see the ghost of them, a faint yellow-brown shadow on the yellow wall. We moved a big bookcase in front of it the next day. We didn't talk about what it meant. We didn't need to. The fight had changed. It wasn't about saving others anymore. It wasn't even about saving her from sleepwalking. It was about saving a possibility, a hope, from something that wanted to file it away before it even began. We were cornered, and when you're cornered, you find a new kind of strength. We stopped being archivists of doom. We started quietly, desperately to look for a weapon. The entity had made it personal. It had shown us its ultimate target, and in doing so, it had made its first mistake, because it had given us a reason to fight with nothing left to lose. The question was no longer if we would fight back. The question was, what were we willing to do to win a war against a thing that wrote the future on our walls? The words on the nursery wall changed everything. It was like the entity had finally shown us its true face, and it was uglier than we ever imagined. It wasn't just some random force keeping a cosmic ledger. It was a bully, a predator that knew exactly where to hit us to cause the most pain. The fear didn't go away, but it got pushed down by something harder, a cold, focused anger. We were done being scared. We were done being its office assistants. We had to find a way to fight, not just hide. But how do you fight something you can't touch, something that lives in the mind of the person you love? My girlfriend was shattered. She wouldn't go near that room. She looked at me sometimes with such a raw guilt, as if she believed some part of her was already capable of making that terrible decision the wall had mentioned. I held her and told her it wasn't her. It was the thing attached to her, but the words felt weak. We needed action. We started to think differently. If this thing was like a bureaucrat, it had to have rules. It needed the obituaries written to make a death official, like a judge needs a signed warrant. That was its power, but maybe also its weakness. What if we could corrupt the data? What if we could feed it wrong information and break its whole system? It was a crazy idea, born from pure desperation, but it was the first plan that felt like attacking instead of just defending. For a few days, nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no compulsions. It was like the entity was letting the thread on the wall hang in the air, letting us stew in it. Then, one ordinary Tuesday morning, the calm broke. I was making coffee. My girlfriend was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her hands. She suddenly went very still. Her face lost all color. She looked up at me, and her eyes were wide with a terror that was completely awake, completely present. "It's here," she whispered. "The feeling, it's back, but I'm not asleep." She described it as a physical push, a pressure building behind her eyes and in her stomach, a nausea that came with a single, clear command in her head, right? She fought it. She clenched her fists and shook her head, her whole body trembling with the effort. But the pressure just grew, becoming a pounding headache, a cramping in her gut. She started to cry from the strain. "I can't. It's too strong," she gasped. I saw it in her face, the moment her will broke. Her shoulders slumped. The fight went out of her eyes, replaced by a horrible, resigned blankness. She reached for a napkin from the holder and a pen that was lying nearby. Her hand wasn't jerky like in her sleep. It moved with a dreadful, conscious slowness. She was awake, and she was being forced to obey. I watched, helpless, as her hand began to form letters. She was weeping, tears dripping onto the paper, but her hand kept moving. It wrote the heading, obituary. Then it began to write the name. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a stranger's name. It was my full name, our home address, my date of birth. It was filling out my personal file. The date of death was left blank. And in the cause of death section, her hand wrote, in that same awful, steady script, termination of services for persistent interference with archival process. I stared at the words. It was a pink slip, a firing notice. From death. My attempts to warn people, to lock her up, to fight back, they had made me a problem employee. And the entity was putting me on notice. The moment she dotted the last period, the terrible pressure left her. The pen dropped from her fingers. She looked at what she had written, and then at me, her face a mask of pure horror. "It's for you," she said, the words barely a breath. "Because you keep trying to stop it." In that moment, a strange calm settled over me. The monster had pointed its finger. At least now I knew where to stand. I took the napkin, folded it neatly, and put it in my wallet. This was my death notice. I carried it with me. It made the whole thing real in a new way. "Okay," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. So it wants me gone. That means we're a threat. That means we're on the right track. My idea about corrupting the data came rushing back. This was our chance. The entity had just issued a threat, which meant it was engaged with us. Maybe we could engage back on our own terms. I explained it to her. It needs the forms filled out correctly, right? What if we give it a form that's nonsense? A form for someone who doesn't exist, who dies in an impossible way. Maybe it'll confuse its system. Maybe it'll break the chain. She was scared, but she was also out of options. The next time she felt the pull, the compulsion to write, we would be ready. We didn't have to wait long. That evening, as we were trying to eat dinner, she put her fork down. Her face went slack. "It's starting again," she said, her voice monotone. "It wants a report. It's giving me the details." I moved quickly. I sat beside her and put a fresh sheet of paper in front of her. I put a pen in her hand. "Don't write what it's telling you," I said, looking into her glassy eyes. "Write what I tell you to write." She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. I started dictating. Name, John Doe. Date of death, yesterday. Cause of death, spontaneous combustion after being struck by ball lightning during a solar eclipse. It was the most ridiculous, impossible thing I could think of. A person who didn't exist, dying yesterday in a way that defied all of science. Her hand hesitated. I could see the strain in her arm, the conflict between the compulsion in her mind and my words in her ear. "Write it," I urged. Slowly, jerkily, her hand began to move. She wrote the fake name. She wrote the wrong date. She wrote the absurd cause of death. It was like watching someone slog through thick mud, but she did it. When she finished the last word, she let out a huge, shuddering gasp. The blankness left her eyes. The compulsion was gone. She looked at the paper, then at me. "Did it work?" she asked, hope flickering in her voice for the first time in weeks. "I think so," I said. "The feeling, it's gone." It accepted it. We spent the next 2 days in a state of nervous, giddy suspension. Nothing happened. No new compulsions. No sleepwalking. She felt normal, like herself again. We dared to hope. Maybe we had broken it. Maybe jamming its system with nonsense had caused it to short circuit. We even laughed a little, a real laugh, about the ball lightning. We started to make plans again, tiny ones, like maybe seeing a movie or having my buddy over for a normal, non-terrifying barbecue. The shadow of the nursery wall seemed to recede just a little. On the third morning, our hope died. I was in the shower when I heard her call my name. It wasn't a scream. It was a small, defeated sound. I got out and found her in the kitchen. She was standing by the counter, holding her head in her hands. "It's back," she said, not looking at me. "It's not asking for a new one. It's demanding a correction." She looked up, her face pale. "It says the John Doe file was an error. Invalid entry. It needs a valid, factual report to clear the backlog. The pressure, it's worse than before." She sat down heavily. "It's angry." My heart sank. Our trick hadn't broken the system. It had just created a paperwork error, and now the cosmic office manager was demanding we fix our mistake, with interest. We were right back where we started, but now the entity was annoyed with us. The brief period of peace was over, and it had just been a coffee break for the thing haunting us. It was back on the clock, and it expected us to be too. We had tried to fight with cleverness, and it had swatted our idea away like a fly. The fight wasn't about confusing it. The fight was about something more direct. As we sat there in the wreckage of our failed plan, a new, darker thought began to form in my mind. If the connection was in her, and we couldn't cut it out or confuse it, maybe we could. Transfer it. The wall had said the child's death was pending. Pending what? A decision? What if the entity was offering a twisted choice? What if it wanted her to choose between the future it had threatened and something else? What if the something else could be me? The thought was monstrous, a deal with the devil. But as I looked at her, at the deep bruises under her eyes from lack of sleep, at the way her hands shook, I knew I would consider anything to free her. The entity wanted a scribe. Fine. Maybe it could have a new one. The question was, how do you apply for a job from hell? And what happens if you get it? The demand for a correction hung over us like a sentence. The 2 days of peace had been a cruel joke, a taste of a life we couldn't have. Now the pressure was back on my girlfriend, worse than before, a constant, grinding headache and a nausea that wouldn't leave. She walked around the house like a ghost, pale and silent, jumping at every little sound. We were back to square one, but the board was gone, the tricks had failed, and the entity was clearly impatient. We were running out of squares on the board. That's when I told her my new idea, the terrible one about a transfer. We were sitting at the kitchen table, the same place she'd written my obituary. The morning light felt too bright, too normal for the conversation we were having. It needs a scribe, I said, keeping my voice low and even. It's attached to you. But what if attachments can be moved? What if we can convince it to take me instead? She stared at me like I'd suggested cutting off my own arm. No, she said, flat and immediate. Absolutely not. That's making a deal with it. You don't bargain with something like this. It's a trick. I pushed on. The wall said pending. Pending what? A decision. It gave you a choice, a horrible one. Maybe it's always about choices. Maybe we can offer it a different choice. It can keep its clerk, but a new one. One who's been interfering. It might like that. A punishment and a solution all in one. She was shaking her head, tears in her eyes. I won't let you do that. I won't trade you for me. That's not a choice, that's a nightmare. But I could see the logic working behind the fear in her eyes. The mother in her, the part that had been shattered by the words on the nursery wall, was listening. If the entity wanted a sacrifice, and the sacrifice was me instead of a future child, wasn't that a trade she had to consider? The thought was so ugly it made me feel sick, but we were past pretty solutions. We argued in whispers for hours, circling the same awful point. She called it a surrender. I called it a tactical retreat, a way to get her out of the line of fire, so we could think of a next move. In the end, what broke her wasn't my reasoning. It was the next wave of compulsion. Later that afternoon, she doubled over at the kitchen sink, gripping the counter so hard her knuckles turned white. A low moan escaped her lips. It's pushing. So hard, she gasped. It wants the correction. It's showing me. A face. I don't know who it is, but it wants the report now. She was trembling all over, sweating. She was losing the fight, and we both knew it. She looked at me, her eyes full of a pain that wasn't just physical. Okay, she whispered, the word full of defeat and a love that felt like it was being torn in two. Okay, we try it your way. We didn't know how to perform a supernatural job transfer. We weren't witches or priests. We were just two scared people. So we did what felt logical in our shattered state. We treated it like a business transaction. If this thing was a bureaucracy, we would speak its language. We got a fresh, clean sheet of paper. We wrote a contract in our own simple words. We stated that the role of scribe, the duty to record the notices, was hereby voluntarily and permanently transferred from her to me. We wrote that in exchange for this transfer, the entity would immediately and completely release her from all connection, obligation, and influence forever. We specified that this included any and all future offspring, naming the child pending specifically. We were covering all the bases we could think of. We both signed our real names at the bottom. It felt ridiculous and solemn at the same time, like signing our own souls away. That night, with the paper on the kitchen table between us, we placed our hands on it, hers over her signature, mine over mine. We didn't light candles. We didn't chant. We just spoke, our voices shaky but clear. We read the contract out loud, from top to bottom. The role is transferred, I said at the end. The debt is paid. She is free. As the last word left my lips, the overhead kitchen light, a sturdy modern fixture that had never once flickered, flared with a blinding, blue-white intensity for a full second. We both flinched, squeezing our eyes shut. There was a loud pop, and then the room was plunged into a gloom lit only by the stove light. A sharp, electrical smell, like ozone after a lightning strike, filled the air. We sat in the sudden dimness, our hands still on the paper, not daring to move. Then my girlfriend let out a long, shuddering breath. "It's gone," she whispered, wonder in her voice. The pressure, the feeling of being watched. It's just gone. She started to cry, but this time they were tears of relief, a torrent of them. She hugged me, sobbing into my shoulder, repeating "it's gone" over and over. I held her, feeling a cautious hope. Had it worked? Had our stupid, homemade contract actually done something? The next few hours were a revelation. The change in her was instant and profound. The tension that had been coiled in her shoulders for weeks just vanished. The constant, wary look in her eyes softened. She smiled, a real, unburdened smile that made her look like the woman I'd fallen in love with. She made a pot of tea and actually drank it, sitting at the table and looking out the window at the birds, something she hadn't done in what felt like years. She was present, truly present, for the first time since the first night with the board. I watched her, and my heart swelled with a love so fierce it hurt. This was why I'd done it. To see her like this again. It was worth any price. I didn't feel any different. No strange compulsions, no whispers in my mind. Maybe the entity had just left. Maybe our bold move had shocked it into breaking the connection entirely. That night, we slept in our own bed, without any locks or sleeping bags or watches. She fell asleep in minutes, a deep, peaceful sleep. I lay awake for a while, listening to her breathe, feeling a profound sense of victory. We had won. We had outsmarted it. I finally drifted off, thinking maybe, just maybe, it was over. I dreamed. It wasn't a normal dream. It was too clear, too detailed. I was in an office, but not a nice one. It was endless, a sea of gray cubicles stretching in every direction under a flat, sourceless gray light. The air was cool and smelled like dust and old paper. My cubicle had a desk, and on the desk was a stack of blank forms and a single, old-fashioned pen with a sharp metal tip. I knew, without being told, what the forms were for. I picked up the pen. It was cold, so cold it burned my fingers. I tried to put it down, but my hand wouldn't let go. A calm, neutral voice, like a recording, filled the cubicle. New scribe orientation commenced. First task, practice filing. I woke up with a gasp. Dawn light was filtering through the blinds. I was drenched in a cold sweat. My right hand was clenched into a fist. I uncurled my fingers. The palm was stained with a deep blue-black ink, as if I'd been gripping a leaking pen for hours. I sat up, my heart pounding. My girlfriend was still asleep beside me, her face serene. Then she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She saw the look on my face and immediately sat up. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before I could answer, her eyes dropped to my hand. She saw the ink. Her gaze darted to the bedsheet next to me. Her hand flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. I looked down. There, on the crisp white cotton, written in my own familiar handwriting in that same blue-black ink, was a message. It wasn't a full obituary. It was a memo. It said, "New scribe. Training initiated. First assignment. Practice run. Subject pending." The transfer had worked, but not in the way we'd hoped. It hadn't left. It had just switched desks. It had accepted my application. I was now the employee, and my training had already begun. The relief on her face melted into a new kind of terror, a terror for me. I looked from the ink on my hand to the words on the sheet, and the cold reality settled in my gut. The fight wasn't over. I had just volunteered for the front line. I was inside the machine now. The question was, could I break it from the inside without becoming just another part of the process? Becoming the haunted one is a lonely job. You get a promotion you never wanted, with all the responsibility and none of the support. The worst part is you have to wear a mask, a big smile that says everything is fine, so the people you love don't see the cold, gray office that's growing inside your head. My girlfriend was free. That was the important thing. She woke up every morning looking more like herself, the shadows under her eyes fading, the weight lifted from her shoulders. She could laugh again. She could make plans. She'd talk about painting the nursery a different color, not as a fearful thing, but as a project, a step toward a future. I clung to that. Seeing her like that was my fuel. It was why I had done this. So when she'd look at me with concern and ask, "How are you feeling? Anything strange?" I'd smile, a real convincing smile I'd been practicing, and say, "Nothing. I feel great. It's like it's totally gone." It was the most important lie I'd ever told. The truth started small. A few hours after the ink on the sheet incident, I felt an itch. Not a normal itch, but a deep, twitchy need in the bones of my right hand, in my fingers. It was a physical craving to hold a pen, to move it across a surface. I ignored it. I made a fist and stuck my hand in my pocket. The itch faded after a few minutes, but it left a dull ache behind, like I'd sprained something. That was the first day. The next morning, the itch came back, stronger, accompanied by a low, steady throb behind my left eye. A name floated into my mind, not my own thought. It was the guy who worked in the cubicle next to mine at my job, a quiet man named Phil I barely knew. With the name came a cause, clear as a printed sentence in my brain. Cardiac episode brought on by concealed emotional distress. It wasn't a voice. It was just knowledge, implanted like I'd always known it. And with that knowledge came the overwhelming, nauseating need to write it down. The itch in my hand became a burning. The headache spiked. It was the compulsion she had described, but now it was mine. I was at work. I locked myself in a bathroom stall, gripping the sides of the toilet until my hands hurt, fighting the urge to pull out a pen and scribble the words on the wall. I lasted almost 3 hours. The pain became unbearable, a white-hot drill bit behind my eye. My vision started to blur. I couldn't think. All I could see was the name and the phrase, over and over. In a moment of sheer, fractured will, I gave in. But I didn't write it correctly. I fumbled a pen from my pocket, and on a tiny sticky note, I scrawled just the name and 2 words, heart trouble. The moment the pen left the paper, the pressure vanished. The headache disappeared like it had been switched off. The sticky note felt like nothing, just a scrap of paper with a vague worry on it. I flushed it down the toilet. Had I beaten it? Had my incorrect entry failed to file? I went home and told my girlfriend it had been a totally normal day. She was making pasta, humming to herself. The lie felt good because it protected that scene, that moment of normalcy. That night, I started researching again, but now from a new angle. I wasn't looking for how to break a connection. I was looking for how a scribe could quit. Every myth, every story about deals with death had a loophole. A riddle, a task, a substitute who outsmarts the boss. I needed to find the employee handbook for this cursed job. 2 days after my bathroom stall incident, my colleague Phil didn't come to work. His wife called the office. He'd been rushed to the hospital with a severe anxiety attack, something he'd never had before. They were running cardiac tests to be safe. My heart trouble note had been wrong, but it had brushed against the truth. I hadn't finalized a death, but I had somehow nudged fate towards sickness. I wasn't just recording reality anymore. I was influencing it, bending it slightly with my mistakes. That was a terrifying power and a terrifying clue. Maybe the system wasn't perfect. Maybe it could be hacked with errors. But the cost of those errors was still someone's suffering. The real test came a week later. The compulsion hit me like a truck while I was watching TV. It wasn't just a name and a cause. It was a full data packet, name, address, the exact time of day, and a cause so vividly specific it played like a movie in my head. A man slipping on a freshly washed kitchen floor, his head striking the corner of a marble countertop with a precise, sickening crack. The details were crystal clear. The pain that came with it was immense, an immediate, vice-like grip on my skull. I doubled over on the couch, a grunt of pain escaping me. My girlfriend jumped up. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tight with a fear she thought she'd left behind. "Migraine," I gasped through clenched teeth. "Bad one. I'm gonna lie down." I stumbled to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. The pain was blinding. I couldn't fight this one. I grabbed a pen and a notebook from the nightstand. My hand was shaking, but it moved toward the paper to write the details it had been given. But then I stopped. A new idea, born from my research and my own stubborn anger, flashed through the pain. What if I didn't write its assignment? What if I wrote my own? What if I wrote a report for the only subject I had total control over? Gritting my teeth against the agony, I forced my hand to move. I didn't write the stranger's name. I began to write my own. I put down my full name, my address. In the cause of death field, I wrote, "Scribe termination via willful noncompliance." I was filing a report on myself for insubordination. The moment I started writing my own name, something shifted. The pain didn't vanish, but it changed. The relentless, driving pressure eased. The entity's presence in my mind, which had been a roaring command, suddenly went still. It was listening, watching. When I finished the last letter, a new thought entered my head. It wasn't a command. It was a flat, administrative statement, calm and clear as a computer notification. Error. Conflict of interest detected. Subject cannot self-report for final termination. Initiating audit protocol. The words hung in my mind. Then my hand, which I thought was under my control, moved again. It wasn't obeying the original compulsion. It was writing something new on its own. The pen flew across the paper in my handwriting, but faster than I could ever write. It wasn't an obituary this time. It was a heading that made my blood run cold. Audit file, the family unit. Subjects, scribe current, scribe previous, associated offspring, potential. Status, under review. Risk assessment, pending. The pen stopped. The last of the pain drained away. I was left sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the words. I had tried to trick it, to force its hand by targeting myself. And in response, it hadn't gotten angry. It had started an audit. It was reviewing the whole account. Me, my girlfriend, our future. We were no longer just employees or problems. We were a case file, a risk to be assessed. The fight had just moved to a whole new level. The entity wasn't playing for obedience anymore. It was evaluating the threat we posed to its orderly system. I tore the audit page from the notebook, folded it, and hid it with my own obituary napkin in my wallet. I unlocked the bedroom door. My girlfriend was right outside, her face etched with worry. "Are you okay?" she asked. I forced the smile back onto my face, the mask settling into place. "Yeah," I said, my voice a little rough. "Just a really bad headache. It's passing." She looked relieved, but a flicker of doubt remained in her eyes. She was starting to see the cracks in the mask. I had bought us a little time, maybe. The audit was a new kind of danger, but it was also a stall. It meant the entity was thinking, processing. It meant we weren't just being pushed around, we were forcing it to recalculate. The game was still on, but the stakes had been officially raised. We were all under review, and I had no idea what the criteria were for passing. All I knew was that we had to find a way to fail its test in the right way, to make it fire us for good. The audit changed everything. It was no longer about me resisting a single order. It was like the entity had pulled our entire life into a cold, bare interrogation room and was shining a bright light on it, examining every corner. The pressure to write specific reports stopped. Instead, I was left with a constant, low-level feeling of being watched from the inside, a prickly awareness that something was sifting through my thoughts, my memories, my fears. My girlfriend could feel it too, a residual unease she couldn't explain. She'd look at me sometimes and say, "It's not gone, is it?" And I'd try to reassure her, but the lie was getting harder to tell. My buddy, who we'd kept mostly in the dark since the transfer, started asking pointed questions. He said I looked tired, jumpy, like I was back where I started. The mask was slipping, and the people who loved me were starting to see the cracks. We were all in the audit file together, and the not knowing was its own kind of torture. What did it want? What was the criteria for failing an audit? Would it decide we were too much trouble and just delete the whole file? The thought of that, of some final, bureaucratic judgment against our very existence, kept me awake at night. For a week, nothing happened. No compulsions, no dreams of the gray office, just that eerie, watchful feeling. Then on a Saturday morning, the audit moved to its next phase. My girlfriend and I were cleaning up after breakfast. She was washing dishes, her back to me. I was wiping down the table. A sudden, intense chill swept through the room, a wave of cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. The glass she was holding slipped from her fingers and shattered in the sink. At the same moment, a sharp, stabbing pain lanced through my right temple. An image, clear and bright as a photograph, flashed in my mind. My buddy, the one who'd been with me from the flea market onward. He was in his car at an intersection I recognized, the one near his apartment. The image showed the driver's side window, and beyond it, the grille of a large, speeding truck running a red light. The cause of death wrote itself in my mind with cold efficiency. Multiple blunt force injuries. But this wasn't a compulsion to write. This was a compulsion to warn. The urge was different, less about recording and more about screaming. It was a push, a desperate, internal shove to pick up the phone, to text him, to do anything to stop him from being at that intersection at that time. The entity was testing a new variable, my attachment. It was using my friend as a test subject to see what I would do with foreknowledge when I wasn't being forced to file paperwork. It was auditing my emotional interference. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking. The pain in my head was a warning bell, but the fear for my friend was stronger. I called him. It went to voicemail. I texted, "Do not drive today. Serious. Call me." I sent it. The moment the message delivered, the pain in my head vanished. The chill in the room lifted. My girlfriend turned around, her face pale, her hands wet and covered in soap suds. "What just happened?" she asked. I felt something. Before I could answer, my phone rang. It was my friend. "Dude, your text is crazy dramatic," he said, his voice cheerful. "I'm not driving. My car's in the shop, remember? I'm walking to the grocery store." Relief, sweet and powerful, flooded through me. I had warned him. He was safe. The entity's test scenario was impossible because he wasn't in his car. I told him it was nothing, a bad feeling, and hung up. I looked at my girlfriend. I think I just passed the test," I said, a wild hope blooming in my chest. I had used the knowledge to try and save someone, and it had worked because the circumstances had changed. Maybe the audit was about proving we could use this curse for good, to disrupt its own predictions. The hope lasted until that evening. The local news had a brief segment about a traffic accident at the very intersection from my vision. A truck had blown a red light and T-boned a rideshare car. The driver was in the hospital with serious injuries. The passenger, a young woman, was killed. My friend was safe because he wasn't there. But the event had still happened. The death had still occurred. My warning hadn't stopped the event. It had just shifted the victim. The audit wasn't testing my compassion. It was testing the stability of its own system against my interference. And it had proven the system would correct itself, that the death would find a place to land. I felt a crushing weight of guilt for the woman I'd never met. My intervention hadn't saved a life. It had possibly redirected death. I was no longer just a scribe. I was becoming a variable in the equation, and variables that cause errors get removed. The final stage of the audit came the next night. I was in the basement, looking for an old toolbox, when the air grew still and thick. The single bulb overhead dimmed, then began to pulse with a slow, rhythmic beat, like a faint heartbeat of light. In the center of the concrete floor, a pattern began to form. It wasn't writing. It was a shape, drawn in a fine gray dust that seemed to seep up from the concrete itself. It formed a simple scale, a balance. On one side of the scale, a tiny, glowing symbol appeared, a stylized heart. On the other side, 3 figures, 2 tall, 1 very small. My family. The message was clear. It was presenting the choice hinted at on the nursery wall, but now directly to me. The heart could mean love, could mean my own life, could mean my essence. It was weighing my life against theirs. The scale dipped slightly toward the 3 figures. Then in my mind, not as words but as pure, understood concept, came the audit's conclusion. Risk assessed. Emotional attachment creates systemic instability. Proposed resolution. Prune 1 to preserve the integrity of the record. Choose. It was giving me the power to choose the sacrifice. It was making me the manager of my own doom. I could offer myself, or I could offer one of them. This was the final exam. Rage, hot and clean, burned through the fear and the guilt. This was its masterstroke, to make its violence my choice, to corrupt any decision I made. I wouldn't play. I looked at the dust scale on the floor, at the pulsing light. I didn't speak. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I walked forward, and I scuffed my foot right through the center of the image, destroying the balance, scattering the dust. No, I said out loud, my voice echoing in the bare basement. I don't accept your terms. The audit is over. We are not yours to prune. For a long moment, nothing happened. The dust settled. The light bulb stopped pulsing and burned steady and normal. The oppressive feeling in the room lifted. I stood there, breathing hard, waiting for a response, for punishment, for anything. Nothing came. I went upstairs. My girlfriend was reading on the couch. She looked up. "You okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I managed to smile. "Just spiders in the basement," I said. That night, I slept without dreams. The watchful feeling was gone. The itch in my hand was gone. For the first time since the transfer, my mind felt like my own. The next day passed normally, and the next. A week went by. No compulsions, no chills, no flashes of knowledge. The audit had closed. By refusing to choose, by rejecting its framework entirely, I had apparently rendered a verdict it couldn't process. We were neither compliant nor a manageable risk. We were an anomaly it had chosen to isolate, to set aside. The case file was closed, marked not with a resolution, but with a question mark. Life began to slowly, cautiously, return to something like normal. My girlfriend's joy became less fragile. We talked about the future again, about maybe getting a dog first, as a practice run. We even joked, in a careful way, about the weird months we'd had, calling it our shared psychotic episode. We were healing, but I kept the folded papers in my wallet, my obituary, the audit note. They were my reminders. I had seen the machinery behind the world, and I knew it was still there, ticking away. I had been an employee, and I had quit in the messiest way possible. I had no guarantee it wouldn't try to rehire me one day, or that it wouldn't open a new file on us. The connection was broken, but the memory of the connection was a scar. We had won our freedom, not by beating the entity, but by confusing it into dropping our case. We were free, but we would always know the office was out there, with its endless gray cubicles and its cold, waiting pens. Our story felt over for now. We had our lives back, but somewhere in the back of my mind, a small, quiet part of me wondered if they were just waiting for the next audit cycle to begin. Story number 4. Okay, so let me tell you about my life right now. My name is Alex, and up until last week, I thought the hardest part of my day was getting my grandmother to remember to eat her lunch. She moved in with me, and my spouse after her dementia got to be too much for her to live alone. Most days are quiet, just a sad kind of quiet where a wonderful person is slowly fading away. We have a routine. I make her tea, we watch old game shows, and sometimes she tells me a story about growing up that's as clear as if it happened yesterday, though by dinner she won't remember telling it. My spouse is a rock, always practical, always finding a logical reason for everything, which usually helps because this disease makes you feel like you're losing your own mind sometimes. We live in a simple, one-story ranch house we bought 3 years ago. It's got a nice backyard, a big kitchen, and most importantly, no stairs for her to worry about. Just one level, easy to manage. Or so I thought. It all changed last Tuesday night, or maybe early Wednesday morning. I woke up needing a glass of water. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed 3:07 a.m. in angry red numbers. The house had that deep, middle-of-the-night stillness, where every creak of the floor sounds like a shout. I padded out to the kitchen, not bothering to turn on the hall light, just using the faint blue glow from the microwave clock to see. I saw the kitchen light was on, a sharp yellow rectangle cutting across the dark living room carpet. My first thought was that my grandmother had gotten up, confused, maybe looking for something. It had happened before. I walked in, ready to gently guide her back to bed. But she wasn't wandering. She was sitting bolt upright at the kitchen table, her back to me. She was still as a statue. She was wearing her favorite pink bathrobe. Her white hair, usually a soft cloud, was lit from above by the harsh kitchen light, looking almost electric. For a second, I just stared, my sleep-fogged brain trying to catch up. Then I saw her hands. One was flat on the table. The other was gripping the handle of a butter knife, her knuckles white with the pressure, the tip of the blade pressing into the wood. And all around her, arranged with a terrifying precision, was a grid she had made out of my coastal scene coasters. On each coaster was a neat little mound of table salt. It looked like she'd used the salt shaker, which was lying on its side nearby, as some kind of pointer. My eyes traveled from mound to mound, and that's when the words formed. She had spelled something out, in salt. 3 separate words, one on each of 3 coasters in the middle of the grid. T and T, then a space. UPSDIRS, another space. NOTGONE, tenant. Upstairs, not gone. I heard the words in my head before I could stop them, and my blood went cold. It wasn't just the message, which was creepy enough. It was the fact that it was coherent. This wasn't a mumbled word or a random name. This was a complete, chilling thought, and it came from a woman who, just that afternoon, had called me by my father's name and asked if the mailman had brought the milk. The contrast was so violent it made my stomach lurch. But the real terror, the ice water down the spine moment, came a heartbeat later. The logical part of my brain, the part that had spent months learning to explain away her confusion, kicked in and presented one undeniable, impossible fact. Our house is a one-story ranch. We don't have an upstairs. There is no second floor, no attic access, nothing. It's a slab on a foundation. The word upstairs shouldn't exist in her world here, not as a place she could be confused about. This wasn't a memory leak. This was a glitch in reality itself, hers and mine. I must have gasped or made some sound, because her head turned. It was slow, stiff, like a rusted gate swinging open. Her eyes met mine, and they were different. The usual cloudiness, the gentle distance was completely gone. They were sharp, focused, and filled with a raw, animal fear I had never seen in her before. She looked at me, really looked at me, and her mouth opened slightly, as if she was trying to force words out past the silence that held her. In that moment, she was my Nana again, the one from years ago, and she was terrified. Then, just like that, the connection broke. Her eyelids fluttered, the awareness drained from her face like water down a sink, and she just looked exhausted and ancient. The knife clattered from her limp hand onto the table. I rushed over, my own heart hammering against my ribs. "Nana, hey, it's okay. Let's get you back to bed." She didn't resist as I helped her up. She leaned on me, her body light and fragile, and shuffled back to her room. I tucked her in, and she was asleep almost instantly, her breathing soft and regular. I stood in her doorway for a long time, watching her, feeling like I had just witnessed a secret I was never supposed to see. Back in the kitchen, the coasters and the salt waited for me under the brutal light. The words "tenant upstairs not gone" seemed to scream from the table. My spouse's voice in my head, the practical one, tried to reason. She saw the word on a bill. She's mixing up old memories of a different house. It's just the disease. But the other voice, the one chilled by that clear, frightened look in her eyes, whispered that this was something else. Acting on an impulse I didn't fully understand, I pulled out my phone. I opened the camera app and took a picture of the table. The flash made the salt crystals glitter like diamonds against the dark wood. I needed evidence, proof for myself that this had really happened, that I wasn't just cracking under the strain. Then I cleaned it up. I swept the salt into the trash, my skin crawling. I wiped down the coasters and put them back in their holder. I rinsed the butter knife and put it in the dishwasher. I tried to erase the scene, to make my kitchen normal again. By the time I went back to bed, the room was dark and tidy. I lay next to my sleeping spouse, staring at the ceiling, seeing those salt letters burned on the back of my eyelids. Sleep took a long, long time to come. The next morning felt surreal. Sunlight streamed in. My spouse was making coffee humming. The ordinary world was insisting last night was a dream. I made breakfast, my movements automatic. My grandmother came out, dressed in her usual slacks and blouse. She smiled at me a sweet, vague smile. "Good morning, dear," she said. It was her normal, fuzzy self. The terror from last night was gone without a trace. My spouse sat down with a plate of eggs. "Everything okay? You look tired." "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding strange to me. "Just, Nana was up last night. Sleepwalking, I think." My spouse nodded, sympathetic. "It happens. Did she get into anything?" "No, not really," I lied. "Just at the table. I got her back to bed." I couldn't bring myself to say more. The story sounded insane even in my own head. My spouse, ever the pragmatist, offered the perfect, rational explanation. "You know, we got that property tax statement yesterday. The word tenant was right there on the first page in big letters. She must have seen it when I had the mail on the counter. Her brain is just piecing fragments together, like a collage made by a tornado." I grasped at that explanation like a life preserver. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Yeah, that must be it. Just fragments." It made sense. It was logical. It allowed me to eat my toast and drink my coffee and believe, for a few precious minutes, that the world was still the same, predictable place it was yesterday. But then I saw it. As I was clearing the table, wiping down the spot where the salt grid had been, something caught my eye. Behind the ceramic pepper mill, tucked against the wall, was a single matchstick. It wasn't a little paper match. It was a long wooden fireplace match, the kind with a big, red, bulbous head. We don't own matches like that. We don't have a fireplace, or a wood stove, or even a candle that needs one. I froze, my hand hovering over the table. Slowly I picked it up. It felt dry and old. I brought it closer to my face. It smelled wrong, not like sulfur from a fresh strike. This was fainter, older, mixed with the scent of dank soil, and underneath it all, a weird, sweet smell like flowers left to rot in a vase. This was a real, physical object. It did not belong in my house. My grandmother's trembling hands had been on this table last night. Did this come from a robe pocket? From somewhere else? A cold certainty settled in my stomach. The salt message wasn't just a neurological misfire. It was a delivery. And this match was the receipt, the thing left behind. I held the proof in my hand. Later that afternoon, during a moment when my grandmother seemed more alert, watching the birds outside the window, I approached her. I held out the match, careful to keep my voice calm and gentle. "Nana, do you know where this came from?" She turned from the window and looked at the match. Her eyes, milky and blue, stared at it blankly. There was no flicker of recognition, no fear, no memory. Just empty curiosity. Then her gaze shifted to me, and her face melted into that familiar, pleasant smile. "Would you like a cup of tea, dear?" she asked, her voice light and airy. The disconnect was total and absolute. The woman who had left the match and spelled the warning was gone, locked away somewhere deep inside. Or maybe she had never been there at all. I felt a profound loneliness in that moment, standing there with my piece of impossible evidence, faced with a sweet smile that understood nothing. I pocketed the match. I didn't tell my spouse about it. That little piece of wood became my secret, the first brick in a wall I was building between the logical day world and whatever was happening in the dark. My routine shifted in a subtle, terrible way. That night, I didn't just listen for the sound of her getting out of bed. I listened for the specific shuffle of her slippers on the hallway floorboards. I was no longer just a caregiver checking on a patient. I was a guard on a night watch, waiting for a signal I didn't understand. And that night, I got one. I jolted awake, not from a sound, but from a feeling. The feeling you get when you absolutely know you're not alone in a room. The air in my bedroom felt different, watchful. I held my breath, listening. The house was quiet, but it was the wrong kind of quiet. It was the quiet of something holding very, very still. I slipped out of bed, my feet finding the cool floor. My spouse slept on, undisturbed. I crept to my bedroom door and peered out into the hallway. There she was, my grandmother. standing with her back to me, facing the hall closet door, the one where we keep the spare blankets and the vacuum cleaner. She wasn't moving. She wasn't trying the knob. She was just standing there, her head tilted slightly to one side. The posture was unmistakable. She wasn't sleepwalking aimlessly. She was listening, as if someone on the other side of that closet door was whispering to her in the dark. The door was just plain, painted wood. It led to a shallow, ordinary closet. But in that moment, in that profound, waiting silence, it felt like the most important door in the world. I watched, my blood turn to ice, not daring to move or breathe, wondering what in God's name she could possibly be hearing. And as I watched, her hand, pale in the gloom, slowly lifted from her side. She didn't reach for the doorknob. Instead, she placed her bare palm flat against the center of the door, as if feeling for a heartbeat on the other side. The night held its breath, and so did I, and the only question screaming in my head was what, or who, she believed was in there with us. The image of my grandmother with her hand pressed to that closet door burned behind my eyes for the next 2 days. I moved through my routines like a ghost myself, making meals, helping her dress, but my mind was stuck in that hallway, in that wrong quiet. I kept expecting my spouse to notice, to ask why I was jumping at every little house sound, but they were busy with work, thankfully wrapped up in the normal world of spreadsheets and video calls. My secret knowledge felt like a weight in my pocket, right next to that old matchstick I couldn't bring myself to throw away. I started watching my grandmother more closely during the day, looking for any hint of the person who had spelled that message. But she was just Nana, fading in and out, talking about rain on a long-ago farm or asking for cookies. It was driving me crazy, this split between the terrifying night and the bland, sad day. I had to know more. I had to understand what she was listening for. So on the third night, I decided I wouldn't sleep. I propped myself up in bed with a book, a dim reading light on, and I waited. The house ticked and settled around me. The distant hum of the refrigerator cycled on and off. My spouse breathed softly beside me. And then just after 2 a.m, I heard it, the soft, shuffling scrape of her slippers on the hallway floorboards. My heart started pounding a hard, frantic rhythm against my ribs. I put the book down and slid out of bed, moving to the doorway. There she was again, a pale figure in the dark hall. But this time, she wasn't at the closet. She was facing the wall beside it. Her arm was outstretched, and her finger was moving. She wasn't just standing still. She was drawing something on the wall, her fingertip making slow, deliberate circles on the paint. And she was crying. Not loud sobs, but a quiet, hopeless weeping that was worse than any scream. I crept closer, my own breath shallow. I could hear her whispering, the words broken by her tears. "He's in the crawl space," she murmured, her voice the thin, papery one of her very old age, not the clear terror from the kitchen table. "He never left. He's angry. He's so angry we changed the curtains." My blood ran cold. The crawl space. That was a real place, at least. Our house, like many ranches, has a shallow space under the floor for pipes and wires. The access was outside, a concrete lid near the foundation. But her words, "He never left." And then that last part. We changed the curtains. We had changed the curtains. In the living room, about 2 years ago, we'd taken down some heavy, dark drapes the previous owners had left and put up some light, airy ones. It was a tiny, normal household change I'd completely forgotten about. But her sleeping mind, her stuck-in-the-past mind, remembered it. And whatever he was angry about it. This wasn't a random fragment. This was a specific, detailed complaint. I must have made a noise, a shuffle, or a gasp, because her drawing fingers stopped. She went perfectly still. Then, slowly, she turned her head. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed, seeing nothing in the dark hallway. She looked right through me. A faint, confused frown wrinkled her forehead, and then she simply turned and shuffled back to her bedroom. The weeping stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I was left alone, staring at the spot on the wall where her finger had been circling. There was nothing there, no mark, just plain beige paint. But I felt marked by her words. The next day, in the bright, forgiving sunlight, I made a decision. I needed to look at that hall closet. Not just glance in for blankets, but really look. After my spouse left for work and my grandmother was settled with her morning shows, I opened the closet door. It was just a closet. Stacked towels, a vacuum cleaner, a box of old photos, some winter coats and garment bags. I pulled everything out, piece by piece, my skin prickling with a feeling of doing something forbidden. The back wall was just closet wall, painted the same as the hallway. I ran my hands over it, feeling for anything, a seam, a draft, anything. Nothing. I almost gave up, feeling foolish. But as I went to put back a stack of old quilts, my knee knocked against the back wall near the floor. It didn't sound solid. It didn't have that firm thump of a stud wall. It made a hollow, faintly wooden talk sound. My breath caught. I pushed the last of the stuff out and got on my hands and knees. In the back corner, behind where the vacuum cleaner usually sat, the baseboard was slightly crooked. I wiggled it with my fingers, and a section of it, about 2 feet long, came away in my hand. Behind it wasn't drywall. It was old, unpainted wood, a panel set into the wall. It was covered in a layer of dust and cobwebs, so thick it looked like gray felt. This wasn't a construction access panel. It was too crude, too hidden. It looked like something someone had made a long time ago, and then tried to forget. This was it. This had to be the way to the crawl space from inside the house. But why hide it? Why seal it up inside a closet? My hands were shaking. I went to the garage and got a flat pry bar and a flashlight. I knew I should wait. I knew I should tell my spouse, but a desperate, driven part of me had to know right now. I slid the pry bar into the thin gap at the edge of the wooden panel. The wood groaned, a sound of protest that seemed too loud in the quiet house. With a gritty, splintering crack, the panel came loose. I pulled it away, and a space was revealed. It was black. Not empty black, but a solid, stuffy blackness that seemed to swallow the light from the hallway. And then the smell hit me. It rolled out in a wave. It wasn't just dirt and dust. It was wet earth, cold and thick. It was the sharp, metallic tang of old iron, like a handful of rusty nails. And underneath that same sweet, rotten smell from the matchstick, like flowers left to decay in a closed room. It was the smell of something old and shut away and wrong. A crawl space should smell dry and maybe a little muddy. This smelled like a hole dug deep into the ground, a root cellar or a grave. I clicked on my flashlight and pointed it into the opening. The beam cut through the darkness, showing a low, cramped space. The floor wasn't dirt, like I'd expected from the outside access. It was the rough, unfinished underside of our floorboards, with cobwebs hanging like tinsel. But the foundation walls weren't concrete block. They were old, rough red brick, crumbling in places. This was much older construction than our house. And then I saw it. On one brick, right at the edge of my flashlight beam, was a mark. It wasn't random weathering. It looked like something had been carved or scratched into the surface. I leaned in further, the smell filling my nose, my heart hammering. The beam trembled in my hand. It looked like letters, initials, JC. They were deep, gouged into the brick with force. I pulled back, my mind racing. I quickly shoved the wooden panel back into place, not wanting that smell to seep out any more than it already had. I shoved the baseboard back in front of it, haphazardly, and frantically started putting the quilts and the vacuum back, trying to hide what I'd done. My spouse couldn't know. Not yet. They'd want to call someone a contractor, or worse, they'd think I was losing it, tearing apart closets in the middle of the day. I needed to think. I needed to understand what JC meant. Later that afternoon, I was pushing my grandmother in her wheelchair through the house for a little change of scenery. We came down the hall, past the closet. I was trying to act normal, making silly comments about the pictures on the wall. But as we passed the closet door, she suddenly stiffened. Her hand shot out, her bony finger pointing directly at the door. Her face, which had been calm, contorted with something like panic. "No," she stammered, her voice urgent and clear. "No key. No lease. Bad house. Bad house." She started to shake. I crouched down, holding her hands. "Nana, what's wrong? What about the house?" But the moment passed as quickly as it had come. The panic drained from her eyes, replaced by their usual mild fog. She blinked at me, patted my hand, and smiled her vague smile. "Would you like a cookie, dear? I think there are cookies." The switch was so complete it left me dizzy. She remembered Bad House, but not the cookies we'd had after lunch. That night, as we were getting ready for bed, my spouse stopped in the hallway after brushing their teeth. They rubbed their arms and frowned. "Is it just me, or is it really cold in this hall all of a sudden?" they asked. "I didn't leave a window open, did you?" I looked at them, then at the closed, innocent-looking closet door. The cold was seeping out, through the panel, through the cracks. I had opened something, and now the house itself was changing. "No," I said, my voice sounding strange. "No window." I climbed into bed, feeling that cold radiating from the hallway, knowing it was my fault. I had opened a door that should have stayed shut. And as I lay there, trying to warm up, a final, terrible detail replayed in my mind from my peek into that space. When I had first opened the panel, just as that awful smell wafted out, I'd seen a fat, black spider scuttle away from the opening. But it hadn't run across the floor like any normal bug would. It had raced straight up the wall beside the hole, scurried across the ceiling, and disappeared into a corner. It wasn't fleeing from the light of my flashlight. It was fleeing from something else, something deeper in that dark, brick-lined space. And now, whatever that something was, had a way out. After finding the hidden crawl space, I felt like I was living in two different houses. The daytime one was still normal, if a bit colder in the hall. The nighttime one felt like a trap, waiting for something to emerge from that hole behind the quilts. My spouse's innocent comment about the chill had planted a seed of guilt in me, but also a stubborn need to prove I wasn't imagining things. I had to show them, but I couldn't just show them a hole and a smell and some spider. They'd see a home repair issue, not a haunting. I needed something undeniable. So, I ordered a little motion-activated camera online, the kind people use to watch their pets. I told my spouse it was to check on my grandmother during the day if I had to run errands, which was partly true, but my real plan was for the nights. I set it up on a bookshelf in the living room, pointing down the hall towards my grandmother's door and the closet. It had night vision. For 2 nights, it captured nothing but me checking on her and the cat wandering around. I started to feel foolish again. Then on the 3rd night, it caught everything. It was around 3 a.m. My grandmother's door opened and she shuffled out, but her walk was different. In her sleepwalking state, she usually moved with a slow, drifting uncertainty. This was purposeful, direct. She walked straight into the living room, right towards the camera, though her eyes were half closed. She stopped in the middle of the room, her head tilted back. For a few seconds, she was just a still, pale figure in the greenish glow of the night vision. Then her mouth opened. The voice that came out was not hers. It wasn't the voice of an old woman or a sleepy one. It was a young man's voice, sharp and clear and dripping with a kind of oily pride. It said, "The lease is perpetual. The rent is paid in memory." My blood turned to ice water as I heard it through my phone's speaker the next morning, alone in the kitchen with my headphones on. But it got worse. On the video, my grandmother's head slowly leveled, and her eyes, which should have been shut or blank, opened wide. They looked directly into the camera lens. The night vision made them shine like 2 white coins. And the young man's voice, using her mouth, spoke again. "Tell the current owners. I want my wallpaper back." The video ended. I sat at the table, my hands shaking so badly I could hardly put my coffee cup down. This was it. This was the proof that shattered every logical excuse. I played it for my spouse that evening before they could even take their coat off. I just handed them my phone with the video open. They watched it, their face going from confused to stunned to pale. They watched it 3 times. When they finally looked up at me, their practical, rational world was gone from their eyes. It was replaced by the same bottomless fear I'd been swimming in for weeks. "What is that?" they whispered. I just shook my head. We were partners in this now, truly. The dynamic shifted instantly. We weren't caregiver and skeptic anymore. We were 2 people under siege. We had clues now. Real ones. Perpetual lease. Rent is paid in memory. JC, on the brick. And that bizarre demand. I want my wallpaper back. The wallpaper we had now was a bland, inoffensive beige. We'd painted over whatever was here when we moved in. We'd never even seen the old wallpaper. But the tenant, remembered it. The next day, my spouse took the morning off work. We drove to the county records office, a dusty, quiet place that smelled of old paper. We told the clerk we were researching the history of our house. She was helpful, pulling old property tax maps and deed transfers. Our simple ranch was built in 1954, but as she traced the lot lines back further, things got strange. Our lot, it turned out, was once part of a much larger farm, and on the exact spot where our house now stood, the old maps showed a small structure. The clerk squinted at the spidery handwriting. Looks like it was listed as a boarding house. 4 single laborers, probably from the mill that was down by the river. Late 1800s. She kept looking. She found a ledger of tenant agreements. And there it was in faded brown ink, a long-term tenancy agreement for one Jedediah Coombs. The start date was 1888. The space for the termination date was blank. Just an empty line, waiting for an end that never came. Jedediah Coombs, JC. We looked at each other, the air in the records office feeling too thin to breathe. He wasn't just a ghost. He was a legal entity. a tenant with a blank end date on his lease, a perpetual resident. We drove home in a wordless shock. The house looked different to me now. It wasn't just sitting on land. It was sitting on top of another man's home, a home he'd never legally left. When we got inside, we went straight to the living room. We moved the rug and the coffee table. In one corner, where the floor was a little warped, my spouse got a crowbar. We talked about fixing this spot for years. Now we were going to open it up. We pried up a section of the modern laminate flooring. Under it was a layer of old, puke green linoleum from the 70s. We tore that up too. Under that were the original pine floorboards, dark with age. And there, in the gap between two boards, we saw a flash of color. We carefully pulled up one board, then another. There it was, the wallpaper. It was hideous. A violent, clashing pattern of deep red roses and sickly green thorns on a dirty yellow background. It was stained with patches of brown damp, and it was peeling away from the plaster in long, brittle curls. It was aggressively ugly, the kind of pattern that felt angry just to look at. This was what he wanted back. This was his taste, his appointed space. My spouse reached out and touched a dark, rust-colored stain near the floor. They pulled their fingers back quickly. "Do you think that's just mold?" they asked, their voice low. I didn't answer. I didn't think it was mold. That night, I felt a new kind of dread. It wasn't just fear of the unknown anymore. It was fear of something with rules, with preferences, with a documented history. We sat in the living room with the lights on bright, the hole in the floor gaping like an open wound, showing that awful wallpaper. My grandmother was dozing in her chair. I looked at her peaceful, sleeping face, and I thought about the video. The rent is paid in memory. It clicked together with a horrible, logical snap. Her fading mind, her stolen memories, her confusion. That wasn't just the dementia. That was the currency. That was the rent. Jedediah Coombs was evicting her from her own brain to make more room for himself. He was the ultimate squatter. I couldn't stand it. I got up and knelt beside her chair. I spoke to her sleeping form, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you want?" I asked. "What do you really want?" Her eyes snapped open. They weren't sleepy. They were aware and full of a cold, alien malice. Her face, usually so soft, twisted into a sneer that looked all wrong on her features. The young man's voice, Jedediah's voice, hissed out of her. "What's mine? All of it. You're in my parlor." Then her eyes closed, her face went slack, and she was just asleep again, as if a switch had been flipped. The next morning, something different happened. My grandmother woke up clear. Painfully, heartbreakingly clear. She was having her tea, and she looked at me, and her eyes were the sharp, knowing blue I remembered from my childhood. She reached out and grabbed my hand with a strength I didn't know she still had. Her grip was tight, urgent. "You have to listen to me," she said, every word precise. "You have to burn the letters in the box. Before he finds them. Do you understand? Burn them." Then, as I stared, frozen, the clarity in her eyes fractured and faded. The intelligence drained away, replaced by her familiar, gentle fog. She patted my hand, let go, and smiled. "This tea is nice, dear. Is there any pudding?" The whiplash was so severe it left me dizzy. She was gone again, but she'd given me a new mission. A box. Letters. Burn them. It was a direct order from the real her. A flare shot up from the depths of her own mind. It felt like our first real weapon. We just had to find it. We had to find the box before Jedediah Coombs did. My grandmother's moment of crystal clear warning changed everything. Burn the letters in the box. It was a direct order from the person we were trying to save. A piece of her fighting her way to the surface to give us instructions. It meant there was a weapon, or at least something he didn't want us to find. We had to find it first. We turned the house upside down that day, starting with her room. We looked in her dresser, under her bed, in her small jewelry case. Nothing. My spouse suggested the attic. We hadn't been up there in ages, just a cramped, unfinished space full of insulation and holiday decorations. It was hot and dusty, the air stale. We pulled down the folding ladder and climbed up, flashlights in hand. We moved past boxes of our old books and childhood toys, toward the back where my grandmother's things had been stored when she moved in. There were old suitcases, a hat box, a trunk full of my grandfather's clothes that smelled of mothballs. And then, tucked behind a stack of worn-out quilts, we found it. A small, rusty tin lockbox, the kind you'd see in an old movie. It was unassuming, but on its lid, in my grandmother's elegant, old-fashioned handwriting, was a label. Deeds and leases. My heart skipped a beat. This was it. This had to be the box. We carried it down to the kitchen table, the metal cold against my fingers. It was locked with a simple clasp, but the lock was frail. A quick twist with a screwdriver, and it popped open. The inside smelled of old paper and lavender. On top were love letters, tied with a faded ribbon, in my grandfather's looping script. Under those were black and white photos of my mother as a gap-toothed child. We carefully set these precious things aside, and at the very bottom, folded into a tight, small square, was a single piece of paper. It was brittle, the color of weak tea, and the handwriting was a cramped, spidery scrawl, nothing like my grandmother's. We unfolded it with trembling hands, flattening it on the table. It wasn't a deed to our house. It was an addendum to a property lease, dated 1888. The main body was standard legal language about the boarding house, but this added page was different. It was handwritten, not typed, and it felt more like a spell than a contract. One line made my skin crawl. It stated the tenant, Jedediah Coombs, shall have right of perpetual residence across the boundary of brick and mortar, flesh and spirit, subject to the upkeep of his appointed space. I read it twice. Boundary of brick and mortar, flesh and spirit. It wasn't just about the building. It was about crossing over into people and upkeep of his appointed space. That explained his anger over the curtains, the wallpaper. We had violated the terms of his lease by changing his home. My spouse's face was white. We have to burn it, right now, like she said. They reached for the paper. I pulled my hand back, instinctively covering it. Wait, I said. My mind was racing. This is the only proof we have, the only thing that explains the rules. If we burn it, we're just guessing. A fight erupted then, quiet and fierce. It's not proof, it's a trigger, they shot back, their voice tense. She told us to destroy it for a reason. He's looking for it. It's an anchor or a recipe or something worse. They argued that our grandmother, in her moment of clarity, knew more than we ever could about what this paper meant. I argued that we couldn't fight what we didn't understand, that this paper was our understanding. We were shouting whispers, desperate and scared. The box sat between us, a little metal Pandora's jar, and we were arguing over whether to slam the lid shut or pry it open wider. That's when we heard the crash from downstairs. A loud, shattering sound, like a lamp hitting the floor. Our grandmother was down there. We had left her dozing in her recliner, which she hadn't gotten out of by herself in months. We both bolted for the attic ladder, scrambling down so fast I almost lost my footing. We ran into the living room. The side table lamp was on the floor, the shade bent. But my grandmother wasn't in her chair. We heard a sound from the hallway. We turned. She was standing at the very bottom of the attic ladder, a place she should not have been able to reach, her body frail and stooped. She was staring up at us, her head tilted back. Her eyes were open, and they held none of her own sweet fog. They were dark and full of a cold, knowing anger. Her mouth, usually so soft, twisted, and Jedediah Coombs's voice, sharp and venomous, snarled up at us from her throat. Thieves! Then her eyes rolled back, her knees buckled, and she collapsed in a heap on the hallway floor. We rushed to her, our fight forgotten. She was breathing, but she was out cold, a dead weight. We carried her to the couch, checked her pulse, covered her with a blanket. She was alive, but she looked smaller, more hollowed out than ever before. The dark circles under her eyes looked like bruises. It was as if the effort of that one word, that one accusation, had drained a week's worth of her life. The rest of that day was a blur of quiet panic. She slept deeply, not moving. We didn't call an ambulance. What would we say? Our grandmother collapsed after a ghost possessing her called us thieves? We just watched her, our hearts aching. The box and its terrible paper were still on the kitchen table. The argument wasn't settled, but the urgency was different now. We couldn't leave it in the house. Not after that. As a tense compromise, we took the brittle lease addendum and the strange old matchstick, folded them inside a Ziploc bag, and put that bag back in the tin box. We didn't burn it, but we couldn't keep it inside. My spouse had an idea. The car, they said. It's off the property. It's metal. Maybe it will block something. It felt silly, but it was action, a move. I took the box out and locked it in the trunk of my car, which was parked in the driveway. It felt both cowardly and smart. The next morning, my grandmother was different. She slept late, and when she woke, she was groggy, distant, even for her. She napped most of the afternoon, but when evening came, she seemed to perk up a little. We were trying to act normal, making dinner. She was sitting at the kitchen table, watching us with a faint smile. My spouse was stirring a pot on the stove. I was setting the table. I turned to get the forks, and when I turned back, I froze. On the wall above the kitchen table, where there had been nothing but a calendar, now hung a small, ugly picture frame. Inside the frame was a square of that hideous, thorny rose wallpaper we'd exposed in the living room floor. It was neatly cut and mounted, centered perfectly. My spouse followed my gaze and dropped the wooden spoon. It clattered on the floor. Neither of us had put it there. We looked at my grandmother. She was still smiling, her eyes on the framed wallpaper sample. "Pretty flowers," she said, her voice a gentle, empty sigh. She wasn't just channeling him at night anymore. He was leaving gifts. He was decorating. That night, I couldn't sleep. I got up and went to the window, looking out at the dark driveway. The streetlight cast a weak orange glow, and there she was, my grandmother. She was standing on the driveway in her nightgown, barefoot on the cold concrete. She was sleepwalking again, but she wasn't heading for the woods or the road. She was standing perfectly still beside my car. Her hand was resting flat on the trunk, right above the lock. Her head was bowed, not like she was listening this time, but like she was feeling. Like she could sense the tin box inside, through the metal and the spare tire and the clutter. She just stood there, a pale ghost in the orange light. Her hand pressed against the car as if checking for a heartbeat inside. She knew we'd moved it. He knew. And as I watched from the window, I understood we hadn't hidden anything. We'd just moved a piece of him to a new location, and he had followed it, using her as a bloodhound. The house was his, and now anything connected to it was his too. We were just living in his world, and we were running out of places to hide. Seeing my grandmother's hand on the car trunk, feeling the icy reach of Jedediah Coombs extending beyond the walls of the house, was the final straw. We couldn't fight a ghost with rules we didn't understand. The lease addendum talked about upkeep of his appointed space and perpetual residence across flesh and spirit. That wasn't just creepy poetry, it was a manual. We needed someone to translate it. My spouse found a name online, a professor at the local university who specialized in regional folklore and old property laws. It sounded like a long shot, but we were out of options. We drove to the campus the next day, leaving my grandmother with a trusted neighbor for a few hours, telling them she just needed company. It felt like a lie. The professor's office was a cave of books, smelling of dust and old paper. He was a kind-eyed man with a beard, looking more like a friendly librarian than a ghostbuster. We didn't tell him everything. We just said we'd found an odd historical document in our house, and were curious about its meaning. We showed him a photo of the lease addendum on my phone, zoomed in on the critical lines. His demeanor changed instantly. The kind eyes grew sharp, concerned. He took the phone, peering at the screen. He pointed a finger at the phrase, upkeep of his appointed space. "This is very specific," he said, his voice low. "In certain old folk beliefs, particularly around tenant rights and property spirits, this isn't about general maintenance. It means the spirit gains a kind of legal standing when the specific physical space it considers its own is maintained. The decor, the layout, the very feel of it, changing that space is seen as a profound breach. It's like breaking a sacred covenant. It makes the spirit not just angry, but empowered. It gives it the right to reclaim." His words landed like stones in my gut. We went home and, with a sickening dread, made a list. We changed the curtains. We pulled up the carpet and linoleum, exposing his wallpaper. We repainted every single room. We completely renovated the kitchen, putting in stainless steel and granite where there was once old laminate and wood. And the worst one, we added that hall closet, the one we used every day, right over the old, hidden crawlspace access. We had built a modern box around his front door. Every update, every improvement we'd made to turn this house into our home, was an act of vandalism in Jedediah Coombs' eyes. We hadn't just moved into a haunted house. We had trespassed and then remodeled the haunting. We had to try communicating, to see if there was any room for negotiation, any way to fix this without losing my grandmother entirely. It was my spouse's idea, born of pure desperation. We have to ask him what he wants, directly. Maybe we can make a deal. The idea made me sick, but doing nothing was worse. We bought a Ouija board from a toy store, feeling ridiculous and terrified. That night we waited. When we heard her door open and the shuffling steps, we guided her sleeping form to the kitchen table. We placed her fingers on the plastic planchette. My spouse asked the question, their voice shaking. "What do you want?" Her fingers twitched. Then they flew across the board, fast and sure, spelling out letters with a force that made the board skid. RESTORE, ITAKTHE, WMAN. Yes, MYHOUSE, restore. or I take the woman as my house. The threat was absolute. He wasn't just asking for his wallpaper back. He was demanding we turn back time on the entire house. And if we didn't, he would fully possess my grandmother, not just visit at night. She wouldn't just be a vessel. She would become his new, permanent address. The professor's advice and this terrible ultimatum collided in my head. The only way to appease him, to maybe loosen his grip, was to give him what he wanted. We had to restore his space. The thought was horrifying. It meant stripping our home, the place we'd built together, back to a mockery of a 19th century boarding house parlor. It meant inviting his taste into every room, living in his shrine. My spouse revolted. No, absolutely not. That's surrender. That's letting him win. We take Nana and we go. We sell the house, we move across the country. But I had read the lease 100 times. Perpetual residence across flesh and spirit. I was terrified it wasn't just tied to the land, but to her, to our bloodline. What if we moved and he followed, because he was now attached to her, not just the bricks? We couldn't outrun a ghost that lived in her mind. We argued in frantic, hushed tones, the divide between us growing. They wanted to fight. I was starting to think we had to negotiate with the terrorist in our walls. As a desperate, miserable compromise, we agreed on a test. We wouldn't sell the house. We wouldn't fully restore it, but we would try one small thing, to see if it changed anything. At a thrift store, we found a pair of old, dusty drapes. They were a ugly, brownish-red velvet, moth-eaten at the hems. They looked about 100 years old. They vaguely matched the era. We took them home and, with a feeling of deep wrongness, took down our clean, light blue curtains in the living room and hung these dusty relics. They smelled of attics and decay. They blocked the light, making the room gloomy. That night, we waited, holding our breath. The hours ticked by. No shuffling steps. No cries. No sound from her room at all. The ordinary house sound seemed louder in the absence of his activity. It was more frightening than the sleepwalking. It meant he noticed. It meant he approved. And his approval felt like a trap snapping shut. Encouraged and sickened by the quiet night, we decided on a bigger test. We couldn't undo the whole house, but we could give him back a piece of his wallpaper. We had taken a photo of the hideous rose pattern from under the floorboards. We found an online service that could recreate vintage wallpaper. A few days later, a roll arrived. It was a perfect, fresh copy of that awful, clashing pattern. My spouse helped me, their face set in a grim mask of disapproval, but they helped. We moved the couch, cleared a whole wall. We stripped off our modern beige paint, sanded the plaster, and pasted up the new old wallpaper. It was laborious, miserable work. Each strip felt like we were walling ourselves in. The pattern was aggressive, the reds too bloody, the greens too sickly. As we smoothed the last strip into place, the room transformed. It was no longer our living room. It was his parlor. We stood back, exhausted, covered in paste. My grandmother had been sitting in her recliner in the corner the whole time, dozing. As we put down our brushes, she stirred. Her eyes opened. They were not sleepy or foggy. They were instantly alert, sharp, and they focused on the wallpapered wall with an intense, hungry interest. Her head turned slowly, and her gaze landed on us. A smile spread across her face, but it wasn't her smile. It was too wide, too satisfied, too knowing. And when she spoke, the young man's voice that came out was smooth, almost pleasant, dripping with a vile contentment. "Better," he said, the single word hanging in the paste-scented air. Then her eyes closed, and she went back to dozing, as if nothing had happened. We stood there, surrounded by the garish roses and thorns, our own home now feeling like a stranger's, and the word "better" echoed in the space between us. We had given him a gift, and he had accepted it. We had proven the professor's theory right. And in doing so, we had taken the first concrete, undeniable step into his world. We had started decorating for him. And the worst part was the small, treacherous thought that wormed its way into my exhausted mind. If a little bit made him happy and kept her quiet, what would a lot do? Could we buy her peace, one ugly strip of wallpaper at a time? The look on my spouse's face told me they were having no such thought. They just saw the surrender, and they saw me, standing in the middle of it, complicit. The wall between us wasn't just made of ugly paper. It was made of a fundamental, terrifying disagreement on how to survive. The word "better" hung in that wallpapered room like a poisonous gas. It was a victory for Jedediah Coombs, and a defeat for us, and it split our strategy right down the middle. My spouse saw only capitulation. They became a soldier preparing for war. They spent evenings online, researching old folk protections, ordering bags of sea salt and iron railroad nails. They lined every windowsill and doorway with thin white lines of salt, which I had to carefully step over. They hammered the cold iron nails into the door frames, leaving small, bruised holes in the wood. It felt desperate and ancient, a stark contrast to my own terrible, secret thoughts about negotiation. I found myself staring at the ugly wallpaper, not with disgust, but with a calculating dread. If one wall made him say better, what would the whole room do? The whole house? Could we appease him into leaving her alone? The rift between us grew, filled with unspoken accusations and shared terror. My grandmother's condition was the proof of our failure. She now existed in a dreadful middle ground. She wasn't just my Nana who sometimes sleepwalked. She wasn't just a vessel for Jedediah at night. She was both, and the balance was tipping. She'd be sitting in her chair, staring out the window at the bird feeder, and without turning her head, she'd comment in that sharp, young man's voice, "That maple tree is poorly pruned. A shame." She'd say it to the empty room, as if holding court. Then a minute later, she'd blink, look around confused, and ask me for a blanket. He was popping through in daylight, little leaks of his personality seeping into her waking hours. She was being crowded out of her own mind, her own body, and it was happening right in front of us. The house itself began to agree with him. The framed sample of wallpaper we kept finding and taking down would reappear, hanging straight and centered, sometimes in a different room. One morning, we came out to find the big, heavy armchair from the corner dragged all the way across the living room. It was now facing the hall closet door, like a king's throne position to observe a subject. Neither of us had moved it. It would have taken tremendous effort. The cold spot in the hallway wasn't a spot anymore. The whole hall was permanently chilly, a damp, earthy cold that no amount of heating could touch. The house was shifting, becoming more his and less ours with every hour. The worst moment came on a Tuesday afternoon. I was making her a cup of tea. She was watching me, her hands folded in her lap. Then her expression changed. The vague warmth left her eyes, replaced by a cool, appraising look. Jedediah's voice, conversational and horribly intimate, came from her. "She's old," he said, as if discussing the weather. "Her mortar is crumbling. The foundation is unsound. But you," his eyes traveled over me. "You're strong. You have good memories. Clear ones. We could make a new lease. A transfer. Let her go. You stay." The offer was so calm, so logical in its monstrous way, that I nearly dropped the teacup. He wasn't just offering a truce. He was offering a trade. Her fading life for my healthy one. He wanted to upgrade. I stared, my mouth dry, unable to speak. Her face softened back into her own, and she smiled sweetly at the steam rising from the cup. "Is that for me, dear? You're so kind." I didn't tell my spouse about the offer. It felt too much like a secret pact, a betrayal just for hearing it. But it changed everything for me. This was no longer about saving our home. It was a bidding war for a soul, and he had just placed a bid on mine. My spouse, unaware, escalated their campaign. They began reading psalms out loud in the living room, their voice firm. They burned sage, the smoke curling around the ugly wallpaper, which seemed to absorb the smell rather than be cleansed by it. Our strategies were on a collision course, one seeking to banish, the other secretly wondering if a deal could be made. Then a gift from my real grandmother, a flicker of her fighting back. She had a moment of lucidity, one of those startlingly clear episodes. She was in her bed, and I was tucking her in. She grabbed my wrist, her grip shockingly strong. Her eyes were blazing with a terrified, beautiful clarity. "He's putting his pictures over mine," she whispered, her voice raw. She tapped her own temple with a bony finger. "In here. He's hanging his pictures on my walls. Soon there won't be any room for me." A tear tracked through the wrinkles on her cheek. Then the fire went out. The fear melted into confusion, and she let go, patting my hand absently. "Time for bed," she mumbled. That did it. Her metaphor broke my heart and my resolve. He wasn't just visiting, he was moving his furniture into her memories, evicting her from the inside out. That night, in a state of pure despair, I did something foolish. I went to the computer when my spouse was asleep. I found old architectural plans for boarding houses from the 1880s. I started sketching, trying to piece together what our house, built on the same foundation, might have looked like inside when Jedediah Coombs lived there. Where was his chair? His bed? What kind of rug did he have? I was making a blueprint for surrender. I was planning his homecoming. I must have fallen asleep at the desk because I woke to the feeling of someone watching me. My spouse was standing in the doorway of the study, dressed for work, their face pale. They were looking past me at the sketches on the computer screen, crude layouts of our rooms filled with period furniture, notes like wood stove and oil lamp here. The look on their face wasn't anger. It was worse. It was the utter collapse of trust, a pure, unadulterated betrayal. "You're actually planning it," they said, their voice flat and dead. "You're picking out curtains for him." They didn't wait for an answer. They just turned and walked away. The chasm between us was now complete and unbridgeable. We moved around each other like ghosts for the rest of the day, speaking only when necessary. The house felt like a trap with 3 prisoners, each in their own cell. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the weight of my secret plans and my spouse's disgust like a physical pressure on my chest. And then I heard a new sound. Not a shuffle, not a voice. A creak, a long, slow wooden groan. It came from the hallway. I got up, my pulse pounding in my ears. My spouse was already awake, sitting up in bed, their eyes wide. We didn't speak. We both went to the door. The hall was dark, but the closet door, the one that hid the crawlspace access, was now standing open. Just a black rectangle in the wall. We never left it open. We kept it closed, always, a silent agreement to pretend the hole behind the quilts wasn't there. But it was open now, about a foot wide. And from the blackness within, from that space that smelled of wet earth and iron, came a sound. It was slow, deliberate. 3 distinct knocks on the inner wood of the crawlspace entrance, the knocks echoing dully in the cramped space. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't a frantic banging. It was polite, patient. The sound of someone who has been waiting a long, long time, and who finally believes the new landlords are ready to let them out. We stood frozen in our bedroom doorway, 2 divided people united for that moment by a sheer, primal fear, listening to the tenant in our walls announce that he was done knocking from the inside. He was ready to come out. The 3 knocks from inside the crawlspace were a line in the sand. We could no longer pretend. We could no longer strategize in separate corners. The thing was announcing itself. My spouse looked at me, their earlier betrayal buried under a more immediate terror. "We have to end this," they whispered. "No more salt. No more wallpaper. We have to find what's tethering him and break it." For the first time in days, we were in agreement. The professor's words came back to me. A spirit bound to a property often has an anchor, a physical object that ties it to the place. We had found his initial on the brick. We had to find what was buried with it. The next day, with a grim determination, we prepared. We waited until our grandmother was in a deep afternoon sleep. We moved everything out of the hall closet again, our movements quick and efficient, a shared purpose overriding our personal war. The cold that seeped from the opening was worse than ever, that wet earth, rotten flower chill making our breath fog. We had a good flashlight, a hammer, a small trowel, and a bottle of holy water my spouse had gotten from a church. It felt silly and necessary all at once. I was the one who would go in. I was smaller. We pulled the wooden panel away, and the smell billowed out, thick and gagging. I took a breath, clicked on the flashlight, and crawled into the hole. The space was cramped, my back brushing against the rough floor joists above. The beam of my light jumped over spiderwebs and ancient dust. I shuffled forward on my knees toward the far wall, toward the brick where I'd seen the JC. The bricks were cold and slimy to the touch. I found the initials, the gouges deep and angry. I shone the light at the base of that brick. The dirt there looked disturbed, different from the packed earth elsewhere. It was looser, like it had been dug and refilled. My heart hammered against my ribs. I took the trowel and started to dig. The dirt was cold and dense. About 6 inches down, the metal edge of the trowel hit something that wasn't a rock. It thudded dully. I scraped the dirt away with my hands, my fingers going numb. And there it was, a small pouch, made of what was once leather, now rotted and blackened, tied shut with a frayed cord. It was about the size of my palm. It felt wrong just looking at it, a lump of concentrated wrongness in the dirt. I didn't want to touch it, but I had to. I reached out, my fingers closing around it. It was cold, but not like metal or dirt. It was a living cold, a sucking cold that seemed to pull the heat from my hand. And it pulsed, a slow, weak throb like a dying heartbeat. This was it, his residence charm, the anchor. I shoved it into the pocket of my jacket, the cold seeping through the fabric to my hip. I scrambled backwards out of the crawl space as fast as I could, bursting into the hallway gasping for clean air. My spouse helped me up, their eyes locked on the bulge in my pocket. "Did you get it?" I just nodded, unable to speak. We shoved the panel back, not caring how crooked it was, and frantically shoved the closet contents back in front of it, a pathetic barricade. We stumbled into the living room, the pouch feeling like a live coal against my leg. We laid it on the coffee table. We had won. We had found the source. We decided to destroy it immediately. The fireplace was gas, but it had fake logs. We turned it on for the first time that season, the blue flames licking upwards. With a pair of tongs, I picked up the pouch and placed it right in the center of the flames. We watched, holding our breath. The flames should have consumed it, turned it to ash. Instead, they changed. The blue and orange fire flickered, then turned a sickly chemical green, casting a ghastly light on the ugly wallpaper. The green flames danced around the pouch, but didn't touch it. They climbed and twisted, but the little bundle of leather sat untouched in the middle, dark and solid. After a minute, the green flames simply snuffed out, as if smothered by an invisible hand. The pouch was unmarked, not even singed. The air smelled of sulfur and that same rotten sweetness. My spouse stared, horrified. Okay. We take it off the property. We bury it somewhere else, far away. We got in the car, the pouch now in a metal toolbox on the back seat. I turned the key. The engine made a weak, grinding sound and died. I tried again. Nothing. Not even a click. The battery was full. The lights worked. The car just refused to start. We looked at each other, a new understanding dawning. He wasn't just in the house. His influence was tied to this object. It couldn't leave. It was part of the property, and the property was part of it. We trudged back inside, defeated. That's when my grandmother's body walked into the living room. She moved with a stiff, unnatural grace, all traces of her frailty gone. She stood before us, and when she spoke, Jedediah Coombs's voice was different. It wasn't a hiss or a snarl. It was loud, resonant, filling the room, booming from her small frame. Replace what you stole. My walls, my curtains, my peace. You have until the new moon. She paused, and a cruel smile stretched her lips. Or I cease being a tenant and become the landlord. The threat was final. The new moon was 2 days away. He was giving us a deadline. After that, he would stop asking and start taking full control. Permanently. We were broken. Sitting in our defiled living room, the unburnable pouch on the table, the wallpaper screaming from the walls, we had nothing left. Then my spouse spoke, their voice hollow. What if we do it? What if we give him what he wants? Completely. We turn the house back. We make it exactly like his appointed space. We make him feel secure, welcome. And then, while he's satisfied, we perform a real banishment. We use the rules against him. He thinks he's winning, and we pull the rug out. It was a dangerous, terrifying gamble. It meant fully inviting the fox into the henhouse before slamming the door. It meant decorating for our own exorcism. I looked at the pouch, at my grandmother's empty chair, at the despair on my spouse's face. We were out of options. It was the only play left. With the new moon a little over 48 hours away, we made a desperate decision. We would do it. We would perform the ultimate deception. We would restore Jedediah Coombs's parlor. We spent a frantic, surreal day and a half. We bought cans of dark, gloomy paint and slathered it over our bright walls. We ripped out our modern ceiling light fixtures and hung cheap, replica oil lamps we found at an antique barn. We dragged in heavy, carved Victorian furniture from second-hand stores, furniture that smelled of dust and decay. We took down every family photo, every piece of our own art, and stored it in the garage. We covered the TVs with sheets. We worked until our hands were raw and our backs ached, transforming our home into a perfect, nightmarish replica of a late 1800s boarding house parlor. It was ugly, oppressive, and felt utterly alien. With every stroke of the brush, every piece of hideous furniture we placed, I felt a part of our own lives being painted over, packed away. We were erasing ourselves to make room for him. On the final afternoon, we hung the last of the reproduced thorny rose wallpaper in the hallway. As I smoothed the last strip into place, stepping down from the ladder, I heard it. Not a voice. A sound. A long, soft, echoing sigh of contentment. It didn't come from my grandmother's room. It didn't come from the closet. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, from the floor, from the very air of the house. It was the sound of a man settling into his favorite chair after a long, long journey. He was pleased. The trap was set, and we were now living inside it, waiting for the new moon to rise so we could spring it, praying we hadn't just built our own tomb. The house was no longer ours. It was a museum dedicated to a dead man's bad taste. The air was still and smelled of old varnish, dust, and the oily scent from the lamps we had lit, their flames casting jumping shadows that made the thorny wallpaper seem to writhe. We had built Jedediah Coombs a perfect period cage. The problem was, we were locked inside it with him, and we had to convince him the door was open. My grandmother sat in a high-backed upholstered chair we'd bought at a flea market, a blanket over her lap. She wasn't sleeping. Her eyes were open, and they tracked us with an alien, sharp intelligence. Jedediah was home, and he was watching his new old furnishings with a landlord's approving eye. The new moon rose, a black disk in a cloudy sky, plunging the world outside into a deep dark. It was time. My spouse had consulted with the folklore professor one last time, by phone, getting cryptic instructions for a ritual of revocation. It was our Hail Mary. The idea was simple. As the current owners of the land and structure, we had to formally revoke the perpetual lease, using symbols of our ownership, while the spirit was content within his restored space. We had to trick him into listening long enough to break the contract. We stood in the center of the awful parlor. My spouse began to speak, their voice low but steady, reciting words the professor had provided, a mix of legal-sounding phrases and older, stranger ones. They held a small bowl. In it was a mixture of coarse salt, sharp iron filings, and a few drops of our own blood, pricked from our fingertips, a symbol of the current, living owners. As they spoke, they walked a slow circle around the room, sprinkling the mixture along the edges of the walls, across the thresholds of the doors. By right of modern deed and lived breath, we who hold the title sever the bond of the past. We revoke the lease. We break the hold. We demand the departure of the former resident, Jedediah Coombs. The oil lamp flames flickered, the shadows lunging and shrinking. My grandmother, or the thing using her, watched from the chair. At first, he seemed amused, a faint smile on her borrowed face. He looked like a king tolerating the muttering of foolish subjects. But as my spouse continued, sprinkling the blood and salt and iron across the entrance to the hallway, the smile began to falter. A frown creased her forehead. Her hands, which had been resting calmly, gripped the arms of the chair. My spouse's voice grew stronger. The space is no longer appointed to you. The contract is void. You are not welcome here. They completed the circle, coming to stand beside me, their face pale but determined. We stood together, facing her. The room waited. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a low sound started, a dry, rattling noise that grew into a laugh. It came from my grandmother's throat, but it was Jedediah's laugh, rasping and humorless. Her head lolled back against the chair, and she laughed and laughed. You think, he wheezed, that a few words break a contract signed in memory? You think your little salt and blood is stronger than a man's whole life poured into stone and soil. The laughter cut off abruptly. Her head snapped forward, the eyes blazing with a cold fire. I am in the mortar. I am in the beams. I am the first nail driven and the last breath of the old hearth. She stood up, the blanket falling away. Her frail body seemed to tower. And now, the voice boomed, I am in the bloodline. She is my house. Her memories are my rooms. And when she dies, I will simply need a new one. His gaze, ancient and greedy, locked directly onto me. The offer was back, but now it was a statement of fact. He would wear her out and then move on. To me. But at the word dies, something happened. A spasm went through my grandmother's body. A violent tremor, as if an internal wire had been pulled taut. Her own eyes, a fragile, watery blue, fought their way to the surface, pushing against the darkness clouding them. It was her, the real her, for one last, magnificent second. Her mouth opened, but no clever words came out, no plea. Instead, she screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear or pain. It was a raw, guttural sound of pure maternal fury, a lioness's roar trapped in a frail cage. And she didn't scream at the spirit. She turned her head, her eyes blazing with that final clarity, and she screamed that furious, wordless scream directly at the leather pouch, which sat on the ugly side table where we'd left it. She was giving us a target. Her last act was not defense, but an attack order. The sound seemed to hang in the air. Then she collapsed, folding back into the chair, unconscious, her breathing shallow and too fast. But the scream had done something. The pouch on the table shuddered. The rotted leather pulsed. And then it grew cold. A visible wave of frost crystallized on the metal toolbox next to it. The cold was so intense it hurt to look at, a deep, aching wrongness. Then in a flash, the cold turned to a searing, dry heat that radiated from it in a wave. I stumbled back. We both stared helpless as the pouch moved on its own. The frayed cord tying it shut unraveled, not by burning, but by an unseen force. The flap opened. Inside, we could see the tarnished coins, the broken clay pipe, and the lock of coarse red hair. The hair, tied with its own bit of string, began to unwind. It slithered like a slow worm, freeing itself from its knot. And the coins, they began to vibrate, shivering against each other, producing a high, faint, metallic ringing, a tiny, insane chiming that filled the sudden quiet of the room. Jedediah Coombs's voice was gone from my grandmother. The oppressive presence that had filled the parlor seemed to have withdrawn, sucked back into the source. But it wasn't gone. The voice came again, but not from her. It came from the pouch. It was quieter now, not a boom, but a smooth, intimate whisper that seemed to coil directly into my ear, into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. "A stronger house," it murmured, the tone almost appreciative, a craftsman evaluating good timber. "Good. We'll start the lease anew tomorrow." The whisper faded. The chiming of the coin stopped. The lock of hair lay still, now fully uncoiled. The pouch was just a dead, cold thing on the table again. But the words echoed in the center of my mind. A stronger house. He wasn't looking at the walls anymore. He was looking at me. The transfer he had offered wasn't a future possibility. It had just begun. The ritual had failed because we weren't the rightful owners of the lease. My grandmother was, and she was too occupied to revoke it. All we had done was show him a better, sturdier piece of property to covet. I looked at my spouse, who was staring at the pouch in dawning, horrified comprehension. They looked from it to me, their eyes wide with a new kind of fear, not for my grandmother, but for me. I looked at my grandmother, unconscious in the chair, her chest rising and falling in fragile breaths, temporarily free of him, but more empty than ever. And I looked down at my own hands, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. They felt normal. They looked normal. But in my head, the echo of that intimate whisper felt like the first piece of furniture being dragged into a new room. The walls of the parlor, in all their restored, garish glory, seemed to lean in, waiting for the new tenant to get settled. The fight for the house was over. He had won. The fight for everything else, for my own memories, my own mind, was just beginning, and I had no idea how to even prepare for an eviction from myself. Story number 5. All right, here goes nothing. My name is Sarah, and I've been the voice on the other end of a 911 call for 10 long years. You think you get used to it, the chaos, the crying, the sheer panic that leaks through the phone line, but you don't, not really. You just get good at building a wall between you and it. A wall made of procedure and calm questions and a steady tone. You hear a lot of things before someone dies, the gasp, the rattle, the last whispered name of a loved one. But I'd never heard the sound of a game being played, not until the call that ended my life as I knew it. It was a Tuesday night, slow but steady, the usual rhythm of a small city falling apart one household at a time. I'd just guided a frantic man through CPR for his wife, my own heart pounding in my throat even as my voice stayed level. And the next call blinked on my screen, a landline from a payphone downtown. I took a sip of cold coffee, clicked answer, and said the words I'd said a million times. 911, what is your emergency? There was nothing at first, just that peculiar hollow sound of an open line, the kind of empty that feels full of something waiting. No heavy breathing, no background noise from the street. Just that open void. Protocol said to wait a few seconds, ask again, and if there was no response, to hang up. It could be a misdial, a prank, a pocket call, but something in that particular quiet made the little hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't peaceful. It was listening. I was about to disconnect when the sound started. It was a clear, cheap, plastic scraping. A distinct scratch, pause, then another drag. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette, the little pointer from a Ouija board, being moved across cardboard. My breath hitched. A kid messing around, probably. They find a payphone, think it's funny. I opened my mouth to give my standard warning about non-emergency lines when I heard the breathing. It was shallow, wet, the kind of shaky inhale you take when you're trying desperately not to make a sound because something terrible is right next to you. It was a child, a little girl, I was sure of it, and she was terrified. Before I could speak again, she whispered. It wasn't a word, it was a letter. N, then a number. 3, another letter. W, another number. 8. The scraping sound kept a steady, awful rhythm underneath her trembling voice. She was spelling out map coordinates. This wasn't a prank. This was a child somewhere dark and scary, being forced to recite something. My fingers were already moving, my professional autopilot kicking in even as my personal mind recoiled. I typed the letters and numbers as she whispered them, my keyboard clacking loudly in my quiet booth. The mapping software pulled it up, the blue dot landing on a satellite view. It zoomed in from a wide view of the county, tightening down to our city, then to the western suburbs, to a familiar patchwork of streets and cul-de-sacs. My stomach dropped. It kept zooming. The blue dot settled, with that weirdly perfect precision GPS sometimes has, not on a road or a building, but in the exact center of a wooded lot. A vacant, overgrown plot of trees and brambles. The lot directly behind my own backyard fence. I stared. That wasn't possible. Payphones don't transmit GPS data. The system has a margin of error, sometimes a big one. This had to be a coincidence, a 1,000,000 to 1 glitch. The little girl's voice broke through my shock. "Please," she whispered, the word barely a puff of air. "He says you have to come." The scraping stopped. "Who says?" I asked, my voice tighter than I meant it to be. "Who is with you?" A new sound came then, not from her, but from the phone itself, as if it had been placed on a surface. A low, guttural rasp, not quite a voice, more like stones grinding together in a wet throat. It spoke a single sentence, and the words didn't match the movement of the sound. They were out of sync wrong. "We are in the walls, Sarah." And the line went dead. I sat there, the dial tone buzzing in my ear like an angry insect. My own name. It knew my name. The call log on my screen showed 2 pieces of data side by side. The origin point, the payphone downtown, its address blinking innocently. And the mapped coordinates, the ones the child had whispered, the ones that pinned to my backyard. 2 locations, miles apart, connected by 1 impossible phone call. My hands were shaking. I should report this. I should call my supervisor, file a weird call report, maybe even dispatch a car to check that payphone. But my name. It said my name. If I reported this, it would become a thing, an incident. They'd ask questions I couldn't answer. They'd hear the recording of that voice saying my name. A cold, slick feeling of being personally targeted washed over me, erasing 10 years of professional distance in an instant. This wasn't a random emergency. This was a message. For me. I did the only thing my training would allow me to do that felt safe, that felt like I was still in control. I initiated a trace on the landline, a deeper, slower process than the instant map ping. It would take a while, but it might tell me more about that payphone's line. Then, acting purely on a dread I couldn't name, I pulled up the property records for my own home, for the vacant lot behind it. I compared the coordinates from the call to the surveyor's map on file. They weren't just close. They were a perfect match. The center of that lot, according to the city, was exactly where the blue dot had landed. The coffee in my stomach turned to acid. I looked at the clock. My shift ended in 20 minutes. My spouse was away on a business trip. The house would be empty, dark, and quiet. And something had just called me from a payphone downtown to tell me it was in the walls of the place I was about to go home to. The weight of the decision pressed down on me. Do I go home? Do I call the police to meet me there? What would I even say? "Hi, I got a creepy call from a kid and a monster, and I think it's at my house." They'd think I was cracking from job stress. Maybe I was. The trace on the payphone line finished its cycle, and a result popped up. It was a standard municipal line, last serviced 2 years ago. No red flags, but in the subdata, the notes field, was a single dry line entered by a technician after a routine check. Line active. Static anomaly noted, source undetermined. Audio feedback resembles archived recording. Archived recording of what? I closed the screen, my mind racing. I had to go home. I had to see it, to prove to myself that my house was just my house, that the woods were just woods, that the sound was a prank, the coordinates a fluke, the voice a trick of a stressed mind. I logged out, gathered my things, my movements slow and deliberate, like I was moving through deep water. The drive home was a blur of familiar streets seen through a new, frightening lens. Every shadow between streetlights seemed deeper. Every parked car looked like it held someone watching. I pulled into my driveway, the headlights washing over my front door, which seemed suddenly like the entrance to a cave. I sat in the car for a long time, engine off, listening to the tick of the cooling metal. My safe place. My sanctuary. It looked the same. The porch light was on, just like I'd left it. The flower pots by the steps were the same, but it felt different. It felt like a place I was visiting for the first time, a place with secrets. I finally made myself get out, walked to the door, key in hand. The key slid into the lock with a normal, solid click. I pushed the door open. The hallway was dark. I flicked the switch, and light flooded the entryway. Everything was in its place. The coat rack, the little table for mail, the photo of us on the beach. Normal. So completely normal. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for hours. See, it was in your head. Job fatigue. An overactive imagination fueled by a creepy call. You're safe. I walked through the living room into the kitchen, turning on lights as I went. I poured myself a glass of water, my hands finally steadying. I would take a shower, go to bed, and in the morning, it would all seem silly. I was just about to head upstairs when I heard it. A tiny sound from the living room I'd just left. A soft, plastic scratch, then another. My blood turned to ice. I stood frozen, the glass of water in my hand feeling like it weighed 100 pounds. It was the same sound, from the first call, inside my house. It came from near the fireplace, from the shelf where we kept board games. I forced my legs to move, one step at a time, back into the living room. The shelf looked undisturbed. Monopoly, Scrabble, a deck of cards. And at the end, the old box my cousin had left behind years ago and never reclaimed. The box with the Ouija board in it. The planchette was supposed to be inside, tucked under the board. But the box lid wasn't quite closed. A corner of it was flipped up. And as I watched, too afraid to move, the box lid trembled. Just once, as if something inside had just settled down, gone to sleep, now that I was finally home. The chapter of the strange call was closed. The immediate panic was over. But as I stood there in my silent living room, staring at that slightly open box on the shelf, a single, quiet question echoed in the new and terrible silence of my own home. What, exactly, had I just let in? I stood there in my living room for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, staring at that game box with the flipped-up lid. My whole body was locked up, like my brain had sent out an alarm, and every muscle had decided to freeze solid. The sound was gone now. The house was just a house again, quiet in the normal way a house is quiet at night with the fridge humming and the floorboards settling. But that little open corner of the box lid was a scream in the normal quiet. It was proof I hadn't imagined the sound. Something had moved in there. I wanted to walk over, slam the lid shut, and throw the whole box into the outside trash can. But my feet wouldn't move. What if I touched it? What if opening it was what it wanted? A crazy thought, but after that phone call, every thought felt a little crazy. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the shelf, until I was in the kitchen doorway. I needed a system. I needed procedure. That was my armor. So I did what I was trained to do. I went to the landline phone on the kitchen wall, the old one we kept for power outages, and I dialed 911. Not from my work headset, but from my home phone, like any other scared citizen. When the dispatcher answered, a woman I knew from the day shift, I used my calm, professional voice, the one I used on calls. "Hi, this is an off-duty operator at my home address," I said, giving my street name and number. "I'm requesting a patrol car for a suspicious circumstances check. I heard what sounded like an intruder in my home. I'm alone and I've secured myself in the kitchen, but I'd like an officer to clear the residence." It was a lie, but it was a good lie, the kind that gets a fast response. I didn't mention the phone call from the payphone. I didn't mention the whispering child or the voice that knew my name. I definitely didn't mention a talking board game. Those things would get me a wellness check, not a badge. I needed cops with flashlights and guns checking closets, not someone asking me how much sleep I'd been getting. The dispatcher confirmed my address and said a car was on the way. I hung up and waited, leaning against the kitchen counter, listening to every tiny sound the house made. The tick of the clock, the groan of a pipe, each one made me jump. I felt like a stranger in my own home, a burglar waiting to be caught. The patrol car arrived quickly, its red and blue lights flashing through the front window curtains, painting the walls in silent, spinning streaks of color. I met the two officers at the door, their faces professional and alert. I recognized one of them, an older guy who'd brought in coffee for the dispatch center once. Seeing him there, in his uniform on my porch, made everything feel both more real and more surreal. "Evening," the older one said. "You reported a possible intruder?" I nodded, wrapping my arms around myself. I heard a noise from the living room, a distinct scraping sound. "I've been away, and my partner is out of town. I need to be sure I'm alone in here." It was mostly the truth. They nodded, their hands resting near their belts. "You stay right here by the door, ma'am. We'll take a look." And then they moved past me into my home. It was the weirdest feeling, watching two armed strangers walk through my spaces with a purpose I had given them. I heard their footsteps, their low voices calling clear, as they moved from the living room to the dining room, down the hallway. I heard the creak of closet doors opening, the shuffle as they looked under beds. I was glued to my spot by the front door, listening to the police radio on the younger officer's shoulder crackle with dispatches from other parts of the city. A normal world carrying on while mine felt like it was tilting. The older officer came back to the front first. Living room and main floor are clear. Nothing out of place. You said a scraping sound? Yeah, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. From near the fireplace shelf. He walked back over to it, shined his light along the books and games. My heart was hammering against my ribs. He looked right at the Ouija board box. He reached out. I almost yelled for him to stop. He didn't open it. He just used the barrel of his flashlight to gently push the flipped up corner of the lid back down. It closed with a soft thump. Box was open a bit, he said, turning back to me. Maybe a mouse or something got in there and was scratching around. We get calls like that sometimes. A mouse. Of course. A simple, normal explanation. The younger officer came down the stairs. Upstairs is clear too. All locked up tight. Nice place you got. He smiled, trying to be reassuring. The older officer joined him. We checked the basement door, it's locked. All your windows are secure. We didn't find any sign of entry or anyone hiding. You're all alone in here. He said the last part kindly, but the words, all alone, landed in my gut like a stone. That was the problem. I was supposed to be all alone. Thank you, I managed to say. I'm sorry to bother you. It was probably just the house settling in my nerves. No bother at all, the older one said. Better safe than sorry. You have a good night. Call us if you hear anything else. They tipped their hats and walked out, their car door shutting with solid thunks before the engine started, and they pulled away, the flashing lights disappearing down the street. I closed and locked the front door, then leaned my forehead against the cool wood. See, the professionals had cleared my house. They'd found nothing. The open box was a mouse, or the lid was just warped. The sound was an old house groaning. The phone call was a sick, coordinated prank by someone who knew where I lived. It was all over. I was safe. I made myself walk back into the living room. The shelf looked perfectly normal. The game box lid was flat and closed. I walked through the entire house again, turning on every single light, flooding every corner with brightness. I looked in every closet, behind every shower curtain, under every bed. Nothing. The house was empty. Just me. The tension in my shoulders began, slowly, to unravel. The officers were right. It was my nerves, my job stress, a perfect storm of weird events that my tired brain had stitched together into a nightmare. I needed sleep. I went upstairs to my bedroom, changed into pajamas, and got into bed. I left the hallway light on, and my bedroom door open a crack, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. The familiar comfort of my own bed, my own pillow, started to pull me down towards sleep. My mind began to drift, the sharp edges of the night softening. Then my cell phone, charging on the nightstand, buzzed. Not a call, a notification. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding in the dark room. It was an alert from my home security system. We had basic sensors on the doors and windows, mostly to scare off burglars. The alert read, front door open. My blood went cold. I was upstairs. The front door was locked. I just checked it. I sat bolt upright, listening. No sound of the door opening. No footsteps. I pulled up the live feed from the security camera that pointed at the front porch. The video loaded. It showed my closed, locked front door from outside. Nothing. The log said the door had been opened 10 seconds ago. But the camera showed it closed. A system glitch. It had to be. My phone buzzed again. Another alert. Back door open. Then a third. Basement door open. They came in a rapid cluster, one after another, as if someone was walking through my house, opening every single door. My heart was a frantic drum in my chest. I was out of bed now, standing in the middle of my room, clutching the phone. This wasn't nerves. This was the system. My system. Being triggered. I waited for the next one, for a motion sensor inside the house to go off. It didn't. The alert stopped. The house was quiet again, but the alerts were still there on my screen, a digital record of doors opening that hadn't moved. I had to check. I couldn't just hide up here. I grabbed the heavy metal flashlight from my nightstand, the one my partner kept for, just in case, and crept out into the hallway. The lights I'd left on blazed, showing me an empty path downstairs. I moved slowly, each step careful, listening so hard my ears hurt. I reached the first floor. The front door was shut and locked, the deadbolt firmly in place. I went to the back door in the kitchen, also locked. The basement door, in the hallway near the laundry room, was the old kind with a simple hook and eye latch. It was latched, all closed, all secure, just like the officers had left them, just like I had left them. A wave of exhaustion, deeper than any tiredness I'd ever felt, washed over me. The system had glitched. That was all. A coincidence. A faulty circuit board sending phantom signals. I trudged back upstairs, my fear now dulled into a kind of numb resignation. I got back into bed, placing the flashlight within easy reach. I closed my eyes, telling myself to sleep, that everything was okay, that the world was normal, and I was just a tired person with an overactive imagination. Just as I was about to drift off, a sound pulled me back. It wasn't a scrape. It wasn't a door opening. It was a voice. It came from the baby monitor on my dresser, the one we'd used years ago and never quite got around to throwing out. It was turned off, but from its little speaker came a clear, crisp, digital whisper. It was the little girl from the payphone call, and she said only 3 words, her voice perfectly clear and close, as if she was standing right next to my bed. "We're inside now." Then the monitor's power light, which had been dark, flickered once and went out. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there in the bright light of my own bedroom, the flashlight cold in my hand, staring at the dead plastic shell of the baby monitor. The police had left, the house was secure, and every logical explanation had been used up. The immediate crisis of the night was over, but as I lay there utterly alone, a terrible new understanding dawned on me. The problem was never about doors being locked. It was about something that didn't need to use them at all. And the only question left was what it planned to do now that the professionals had officially declared the house empty. For a long time after the baby monitor spoke, I just lay there in bed, stiff as a board, staring at the ceiling. My mind felt like a computer that had too many windows open and had finally just frozen. The part of me that was a 911 operator was screaming about impossible things, about audio feedback and pranks, and how baby monitors pick up signals from other devices sometimes. But the part of me that was just a person lying alone in a big, dark house knew better. That voice hadn't been fuzzy or full of static. It had been crystal clear, like someone was speaking right into the microphone. "We're inside now." I must have finally fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was filtering through the blinds. I was still in my clothes from the night before, the flashlight curled in my hand. For a second, everything felt normal. Then I remembered, and the whole awful weight of it settled back onto my chest. I got up, my body aching, and did the only thing that felt like a normal morning thing to do. I made coffee. The routine of it, the smell of it, was a tiny anchor to the real world. As it brewed, I walked through the house again, in the daylight this time. Nothing was out of place. The game box was still closed on the shelf. The doors were all locked. It looked exactly like my home, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like a museum of my life, a carefully constructed set where something else was hiding just behind the scenery. I needed to talk to someone. I couldn't call my partner. They were already worried about work stress, and telling them I was being haunted by a ghost in the telephone lines would just make them panic, or worse, think I was having a breakdown. I thought about calling the officer from last night, but what would I say? "Hey, your all clear was wrong. The ghost told me so through a baby monitor." He'd have to report it, and then I'd be dealing with my boss and maybe a mandatory psych eval. I was trapped. I was alone with this thing. The coffee was ready. I poured a cup and sat at the kitchen table, my work phone and my personal phone sitting side by side in front of me, like 2 choices. I picked up my personal phone. Maybe I could look up the payphone number, see if there was any news about vandalism there. As I tapped the screen to wake it up, it buzzed in my hand. A new text message. The sender was listed as unknown. The message was just a string of numbers and letters. I recognized it instantly. It was the same GPS coordinate from the first call, the one for the woods behind my house. My mouth went dry. How? This was my personal cell. It wasn't connected to the 911 system. Nothing should be able to send me that data. I stared at the string of characters, and as I did, they seemed to shimmer and change on the screen. No, they were being replaced. One by one, the letters and numbers deleted themselves, as if an invisible cursor was backspacing. Then new words typed themselves out, letter by letter, right in front of my eyes. Wrong walls. That's all it said. Wrong walls. What did that mean? The walls of my house? The phone felt hot and dangerous in my hand. I dropped it onto the table like it was a spider. It landed face up, and the screen went dark. A second later, the old landline phone on the kitchen wall began to ring. The sound was so shockingly loud in the morning calm that I jumped, spilling hot coffee across the table. The ring was the old-fashioned mechanical kind, a jangling metal bell that seemed to vibrate the whole kitchen. It shouldn't have been able to ring. We kept it plugged in for emergencies, but the ringer was turned off. We hadn't heard that phone ring in years. I didn't move. I just watched it, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. It rang a second time, a long, shrill demand. Answering it felt like the worst idea in the world. But not answering it felt like letting it win, like letting it scare me without even showing its face. On the third ring, I stood up. My legs were shaky. I walked over to the wall, my hand hovering over the receiver. The voice in my head that was all training said, "Do not engage with a hostile caller. Hang up immediately." But this wasn't a normal caller. This was something that knew my name, knew my address, and was texting my personal phone. I had to know. I picked up the receiver. I didn't say hello. I just held it to my ear. What I heard wasn't a voice. It was noise. A chaotic, overlapping swirl of sound. I heard keyboard clicks, fast and frantic. I heard the beep of a radio being keyed. I heard other voices, muffled, talking about a car accident and a possible heart attack. I heard my own voice, distant but clear, saying, "Trace the call now." It was the sound of my 911 call center. It was a perfect, clear recording of the exact moment I took that first call about the whispering girl. The sounds played on a loop, a snapshot of my own professional hell. Then, cutting through the recorded chaos, as clean and sharp as a razor, came the little girl's whisper again, but different this time. There was no static, no trembling fear. It was calm and close, like she was right there in the kitchen with me, her lips almost touching the phone. "Wrong walls," she whispered, and the line went dead. I stood there, the dial tone buzzing in my ear again. My whole body was trembling. It wasn't just listening, it was recording. It had been in the system with me, a silent observer at my shoulder, capturing everything. And it was playing it back to me now, from inside my own home. I slammed the receiver down. I had to do something active, something that proved I still had control. I grabbed my cell phone and called the landline company. I got a customer service robot, and I punched buttons until I got a real person. I tried to sound normal. "Hi, I'm just checking the activity on my home landline for the last 24 hours. Have there been any incoming calls?" The woman on the other end was cheerful. She put me on hold, then came back. "I've checked your account, ma'am. Your line has had no incoming or outgoing calls for the last 3 weeks. The last activity was a call you made to the weather service. Is there a problem?" "No," I said, my voice tight. "No problem. Thank you." I hung up. According to the phone company, the call I had just answered had never happened. The system had no record of it. I felt like I was going to be sick. I needed air. Real air, outside, away from these walls. I walked to my back door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the deck. The morning was cool and fresh. I took deep breaths, looking out at the fenced yard, and beyond the fence, to the thick tangle of trees and underbrush that was the vacant lot, the place the coordinates pointed to. From here, it just looked like woods. Normal, messy, suburban woods. Birds were chirping. It looked peaceful. Then my eye caught something. Down near the base of the wooden fence, in the corner where the deck stairs met the grass, the dirt was disturbed. It wasn't a big thing. It looked like an animal might have been digging there. A raccoon, maybe. But something made me walk down the steps and across the damp grass to look. It wasn't a digging hole. The dirt was pushed around in a pattern of little circles and lines, pressed into the soft earth. It looked almost like writing, but not any letters I knew. And in the very center of the disturbed patch, pressed deep into the mud, was a perfect, small imprint. It was the shape of a triangle with a circle in the middle of it, the exact shape of the planchette from the Ouija board. It was like someone had taken it and pushed it into the dirt, right up against my house, from the other side of the fence. I backed away, my hand over my mouth. It was a message, a physical message. Wrong walls. It wasn't about the walls in my house. It was about the fence, the property line. It was telling me the woods were the wrong place to look. It was already on my side. It was here. A loud crackle made me jump a foot in the air. It came from inside the house. I ran back inside, leaving the door open behind me. The sound was coming from the living room. It was the police scanner app on my work phone, which was still on the kitchen table. It had turned itself on. The app was programmed to scan the local police bands, and it was locked onto a frequency. A dispatcher's voice was coming through, calm and professional. Unit 47, respond to 1247 Maple for the report of the unconscious subject. That was my street, but my house number was 1251. My neighbor. The scanner crackled again. Unit 47, be advised, caller states the subject is a female, late 30s, lying in the front yard. Caller did not approach. My blood went cold. I ran to my front window and peered out through the blinds, careful not to be seen. I saw nothing. No one in any yard. The street was empty. Then, a patrol car came around the corner, moving slowly without its lights on. It rolled to a stop in front of my neighbor's house, 2 doors down. 2 officers got out. They walked up the front lawn, looked around, shrugged at each other, then got back in their car and drove off. A false alarm. A prank call, just like the one I had made last night. The scanner app went quiet. Then a new transmission, but this one wasn't from a dispatcher. It was a different officer's voice, tinny and faint, like it was a radio transmission from inside a car. I heard him say, "Weird night. First that operator's house, now this." She seemed pretty spooked. The other voice in the car answered, "Yeah, probably just the job getting to her. You know how it is. Still, that baby monitor thing she mentioned was odd." I stopped breathing. I hadn't mentioned the baby monitor to the officers. I hadn't told anyone. I stood there, frozen, as the app played back what sounded like the 2 officers talking in their car after they left my house last night. A private conversation I was never meant to hear. The entity wasn't just in my phone or my landline. It was in the police radio waves. It was everywhere. The app shut off. The house was still. I walked over and picked up my work phone. The screen was normal. The scanner app was closed. I had left my personal phone outside on the deck. I went to get it, my mind reeling. As I bent to pick it up, I saw the screen was lit. A new notification from my home security app. Not for an open door this time. For motion. Inside the house. The notification said, "Motion detected, living room, 9:14 a.m." I had been in the kitchen. The living room was empty. I looked at the live feed from the living room camera, a small one we had to watch the dog when we were out. The video showed my empty living room, sunlight streaming in. Nothing moved, but in the corner of the feed, in the lower right, was a timestamp. And as I watched, the timestamp flickered and changed. It rolled backward from 9:14 to 9:13, then to 9:12. It stopped at 9:12, the exact time I had been standing outside looking at the dirt imprint. The system wasn't showing me a live view. It was showing me a recording from 3 minutes ago. And in that recording, as the clock hit 9:12, I saw it. On the shelf, the lid of the Ouija board box didn't just tremble. It lifted, just an inch, and then it settled back down. A puff of dust, visible in the sunbeam, floated out from under the lid. Something had moved inside the box, for sure, while I was outside. The entity had shown me its card. It had proven it could be anywhere it wanted. In my phones, in the police band, in my security system. It could show me the past, talk with stolen voices, and leave marks on my world. The immediate shock of the morning's attacks was over. The calls had ended. But as I stood there holding the phone with the proof on it, a cold, practical realization cut through my fear. This thing wasn't just trying to scare me. It was teaching me the rules of a new game. And the most important rule it had just demonstrated was that it knew everything I was going to do before I even did it. The question now wasn't what it was. The question was, what did it want me to do next? I stood on my deck, the phone trembling in my hand, the image of that box lid lifting seared into my brain. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a glitch. It was an announcement. A thing was in my house, moving my things, and it wanted me to know it. The fear that had been a cold, jittery feeling in my stomach hardened into something else, something hotter and sharper. Anger. This was my home. I had paid for it. I had painted the walls. I had planted the stupid flowers by the steps. This thing, this voice, this whatever it was, didn't get to just move in and start playing games with my life. I marched back inside, slamming the deck door behind me. I didn't tiptoe. I stomped through the kitchen and straight into the living room. I stood in front of the shelf, looking at the game box. It looked innocent, just a dusty old box. I reached for it, my hand only shaking a little. I didn't just close the lid. I grabbed the whole box and pulled it off the shelf. I carried it to the middle of the living room rug, dropped to my knees, and opened it. The board was inside, the letters and numbers printed in a spooky font. The little plastic planchette with its clear window was tucked underneath. I picked the planchette up. It was just plastic, light and cheap. I turned it over in my fingers. Nothing special. I put it on the board. It just sat there. I stared at it, feeling stupid. What did I expect? For it to zip around by itself? I wasn't going to play its game. I was going to end it. I took the board and the planchette, went to the kitchen, opened the big metal trash can, and threw them in. I heard the plastic clatter against the empty soup cans and coffee grounds. I put the cardboard box in the recycling bin. Done. Gone. A physical problem, solved by a physical action. I washed my hands, the hot water feeling like it was scrubbing away more than just dust. I felt better. I had taken control. I made more coffee, ate some toast, and tried to pretend it was a normal Saturday. I even turned on the TV, letting the cheerful noise of a morning talk show fill the house. It helped. The ordinary sounds made the memory of the whispers feel smaller, more distant. I decided to do laundry, another normal thing. I gathered a basket from the bedroom and went down to the basement. The basement was unfinished, just concrete walls and a washer and dryer in the corner. The single bulb overhead cast long, deep shadows behind the furnace and the water heater. I was stuffing sheets into the washer when I heard a new sound. It wasn't a whisper. It was a thump. A soft, solid thump, like a book falling over onto a carpet. It came from upstairs. I froze, my hands in the wet laundry. Then another thump, and another. A slow, steady rhythm. Thump, pause, thump, pause, thump. It was coming from the living room, right above my head. My victory feeling evaporated. I left the laundry and crept back up the stairs, my heart starting that familiar frantic beat again. I pushed the basement door open a crack. The thumping was clearer now. It had a hollow wooden quality to it. I stepped into the hallway. The TV was still jabbering in the living room. I moved toward the sound, peering around the doorway. Nothing was out of place. The shelf where the game box had been was now just a gap between books. The thumping stopped. I let out a breath. Maybe it was the house settling in a new way. Maybe the pipes. I was about to turn back to the basement when my eye caught a movement. On the floor, by the leg of the big armchair, something was moving. It was the planchette, the little plastic triangle. It was lying on its side on the rug, and it was rocking, back and forth, all by itself. Not fast, just a slow, steady rocking, like a tiny boat on a calm sea. It hadn't done that when I threw it away. It couldn't do that. It was a piece of plastic. I watched, unable to move, as it rocked. Then, as if an invisible finger had flicked it, it spun in a quick, tight circle, and stopped. The point of the triangle was aimed directly at me, across the room, through the doorway, pointing right at my heart. A cold sweat broke out all over my body. I had thrown it in the trash, in the kitchen. How was it here? I forced my legs to move. I walked over, my shadow falling across it. I bent down and picked it up. It was just plastic, cold from the floor. I clenched it in my fist, the edges biting into my palm. This wasn't about ghosts or voices. This was about me. It was targeting me. It was showing me it could move things in my world, that my actions didn't matter. I needed a different kind of help. Not the police. Not a priest. I needed someone who understood systems, who understood how data and signals could be messed with. I thought of a guy from work, a tech specialist who fixed our computer problems. He was a friend, sort of. We got lunch sometimes. He was smart, and he believed in logic. I went to my laptop on the kitchen table. I didn't call him. I emailed him. That felt safer, more distant. I lied. I wrote that I thought my home network was being used for something weird, maybe a botnet or something, because my devices were acting up, phantom texts, security camera glitches. I asked if he could take a quick, unofficial look from his end, see if my home IP address was pinging any strange servers. I hit send. It felt good to involve another person, even under a lie. It made me feel less alone. While I waited for a reply, I did something else. I got a screwdriver from the tool drawer. I went to the wall plate for the old landline phone. I unscrewed it, pulled it from the wall, and disconnected the old coiled cable from the jack. I took the whole phone off the wall and put it in the closet. No more surprise calls from that thing. Then I went to the baby monitor. I took out the batteries. I unplugged its base. I put it in the closet too. I was cutting the lines of communication. Let it try to talk to me now. My personal phone buzzed. An email reply. It was from the tech guy. He wrote, "Hey, that's weird. I ran a couple traces. Your home IP is definitely active in some strange places. But here's the really odd part. It's showing up pinging against our internal firewall at the 911 center. Not trying to break in, just knocking. It's like your house is trying to identify itself as one of our own dispatch terminals. That shouldn't be possible. You got any work equipment at home? I stared at the email. My house was trying to log into my workplace. The entity wasn't just using phones. It was using my internet, my connection, to reach back to the one place it found me. It was learning. My work phone, which was also on the Wi-Fi, buzzed on the table. Not a call, a system notification. It was the same kind of alert I got at work when a major call came in. The screen lit up, priority alert, audit log flag. I opened it. It was an internal system message, the kind IT sends. It read, 2347 HRS, caller ID spoof initiated. Source, home_server. Target, dispatcher terminal 14. Terminal 14 was my station. The call that started all of this, the one from the payphone with the whispering girl. The audit log was saying it hadn't come from a payphone at all. According to this message, it had been faked, and the fake call had originated from a server called home_server. My home network. The entity had sent the first call to me. It had created the emergency that started it all from inside my own house. The room seemed to tilt. It had never been about a child in the woods. That was just the story it used to get my attention. This was about a connection. It had reached out from my house to my job to hook me, and now it was reeling me in. A new sound started. It was a low, mechanical hum and a rhythmic thump whir. I knew that sound. It was the printer in the home office, the cheap one we use for coupons and boarding passes. It hadn't been turned on in months. It was printing something. I walked slowly to the small office room. The printer was spitting out a single sheet of paper. I waited until it finished, until the machine went quiet. I pulled the paper out. It wasn't gibberish. It wasn't a creepy message. It was a perfectly formatted 911 call for service report. It had the right headers, the right case number format, everything. The incident location was my home address. The caller was listed as J. Board. The narrative section contained only the GPS coordinates from the first call. It was a flawless replica of the paperwork I filled out every day. It was documenting its own crime, proving it could even do my job. I crumpled the paper in my fist. I was shaking, but not with fear anymore, with a kind of wild, furious determination. It wanted to play with systems? With my systems? Fine. I grabbed my laptop. I logged into my home router, the brain of my home network. I navigated to the connected devices list. I saw my phone, my laptop, my tablet, and I saw a fourth device. It was listed as unknown device with a string of numbers and letters for an ID. Its connection status was active. I clicked on it. The data usage graph for this unknown device was insane. It showed terabytes of information uploaded and downloaded in the last 24 hours. A home network doesn't use that much data in a year. The destination addresses were a jumble of foreign server codes, but the final routing path, the last hop before the data went nowhere, was an IP address I recognized. It was the main server hub for the city's emergency services. My house was having a conversation with my workplace, and it was a very, very loud one. I selected the unknown device. I clicked block. A confirmation box popped up. Block this device from your network? I clicked yes. The device disappeared from the list. I had kicked it off my Wi-Fi. I had cut its main line. I sat back, breathing hard. It was a small win, but it was mine. I had used my knowledge against it. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The house was still. The normal sounds of the furnace kicking on, the clock ticking. They were just sounds again. Maybe that was it. Maybe it needed the connection, and I had severed it. The feeling was like putting pressure on a bleeding wound. The immediate crisis was over. I had removed the physical game piece, disconnected the landline, and now I had blocked the entity from my network. I had fought back with every tool I had. I felt a grim sense of closure. I had reclaimed my territory, inch by inch. Then my laptop, which was sitting right in front of me, chimed. A calendar notification popped up in the corner of the screen. It was for an event titled Scheduled System Test. The location was listed simply as home. The time was sunrise tomorrow. I did not create this event. I had just won a battle, pushing the invader back to the edges. But as I stared at that calendar alert, a chilling new understanding dawned. It hadn't been defeated. It had just been setting up. and it had just sent me an invitation for the main event. The calendar alert sat on my screen, blinking innocently. Scheduled system test. Sunrise tomorrow. Home. It felt like a taunt. I had blocked it from the Wi-Fi, thrown away its toy, unplugged its phones. And it had just shrugged and sent me a meeting reminder. Like my rebellion was just part of the schedule. The anger came back, but it was a tired anger now, mixed with a deep, cold dread. Sunrise. That gave me a timeline, a deadline. I couldn't just sit and wait for it. I had to use the night. I started by doing the obvious thing. I deleted the calendar event. It vanished. 2 minutes later, a new notification chimed. The event was back. I deleted it again. It came back again. I turned off the calendar app's notifications. My email dinged. A calendar invitation from an unknown sender with the same event details. I blocked the sender. My work phone buzzed with the same alert. It was seeding itself everywhere like a virus. I couldn't delete it faster than it could copy itself. Fine. Let it have its stupid appointment. I had more practical problems. My partner was due to come home from their business trip tomorrow afternoon. I could not let them walk into this. I called them. They answered, sounding tired from their flight. "Hey you," they said. "Everything okay?" I made my voice light normal. It was the hardest acting job of my life. "Hey, yeah, listen, something weird happened." A pipe in the basement wall sprang a tiny leak. Nothing major, but the water damage guys need to come in tomorrow morning to assess it. And they said the place is going to be a mess with fans and dehumidifiers all day. It's going to be really loud and chaotic. I paused, my throat tight. "I think you should extend your hotel stay one more night. Let me deal with this mess. Come home the day after, when it's cleaned up." There was a pause on the other end. "A leak? Are you sure you're okay? You sound stressed." "I'm just annoyed," I said, forcing a laugh. "And I don't want you to come home to a disaster zone. Please, just one more night. I've got it handled." I could hear their reluctance, but they finally agreed. "Okay, if you're sure. Call me if you need anything." "I will. Love you." I hung up, a lump in my throat. I had just lied to the person I loved most to keep them safe from something I couldn't even explain. The isolation wrapped around me like a blanket made of lead. I was truly alone with this now. The tech guy from work emailed me again. "Hey, that home_server thing is getting weirder. It's not just pinging us. It's querying the archived call database. It's specifically pulling records of calls tagged with your operator ID. It's studying your past shifts. You sure you don't have a work laptop at home running some old software?" I wrote back a quick "Nope, no idea, thanks," and signed off. It was studying me, listening to my old calls, learning how I worked, what I said, how I sounded. The thought made my skin crawl. It was building a profile. Night fell. I didn't sleep. I moved through the house like a soldier preparing for a siege. I checked every window lock twice. I piled furniture in front of the basement door and the deck door. Not enough to block them completely, but enough to make a racket if something tried to push through. I put my biggest kitchen knife on the coffee table. It looked pathetic, but it made me feel a tiny bit less helpless. I sat in the living room in the dark, my back to a wall, facing the room and the hallway. I had my personal phone, my work phone, and the heavy flashlight. I waited. The hours dragged by. The house was quiet, but it was the active, listening quiet of a trap waiting to be sprung. Every creak was a footstep. Every rustle of the trees outside was someone in the yard. Around 3 a.m., my personal phone lit up. Not a notification. The screen just turned on by itself. It showed the home security app, but the live feed was glitched, a swirling, gray static. Then, a single line of text typed itself across the static, in the plain font of a system log. Initializing proximity protocol. The screen went black. A minute later, from the direction of the kitchen, I heard a new sound. A low electrical pop, followed by a hum. The hum of the refrigerator died. Then the faint digital glow of the microwave clock vanished. The lights in the hall, which I'd left on, went out. The power was off. Not a flicker. A complete, utter shutdown. The streetlight outside still shone, so it was just my house. I sat in the pitch dark, my breath coming fast. This was it. The system test was starting early. It wasn't waiting for sunrise. I fumbled for the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the dark, startlingly bright. I swept it around the room. Nothing had changed. I got up, my legs stiff, and shuffled to the front window. My neighbors' houses had lights on. Just me. Just my house. I went to the circuit breaker box in the hallway. I opened the metal door. All the switches were still in the on position. I flipped the main breaker off, then back on. Nothing. No power. Something had told the electricity to stop, and it had listened. I went back to my spot on the floor, the beam of the flashlight pointing at the ceiling to scatter light. I felt like a cave woman, huddled around my little circle of light in a world that had gone dead. Then, a pinpoint of green light appeared in the darkness. It was across the room, on the shelf where the game box had been. It was the power light on the old and used stereo receiver. It glowed a single, unblinking green eye. The receiver wasn't plugged in. I had unplugged it myself months ago to use the outlet for a lamp. But its light was on. It drew power from nothing. As I watched, the volume knob on the receiver began to turn. Slowly, all by itself. From 0 up to 1, 2, 3. The speaker cones made a soft popping sound as they activated. And then sound came out. Not music. It was the sound of a phone ringing. The electronic, digital ringtone of a modern cell phone. It played once perfectly. Then the sound of the call connecting. And I heard my own voice from a call I had taken weeks ago, talking to an elderly man about his chest pains. My professional, calm voice filled the dark living room from speakers that had no right to be working. "Sir, I need you to stay on the line with me. Help is on the way." The recording played for 10 seconds, then cut off. The volume knob turned again, up to 5, then 6. The next clip was my voice from a different call, a domestic dispute. "Ma'am, are you safe? Can you get to a room with a lock?" Clip after clip played, the greatest hits album of my career trauma. My voice, always calm, always in control, now sounding hollow and strange, echoing in my dark house. It was showing me it had all of me. My past, my work, my voice. The knob turned all the way up to 10. The speakers buzzed with strain. The next clip wasn't my voice. It was the guttural, wrong voice from the first call. It boomed through the living room, so loud it vibrated in my chest. "We are in the walls." And then, the receiver's power light went out. The sound died, but the last word seemed to hang in the air, clinging to the dark. I was shaking, my hands pressed over my ears. It wasn't just in the walls. It was in the wires, in the current, in the bones of the house itself. My work phone, which had been sitting dark on the floor beside me, suddenly glowed. The screen showed a simple text interface, like an old computer terminal. White letters on a black background. A cursor blinked. And then letter by letter, a message typed itself out, as if someone was typing it very slowly from the other side. YOUTURNEDOFFTHEWRONGSERVER. It was talking about me blocking the device on my Wi-Fi. That was just a toy. The real server was the house, the structure, the electrical grid in the walls. I had no way to block that. The text cleared. A new message appeared. TESTINGEMERGNCYBROADCASTSYSTEM. My work phone buzzed violently in my hand. Not a text. It was initiating a call, but not an incoming call. It was dialing out. The screen showed it was calling 911. I tried to cancel it, my fingers jabbing at the screen. It didn't respond. The call connected. I heard the ring on the other end. 1, 2. My own dispatch center was answering a call from my own work phone, inside my own dark house. A colleague's voice, tired but alert, came on. 911, what is your emergency? I opened my mouth to scream that it was a mistake, to cancel the call, but no sound came out. Before I could make a sound, a voice came out of my phone's speaker. It wasn't my voice. It was a perfect digital copy of my voice, my professional operator voice, calm and clear. "This is a priority test of the emergency broadcast system," the fake me said. "Please disregard. This is only a test." And the call ended. I stared at the phone in pure horror. It had just impersonated me. To my own workplace. It had access to my phone's systems, my voice print, everything. It could call anyone, say anything, and it would sound exactly like me. The phone screen went back to the black terminal. A final message typed out. TESTCOMPLETE SYSTEMOPERATIONAL SUNRISECONFIRMED. And then the power came back on. The hallway lights blazed. The refrigerator kicked on with a loud hum. The microwave clock flashed 12 o'clock. The sudden return of normalcy was almost more frightening than the dark. It was showing me it could flip the world on and off like a light switch. The immediate, terrifying demonstration was over. The lights were on, the phones were quiet, the awful broadcast had ended. I sat there in the electric light, surrounded by my normal furniture, and I felt more disconnected from reality than ever. I had weathered the night's test. I had survived its show of power. But as the first pale hint of dawn began to bleed into the sky outside the window, I understood the closure of this chapter was a lie. The test wasn't for the system. It was for me. It was to prove to me, beyond any doubt, that it was in complete control. And the real event, whatever sunrise meant, was still to come. The only question left was whether I was the operator in this scenario, or just another part of the system being tested. The sun came up, a slow, gray light that did nothing to warm the cold feeling in my bones. I was still sitting on the living room floor, surrounded by the normal, sunlit clutter of my life. The knife was on the coffee table. The flashlight was dead in my hand. The test was over, but the house felt different. It felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike, humming with a purpose I couldn't see. I was waiting for the next move, my nerves stretched so tight they ached. I didn't have to wait long. Just after 7 a.m., a patrol car pulled up in front of my house. Not speeding, no lights. Just a slow, casual roll to a stop right at my curb. My heart, which had been pounding for hours, gave a painful extra thump. I went to the window and peered out. A young officer got out, adjusting their duty belt, looking up at my house with a mildly confused expression. They hadn't been here last night. This was someone new. This was the sunrise event. It wasn't a monster jumping out of a closet. It was the front doorbell ringing with a polite, normal ding-dong. I took a deep breath, trying to shove the wild, screaming fear down somewhere deep. I had to look normal. I smoothed my rumpled clothes, ran a hand through my hair, and went to answer the door. I opened it, the morning chill washing over me. The officer, a woman with a kind but professional face, gave me a small nod. "Morning, ma'am. We got a 911 call from this address about 20 minutes ago. A hang-up. The system auto-dispatched me for a welfare check. Everything all right in there? A call. From my house. I hadn't made it. The landline was disconnected in the closet. My cell phones were in my hands. But the system said my house had called. It was using my address like a phone number. I managed what I hoped was a confused, embarrassed smile. Oh gosh, no. Everything's fine. I'm so sorry. I'm an operator myself, over at dispatch. My home system's been glitching all night. Phantom security alerts, that kind of thing. It must have triggered a false auto dial. I am so sorry to have wasted your time. I was using my work credentials as a shield, trying to make us co-workers, to make this a minor technical snafu. Her face softened slightly, the wary tension easing. Hey, no problem. It happens, especially with those old medical alert systems. You're sure you're okay? I'm sure, I said, my voice too bright. Just tired from the noise all night. Thanks for checking. I was about to close the door, to end this, when the radio clipped to her shoulder crackled to life. The dispatcher's voice was calm but urgent. All available units, respond to a child in danger report near the railroad tracks at the intersection of Maple and 3rd. Report of a small female child, approximately 5 years old, wearing a yellow sundress with blue flowers, wandering alone. Possible proximity to active tracks. Time is critical. The description punched the air out of my lungs. A yellow sundress with blue flowers. I had a photo in my hallway framed of my niece from 3 summers ago. She was wearing that exact dress. It was a unique dress handmade by my sister. The officer's eyes flickered to mine, her professional focus already shifting to the new, real emergency. Gotta go, she said, already turning. You might want to get that system looked at. She jogged back to her car, her door slamming shut. I stood in my open doorway, frozen, as she sped off, her tires squealing slightly. The entity hadn't just called a cop to my door. It had created a perfect diversion. It had used a description from my personal life, a description that would send a spike of personal terror through me, to pull the only help away. And it had done it over the official police radio. It wasn't just in my house. It was in their system. I watched the car disappear. The street was empty again. I was alone. But the move was so calculated, so viciously smart, that my fear crystallized into a single clear thought. I couldn't fight this alone anymore. I had to tell someone the truth. I had to make a witness. As the officer's car vanished, another thought struck me. She was going to the railroad tracks, the location of the original payphone. The entity was creating a scene at the exact place it had first pretended to call from. It was tying its story together. I couldn't let her walk into that blind, and I couldn't stay in this house. I acted on pure instinct. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and ran to my own car. I didn't think. I just drove, following the route I knew the officer would take toward the old downtown rail yard. My hands were slick on the wheel. I had no plan. I just knew I had to get to her, to warn her, to make her see this wasn't a glitch. I caught up to her patrol car just as she was turning onto the access road that ran by the tracks. I pulled up behind her, hitting my horn in short, urgent beeps. She saw me in her rearview mirror. She pulled over, and I pulled in behind her. She got out, her hand resting near her belt, her face now full of suspicion and annoyance. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" "I'm on a call." "I know," I said, getting out of my car. My words tumbled out in a rush. "The call is a fake. The child isn't real. The description, the yellow dress, it's from a photo in my house. This situation at my house, it's not a glitch. It's manipulating everything. It made the call to my house to get you there. And then it made this call to get you away, to get everyone away from me. It's using the 911 system." She stared at me, her eyes scanning my face, looking for signs of drugs or mental break. "Ma'am, you need to calm down. You said your systems were glitching. Maybe you're just stressed. Let me do my job. There's a kid possibly in danger." "There's no kid," I insisted, my voice cracking. I fumbled for my phone, pulling up the picture of my niece. I showed it to her. "Look, this is the dress. This is my niece. How would a random 911 caller know about this specific dress? It's pulling from my life." She looked at the photo, and I saw the first flicker of real doubt in her eyes. It wasn't just any yellow dress. It was the dress. The coincidence was too big. Her radio crackled again. Another unit was on scene at the tracks. "Dispatch, we've canvassed the area. No sign of a child. No one in the nearby buildings saw anything. We're clearing the call as unfounded." The officer looked from my phone to my face, the professional suspicion shifting into something more complicated. Concern, pity, and a dawning, uncomfortable curiosity. "Okay," she said slowly, lowering her voice. "Okay, let's go back to your house. You can show me these glitches. Off the record. Just between us for now." That's all I wanted. A witness. We drove back to my house, her patrol car following mine. The return trip felt like a funeral procession. Bringing official authority back into this, after I had lied to get rid of it last night, felt like a point of no return. We went inside. I showed her everything. I didn't hold back. I showed her the disconnected landline in the closet. I showed her the security app logs with the impossible motion alerts. I showed her the emails from the tech guy about my home IP pinging the 911 server. I told her about the calendar alert I couldn't delete, the printer that printed a fake 911 report, the stereo that played my voice in the dark. I showed her the dirt imprint by the fence. She listened, taking notes on a small pad, her face growing more and more grave. She didn't call me crazy. She looked like someone hearing a crime report that broke all the normal rules. When I finished, she let out a long breath. "I don't know what this is. It's not a normal break-in. It's not harassment. It's something else." She paused. "You said you threw the game board away?" I nodded, leading her to the kitchen trash can. I lifted the bag. The soup cans and coffee grounds were there. The board and the planchette were not. The bag was empty of anything but normal trash. "I put it right here," I whispered. She didn't say anything. She walked slowly back into the living room, her eyes searching. She looked at the shelf, the floor, under the furniture. Then she looked toward the hallway that led to the basement door. "You said it mentioned walls." She walked over to the basement door, which I had blocked with a small bookcase. "Has anyone checked the crawl space? Not just the basement, the low space under the house itself." My stomach dropped. No, the officers last night hadn't. I hadn't. "Who looks there?" "We should check," she said. It wasn't an order. It was a suggestion, but her voice had that cop tone that meant it was happening. Together, we moved the bookcase. She opened the basement door and led the way down, her heavy flashlight brighter than mine. The basement felt colder than usual. In the far corner, near the foundation wall, was a small, dusty door about 3 feet high, the access to the crawl space. It was held shut by a simple, rusty latch. She looked at me. "You have gloves?" I fetched some work gloves from a toolbox. She put them on, unhooked the latch, and pulled the small door open. A smell wafted out, damp earth, cold stone, the old, dry smell of a space never meant to be entered. She got on her knees, shining her light into the black opening. The beam swept over dirt, concrete piers, a tangle of insulation hanging between floor joists. Then the beam stopped. It focused on a spot about 10 feet in, right near the center of the house, where the dirt met the foundation. There, sitting neatly on the bare earth, as if it had been placed there with care, was the Ouija board. The planchette was sitting in the center of the board, on the star symbol. It hadn't been thrown away. It had been moved. Here, to the literal foundation of my home. The officer let out a soft sound, not quite a word. She leaned further in, reaching with one gloved hand to grab it, to bring it out as evidence. As her fingers brushed the edge of the board, her body camera, a small black lens on her chest, emitted a sharp, painful burst of electronic feedback, a screech that made us both flinch. And from the tiny speaker of that body camera, a voice spoke. It wasn't the little girl. It wasn't the guttural voice. It was a flat, digital tone, but the words were clear and horribly specific. It said, "Officer Riley, your wife is sleeping. Her breath is so quiet." The officer, whose name I now knew was Riley, jerked back from the crawl space as if she'd been shocked. She stumbled to her feet, her face bone white under the basement's bare bulb, her eyes wide with a terror that was no longer professional, but deeply, utterly personal. She stared at the body camera on her chest, then at me, then back at the dark hole in the wall. The entity had done it again. It had proven it wasn't just my problem. It could reach into the life of anyone who touched this. It knew her name. It knew about her wife. It knew intimate details it had no way of knowing. The violation was now shared. We stood there in the basement, the crawl space door yawning open, the board just visible in the gloom. The immediate mission was over. We had found the physical heart of the haunting, the object it had anchored itself to. Officer Riley was now a believer, a fellow victim caught in the net. But as she looked at me, her hand instinctively covering the body camera on her chest, the shared horror in her eyes reflected my own. We had closure on the mystery of the missing board. We had proof, but the hook it had set was now in both of us. It knew her. It had our attention, and the unspoken question hanging in the dusty air between us was terrifyingly simple. What does it want with her? Officer Riley stared at the body camera on her chest as if it had grown teeth. The color hadn't returned to her face. The professional mask was completely gone, replaced by the raw, wide-eyed look of someone who has just had the rules of their world ripped up. "How?" she whispered, not to me but to the air. "My wife. That's not in any database. That's not linked to my duty gear." I knew that feeling. The feeling that the threat isn't just around you, but inside your head, knowing things it shouldn't. "It's watching," I said, my own voice sounding hollow in the basement. "It doesn't just read files. It watches. It listens." She looked from the camera to the open crawl space, to the board sitting on the dirt. A new kind of tension straightened her spine. The fear was still there, but her training was reasserting itself, channeling the panic into procedure. "Okay," she said, her voice tighter now. "Okay, this is now evidence. Of something." She took a deep breath, her eyes going hard. "I need to call this in." My stomach clenched. "What will you say?" She shook her head, already pulling her shoulder radio mic toward her lips. She didn't key it. She thought for a second. "I'll say I found suspicious items during a follow-up welfare check. I won't mention the voice. Not yet. They'd think we're both having a shared psychotic break. But this," she pointed at the crawl space, "this is a physical thing. I can bring that in." She keyed her radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12. I'm at that previous welfare check address for a follow-up. I've located some unusual items on the property. I'm going to need to bag them and bring them in for safekeeping. No other units needed. The scene is secure." The dispatcher acknowledged. Officer Riley looked at me. "Do you have a large plastic bag? Like a trash bag?" I nodded, numb, and went upstairs to get one. When I came back down, she had already put her gloves back on. She moved with a deliberate, careful slowness, like a bomb tech. She didn't reach into the crawl space with her body turned. She knelt to the side, stretched her arm in, and carefully picked up the Ouija board by its very edges. She lifted it out. The planchette stayed put in the center, not sliding off. It was like it was glued there. She placed the whole thing into the open black trash bag I held. As the board left the dirt, I saw something I'd missed before. In the spot where it had been sitting, the dirt wasn't flat. It was pressed in a pattern of tiny, precise circles, overlapping each other, like dozens of little coils or tiny footprints all compressed together. It wasn't a pattern made by any animal I knew. She saw it too. Her jaw tightened, but she said nothing. She just sealed the bag with a twist tie, the plastic crinkling loudly in the quiet basement. The board was now official, in a way. It was in police custody, sort of. It felt both like a victory and a terrible mistake. "You can't stay here," she said, turning to me. "Not with this activity. You need to come to the station with me. We'll file a proper report, get you somewhere safe." Leaving the house. It sounded like heaven, to be in a bright, noisy police station, surrounded by people under fluorescent lights. But a deep, gut instinct told me it was wrong. This thing was tied to the house, yes, but it was also tied to me. It had followed me into the 911 system, into my phone, into my personal history. Leaving might make it angry. Or worse, it might just follow me, and then it would be in the police station. "I can't," I said. "If I leave, it might escalate, or it might just come with me. It's in my data, my work profile. It might be safer if I stay here, where I can see what it's doing." She studied my face, seeing the exhaustion and the stubborn fear. She didn't argue. She understood being trapped by a situation. "Then at least let me stay with you. Wait for a detective. You shouldn't be alone." "You have a wife," I said softly. "It knows about your wife. You should go home. Check on her." The mention of her wife made her flinch. I saw the war in her eyes. Duty to a citizen versus the primal urge to protect her own family from the unknown thing that had just whispered her name. The entity had calculated this perfectly. It had driven a wedge between us before we could even become allies. Her radio crackled again. Dispatch, telling her to wrap up and return to service when ready. The normal world was pulling her back. She made a decision. "I'm taking this to the station," she said, hefting the bag. "I'll log it into evidence myself. I'll talk to my sergeant, feel him out, see how much of this I can tell without getting us both committed. Then I'm going home. You have my card. Call me anytime if anything else happens. And I mean anything." It was a compromise. She would be a lifeline, but not a shield. I walked her to the front door. The morning was bright and sunny now, a cruel contrast to the gloom in my house and in my head. She paused on the porch, the black bag looking absurd and sinister in her hand. "My grandma had one of these," she said, her voice low. "She told me you don't invite just one thing when you use it. You open a door, and everything on the other side hears the hinge squeak." She looked at me, her eyes serious. "Whatever squeaked the hinge here, it's not just playing games. It's learning, and I think it just learned about me." With that, she walked to her patrol car, placed the bag carefully in her trunk, and drove away. I watched until the car was completely out of sight. I was alone again, but it was a different kind of alone. Before, I was the only victim. Now I had made someone else a target. The guilt was a sour taste in my mouth. I went back inside, locking the door. The house felt strangely empty, not peaceful, but drained, like the energy had been packed into that plastic bag and driven away. I spent the day in a haze of nervous fatigue. I tried to clean up, to impose order. I reconnected the landline phone to its jack, feeling foolish, but needing every line of communication open in case Officer Riley called. I ate something. I watched the clock. I expected something to happen, a new noise, a new message. Nothing did. The quiet felt like a held breath. As evening approached, I got a text. It was from my partner. "All okay with the pipe, guys? House still a mess." I wrote back, my fingers clumsy. "All done. Just airing it out. See you tomorrow. Can't wait." Every lie felt like another brick in a wall between us. Just after dark, my personal phone rang. It was Officer Riley. Her voice was tense, but controlled. "Hey, just checking in. I logged the item. It's in the evidence room. My sergeant thinks I'm chasing ghosts, but he humored me. I'm home now. Everything is. Quiet here." I could hear the unspoken question in her voice. Was it just my problem? Had bringing the board to the station done anything? "Quiet here too," I said. Maybe containing the object helped." "Maybe," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. "Just keep your phone close." We hung up. The night deepened. I tried to sleep on the couch, but every little sound jerked me awake. Around 11 p.m., I gave up. I got my laptop and decided to do the one thing that always made me feel in control at work: review logs. I remotely logged into the 911 system's non-secure guest portal, the one for viewing basic call timelines. I couldn't listen to recordings, but I could see call logs and dispatcher notes. I pulled up the log for the first call, the one from the payphone. I'd looked at it a dozen times before. This time, I noticed a tiny new icon next to the call entry. It was a little paper clip indicating an attached file. That wasn't there before. Attachments aren't part of standard call logs. With a sinking feeling, I clicked it. It opened a video player. The video was black and white, slightly grainy. It showed a room I knew, the evidence room at the police station. The camera angle was from high in a corner, looking down on rows of shelves with boxes. In the center of the frame, on a steel table, sat a clear plastic evidence bag. Inside the bag was the Ouija board. The planchette was still in the center. I was looking at a live feed from inside the police evidence room. The entity had a camera in there, or it had hijacked one. The time stamp in the corner of the feed was current. As I watched, the door to the evidence room opened. A civilian clerk, someone I recognized from fetching files at the station, walked in. He went to a different shelf, pulled a box, checked a number, and left. He never even glanced at the bag on the table. The door closed behind him. The room was still again, just the board in its bag under the harsh fluorescent lights. Then, inside the sealed evidence bag, the planchette moved. It didn't slide. It turned. A slow, deliberate quarter rotation. Then it was still again. It was alive in there, in the heart of the police station. And it was showing me. The video feed window minimized itself on my screen. A chat box, the kind used for internal IT help, popped up. A message appeared. Containment failed. Parameters expanding. I couldn't breathe. I had thought taking the board away would contain the problem. Instead, I had helped it spread. It wanted to be in the police station. It wanted access to that world, too. My home phone, the landline, rang. The sound was so sudden I yelped. I stared at it. It was the phone I had reconnected. It rang again. I knew who it was, or what it was. I picked up the receiver, my hand shaking. I didn't speak. The voice on the other end was the little girl's whisper, but it was different. It sounded closer than ever, as if she was in the room with me, speaking directly into the mouthpiece from inches away. "Thank you for the delivery," she whispered, and the line went dead. I put the phone down. I looked back at my laptop. The video feed of the evidence room was back up, filling the screen. Nothing moved. The board just sat there. The planchette was now pointing at the door. The chapter of trying to get help, of involving the law, was closed. Officer Riley was safe at home for now. The board was secured as evidence, and I had not been attacked directly for hours. It felt like a stalemate, but as I watched that still, gray video feed from the evidence room, a new and more frightening kind of closure settled over me. The haunting was no longer just in my house. It was in the system. It was in the evidence log on the police servers in their camera feeds. I had not solved my problem. I had given it a much, much bigger playground. And the quiet question, as I watched that still image of the captured board, was no longer what it would do to me in my home. The question was what it was learning, and what it was planning to do from inside a locked room at the police station. Watching that video feed of the evidence room, seeing the planchette turn inside the sealed bag, something inside me broke. It wasn't fear. It was a white-hot, clean rage. This thing had taken my home, terrorized me, invaded my work, and now it was sending me a thank you note for delivering it to a new toy box. It was playing with me, and I was done being its plaything. I slammed the laptop shut. I didn't need to watch it show anymore. I knew what it was capable of. I stood up in the middle of my living room, my heart hammering not from panic, but from a fierce, desperate determination. I couldn't fight it in its world, a world of signals and data and whispers in the dark. But I could make it fight in mine. I had to make it react to me. I had to go to the source. I put on a jacket and my sturdiest shoes. I grabbed the big metal flashlight, not for light, but as a weapon. I was going to the woods. The real woods behind my house, the place the original coordinates pointed to. If this thing had a physical anchor, maybe it wasn't just the board. Maybe the board was just a tool. Maybe the real door was out there, in that vacant lot. I didn't care if it was stupid or dangerous. I was done waiting. I went out my back door, into the cool night air. The motion sensor light on the deck blazed on, making the yard beyond look even darker. I climbed over my own fence, dropping into the thick, unruly growth of the vacant lot. Branches scratched at my jacket. The ground was uneven, pocked with holes and hidden roots. I used the flashlight, sweeping the beam ahead of me, moving toward the center of the lot, the exact spot the GPS had marked. The woods were alive with normal night sounds, crickets, the rustle of small animals, the distant hum of the city. It felt real and solid, a relief after the digital haunting of my house. I pushed through a final wall of brambles and found myself in a small, clear area. In the center was the rotting stump of a huge old tree. This was the spot. I stood there, breathing hard, shining the light around. Nothing. Just dirt, leaves, the stump. No magic circle, no hidden door. Just a place. I felt suddenly foolish, standing in the woods in the middle of the night. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe it was all in my head. As if in answer, my personal phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. The screen showed a new text from my partner. But the words were all wrong. "Sarah, why did you send those pictures, you monster? She's just a child. I'm calling the police." My blood ran cold. Pictures? What pictures? I called my partner immediately. They answered, sobbing, hysterical. "How could you? After all this time? I thought you loved her. Those horrible messages." I managed to calm them down enough to understand. They had received a flood of texts from my number. Texts I did not send. The messages described violent, graphic fantasies about harming our niece. They were signed with my name. The last text had included an attachment, the photo of my niece in the yellow dress, but doctored, altered in a sickening way. The entity was impersonating me. It was attacking my family, using my identity, trying to burn my life to the ground from a distance. The rage I felt turned into something else, something cold and deadly. It had crossed a line. It wasn't just haunting me anymore. It was trying to destroy me. I spent 20 minutes talking my partner off the ledge, convincing them it was a malicious hack, a deep fake, a cruel prank by someone with a grudge. I sounded calm, logical, even as my insides were screaming. I promised to call the FBI, to get new phones, everything. They believed me, because they wanted to believe the person they loved wasn't a monster. When I hung up, I was shaking, not with fear, with a need to act. I couldn't go to the woods. I had to go to the interface. I ran back to my house, stumbling over roots in the dark. I burst into the kitchen, went straight to my laptop, and opened it. I didn't open the video feed. Instead, I dug out my old work headset from my bag, the one with the good microphone. I plugged it into the laptop. I opened a blank audio recording program. I put the headphones on. I sat in the dark kitchen, the red recording light glowing on the screen. And then I screamed into the microphone. I let out all the fury, the fear, the frustration, the betrayal. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice raw and cracking in the empty house. "What is it you want from me?" The sound echoed in my own ears through the headphones. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just the faint digital hiss of an open mic. Then, the video feed window on my laptop, which I hadn't opened, popped up by itself. It still showed the evidence room. The planchette in the bag began to move. It slid, smoothly and easily, as if on ice, to the letter G. Then to O. Then to another O. Then to D. It spelled good. And then, through the high-quality headphones, so clear and intimate it felt like someone was standing right behind me with their lips to my ear, the little girl's whisper returned. It was calm, almost pleased. "You're finally on the right frequency." My breath caught. It wanted me to engage. It wanted a two-way conversation. Not through phones or texts, but through this direct line, this headset connected to my laptop. I was looking at the laptop screen, at the live feed. I saw the tiny green light next to the laptop's built-in webcam turn on. It wasn't just listening through the headset. It was watching me, through the camera. I was on video call with a haunted evidence room. The immediate, frantic crisis with my partner was over, calmed for now. The entity had shown its ultimate card. It could be me to anyone. But in doing so, it had forced me to open this direct line. The standoff was set. I was in my kitchen, it was in the police station, and we were connected. I knew what I had to do. I had to talk to it. I had to ask a question. I made my voice as flat and steady as I could, the voice I used on the worst 911 calls. "Who are you?" On the laptop screen, the planchette moved again, swiftly, decisively. It went to Y, then O, then U, then R. It stopped on R, your. It just hung there, pointing at the word. My mind raced. "Your what?" "Your servant, your mistake, your house." Then from the headphones, I heard a new sound. It was a layered sound. I heard the clear plastic scratch of the planchette moving on the board, live from the evidence room. And at the exact same time, I heard a different, louder sound from within my own house. The sound of my front door downstairs, the deadbolt turning by itself with a solid clunk, and then the door creaking slowly open. The entity had spelled its answer. Your. And now it was demonstrating it. It wasn't just in the evidence room. It was here. It was opening my door. The video feed on the laptop suddenly changed. It split into two screens. On the left, the evidence room, the planchette on your. On the right, a new grainy black and white feed. It was from my own home security camera in the downstairs hallway. It showed my open front door and the dark space beyond it. Then, a foot stepped into the frame. Not a human foot. It was a shape made of shifting shadow and static, but it had weight. It left a faint, smoky imprint on the hallway floor. Then another foot, a figure tall and indistinct, was walking into my house. The feed was live. This was happening now. Through the headphones, the little girl whispered, "We're home." I sat at the kitchen table, unable to move, watching the screen as more figures, maybe 3, maybe 5, their forms blurry and unstable, shuffled in through my front door. They moved into the hallway, toward the stairs. I could hear it, a faint, multi-layered shuffling, coming from downstairs. They were inside. They were coming up. The headset, the laptop, the open line. It was no longer a connection to a distant room. It was the intercom system of my own nightmare. The final chapter of the haunting had arrived. The entity had fully manifested. It had spelled out its claim. It had entered my home, not as a voice or a glitch, but as a physical presence. The chase, the mystery, the fear of the unknown, it was over. The thing was here. And as I listened to the slow, shuffling steps begin their ascent from the first floor hallway, the only question left was not what it wanted, or who it was. The only question was what happened when it reached the top of the stairs and found me sitting at the kitchen table, waiting. The game was finally over. Now came the consequence. Story number 6. Story number 2. Title: At my bachelorette party, we joked with a Ouija board. Now, every night, my fiancé sleep talks the details of how he will die. My name is Olivia, and right now my finger is shaking as it hovers over the delete button on my phone screen. Because if I erase this audio file, did any of it ever really happen? It's a crazy thought, but a tempting one, to just wipe it away and go back to believing everything is normal. It all started 3 nights ago, a week before our wedding, when I woke up in the middle of the night because the sound was wrong. My fiancé always snores, a soft, rumbling sound that I've actually gotten used to over the years. But this time the room was too quiet, and then I heard the whisper. It wasn't his voice. It was flat and cold, like someone reading a boring grocery list, but the words were all wrong. I lay there frozen, my skin prickling, telling myself it was just a dream, a weird fragment of a nightmare. I must have fallen back asleep because in the morning when I asked him if he remembered talking in his sleep, he just laughed and kissed my forehead and said he dreamed about buying a new power tool, which was so normal for him that I brushed it off. But then it happened again the next night. The same sudden quiet, then that hollow whisper in the dark. This time I caught a few phrases, something about a date and a road, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the open window. So last night, I decided to get proof, to record it so I could play it for him in the morning, and we could laugh about his weird sleep talking, or maybe so I could show a doctor if it kept up. I left my phone recording on the nightstand, and now, sitting alone at our kitchen table in the morning light with my coffee going cold, I'm listening back. I hear his familiar snoring for a few minutes, then a sharp intake of breath, like he's startled awake, and then the silence. For a full minute, there's nothing, and I almost stop the recording, thinking it's nothing. Then it starts. That voice. It's his, but it isn't. It's stripped of all his warmth and humor, just empty words spoken into the dark. December 14th, the voice says, clear as day. Black ice on Route 9, just past the hairpin turn by the patient oak tree. The deer won't jump in time. My whole body goes cold. I feel the blood drain from my face. December 14th is the day after we're supposed to arrive at our honeymoon cabin. We leave on the 13th. My hands are trembling so badly I almost drop my phone. I fumble with my laptop, pulling up the directions to the cabin my fiancé booked as a surprise. My heart is hammering against my ribs as the map loads. There it is, clear as anything. To get to the remote cabin, you take the interstate for hours, then a state highway, and then for the last 20 miles of winding, forested road, you are on Route 9. It's the only way in. I zoom in on the map, tracing the twisting line with my finger. My breath catches. There's a notorious, sharp hairpin turn marked on the digital map with a warning symbol for sharp curves. I switch to the street view, the image loading pixel by pixel. It shows a gloomy tunnel of trees, the road slick with wet leaves from some past autumn. And there, right on the outside of that deadly curve, is a massive, gnarled old oak tree, its trunk twisted and dark, standing like a silent sentinel. The patient oak tree. A sob catches in my throat. This can't be real. He's never been there. He planned this trip secretly. How could he know about that specific tree? I quickly pull up the long-range weather forecast, my vision blurry with panic. The prediction for December 14th in that region. A clear, cold snap following a day of rain. Perfect conditions for black ice. I sit back, the world tilting around me. This isn't sleep talking. This is something else. It feels like a news report from the future, a horrible prediction spoken through the man I love. I listen to the recording again and again, each time the words carving themselves deeper into my mind. The deer won't jump in time. I think about calling my best friend, my maid of honor, but she's the one who brought the Ouija board to my bachelorette party as a joke. The one we all laughed and messed around with, asking silly questions about future husbands and money. What if this is connected? She'll just laugh again, tell me I'm stressed from wedding planning, that it's all a creepy coincidence. I feel completely alone with this terrifying secret. That night, I can't sleep. I lie next to him, listening to his gentle breathing, watching the rise and fall of his chest in the moonlight, and all I can think about is that other voice living inside him. I am rigid, a statue in our bed, when suddenly his breathing stops. He goes perfectly still. The air in the room gets colder. Then that flat, alien whisper cuts through the dark, right next to my ear. You're listening now. Good. My eyes snap open wide, staring at the ceiling. I don't dare move, don't dare breathe. After a few seconds, his soft snoring starts again, as if nothing happened. But something did. The thing, whatever it is, knows I heard it. It's aware of me. The next morning, I'm a wreck. He wakes up smiling, his own sweet, normal self, and rolls over to hug me. You okay, baby? He asks, his voice full of sleepy warmth. You look like you didn't sleep at all. I look into his familiar, loving eyes, the eyes I'm supposed to marry in a few days, and I see no trace of the cold entity from the night. The gulf between his waking self and his sleeping self feels like an ocean I'm drowning in. I force a smile, my face feeling like a stiff mask. I'm fine. I lie, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Just pre-wedding jitters. I slept like a rock. He believes me, because he always believes me, and he gets up to make us coffee. As I sit at the kitchen table again, the winter sun feeling weak and useless, he sips his coffee and rubs the back of his neck. Weird thing, he says, chuckling. I had another crazy dream. I was out in the backyard with a brand new chainsaw, finally taking down that dead oak tree. Felt so real. Maybe I should do it, huh? Get it out of my system before the wedding. He laughs, a sound that used to make me feel safe. I don't laugh. I just look at him, my coffee turning to acid in my stomach, because the dead oak in our backyard is the only big tree on our property, and I suddenly know, with a certainty that chills my soul, that this is only the beginning. The wedding plans should have been a happy distraction, but they just became another layer of dread. Every decision felt loaded, like I was planning a party for a disaster I was trying to prevent. I tried to focus on flowers and seating charts, but my mind kept circling back to that flat voice and the patient oak tree on Route 9. My fiancée seemed perfectly normal, maybe even more cheerful than usual, which somehow made everything worse. 3 nights after the first recording, I was ready for it. My phone was hidden under my pillow, recording again. I pretended to be asleep, my body tense, listening to his breathing. Right on schedule, the snoring stopped. The room got still. Then the whisper came back, clearer this time, like it knew I was paying attention. She shouldn't have laughed. It said, the words slick and cold. The veil will be red. I clenched my jaw so tight it ached. She. That had to be my maid of honor, the one who laughed about the Ouija board. And the veil will be red. That wasn't about a car crash on a remote road anymore. That was about my wedding, my dress, the ceremony that was now just days away. The threat had moved, and it was walking right down the aisle toward me. The next day, as if to prove the point, my fiancé brought up the wedding decorations over breakfast. You know, I was thinking, he said, stirring his oatmeal. Those white rose centerpieces are beautiful, but what about something with more drama? Deep red anemones. They'd really pop in the photos. He smiled at me, but the smile didn't seem to reach his eyes. They looked thoughtful, distant, like he was considering a complex math problem, not flowers. I felt a lump of cold fear in my throat. Red, I managed to say. I don't know, white feels more traditional. Just a thought, he said, shrugging, but the suggestion hung in the air, poisonous. I spent the afternoon in a frantic internet spiral. I looked up sleep disorders, psychological possession, curses, anything that could explain what was happening. I read stories about Ouija boards and angry spirits, about how mocking them or not closing a session properly could invite something in, could make it latch on. It was all just creepy stories on forums, but they gave a shape to my terror. My best friend's joke now had a terrible, logical consequence. I had to try something. In a moment of pure panic, I took the ancient Ouija board from the back of my closet, a cheap cardboard thing from a toy store, and I drove to a remote crossroads outside of town late that night. It felt stupid and desperate, but I had to do something. I got out of the car, the wind biting through my jacket, and I lit the board on fire with a lighter, whispering into the dark, "Please leave us alone. The connection is broken. Go away." The flame seemed reluctant at first, licking weakly at the corners before finally taking hold. I watched it burn until it was black ash, and I drove home feeling hollow and silly, but with a tiny flicker of hope. As I drove, I turned on the car radio for comfort. It was on a static-filled talk station. I hit the scan button, and the radio whirred through snippets of songs and commercials before landing, with perfect clarity on a local traffic update. The announcer's voice was bright and clear. And just a heads up for early morning commuters, we're getting reports of possible black ice formation on secondary roads, especially Route 9 near the state forest, so slow down and take it easy out there. I jerked the wheel, pulling over to the shoulder, my heart racing. It was the middle of a clear, cold night. There was no rain. The forecast was dry, but the radio said it. Route 9. Black ice. I turned the radio off and sat there in the dark, the last of my hope extinguished. The thing wasn't just in my bedroom. It was in the airwaves, in the world, shaping reality to fit its script. A few nights later, I woke up and he was gone. The space next to me in bed was cold and empty. My pulse skyrocketed. I got up, my bare feet quiet on the floor, and crept out into the dark living room. There he was, standing perfectly still in the middle of the room, illuminated by the faint blue light from a street lamp outside. He was facing the big glass coffee table, his back to me. He wasn't moving, just standing there. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and began to trace something with his finger on the dusty glass surface. It was intricate, careful, like he was drawing a map or a symbol. I stood frozen in the hallway, watching this sleepwalking ritual, too scared to speak. After a minute, his head snapped towards me. His eyes were open, but they were blank, empty holes in the moonlight. In that same flat whisper from the recordings, he spoke, but it wasn't about the wedding. "The patient oak tree waits," he said, each word precise. "Its roots are deep. Its time is coming." Then, as if a switch flipped, he turned and walked silently past me, back to bed, where he lay down and immediately began to snore softly. I stood there shaking for a long time, before I found the courage to turn on a lamp. I looked at the coffee table. In the fine layer of dust, his finger had left a clear pattern. It wasn't a map. It was a symbol, a series of interlocking circles with jagged lines cutting through them, like a twisted knot or a barbed wire crown. I'd never seen it before, but it looked intentionally made, and it filled me with a deep, primitive revulsion. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of it before wiping the table clean, trying to erase the evidence, but I knew I couldn't erase it from my mind. The final straw was my last dress fitting. My wedding dress was perfect, a simple, elegant gown. The veil was a soft cascade of ivory lace. The seamstress, a sweet older woman, was pinning the hem when she frowned. "Dear," she said, her voice concerned, "I don't remember this flaw." She pointed to a spot on the veil, right where it would rest against my forehead. I leaned in to look. There, woven into the very lace, was a faint, rust-colored stain. It wasn't a smudge of dirt. It looked old, like dried tea or something worse, and it was shaped in a subtle, vein-like pattern. It hadn't been there the week before. I touched it, and it felt slightly stiff, like old glue. The veil would be red. I left the shop with my dress bagged up, feeling numb. That night, I finally broke down and called my younger brother. He's the most pragmatic, level-headed person I know, an engineer who believes in facts and wires and concrete things. I told him everything, crying over the phone, the recordings, the sleepwalking, the symbol in the dust, the stain on the veil. I texted him the picture of the symbol. I expected him to gently suggest I see a therapist to talk about wedding stress. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When he finally spoke, his voice was different, strained. "You need to come over. Now. Don't tell him where you're going." I drove to his apartment in a daze. He let me in, his face pale and serious. He had an old, leather-bound journal open on his kitchen table. It was our grandfather's, from his time serving overseas decades ago. My brother pointed to a page. There, sketched in faded pencil beside a paragraph of tight, cramped writing, was the exact same symbol. The interlocking circles, the jagged lines. It was identical. My blood ran cold. "What is it?" I whispered. My brother's finger traced under our grandfather's handwritten caption. He doesn't explain it much, he said quietly, but he calls it a marker. He says in here that enemy operatives would use symbols like this for psychological warfare. They'd leave them near the homes of people they wanted to destabilize, to frighten into making mistakes. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. The note underneath it says, "It means the path is set. The end is chosen." We sat there in his quiet kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound. The crazy supernatural terror suddenly had one foot in the real, historical world. It wasn't just a ghost story. It was a tactic, a weapon, and it was using the man I loved to deliver its message. I went home feeling more lost than ever. My fiancé was watching TV, looking utterly normal. He smiled when I came in. "Everything okay with your dress?" he asked. "Fine," I lied, for what felt like the 1000th time. The next morning, 2 days before our wedding, I was packing a suitcase for our honeymoon. He had his own suitcase open on the floor of the closet. I went to move it, to make space, and the lid fell open. Neatly folded on top of his clothes were 2 items that stopped me dead. One was a heavy-duty ice scraper with a long brush, the kind you'd need for a serious frost. The other was a hunting knife in a leather sheath, a knife I had never seen in my life. My fingers trembling, I found a crumpled receipt in the bottom of the bag. I smoothed it out. It was from an outdoor supply store. The date on the receipt was for tomorrow, and the printed purchase date at the top was for December 14th. The sound woke me with a jolt, a raw, grating roar that ripped through the quiet morning. It was the sound of a chainsaw. I stumbled out of bed, my heart already hammering, and went to the window. There he was, in the backyard, standing under the skeletal branches of the dead oak tree. He had on his old work coat and safety glasses, and he was holding a brand new bright orange chainsaw. But he wasn't looking at the tree. He was staring directly up at the house, at our bedroom window, at me. His face was a blank mask, completely focused. When he saw me, he didn't smile or wave. He just gave a single, slow nod. Then he turned, yanked the starter cord, and the saw roared to life again, biting into the thick, gray bark of the trunk. He was doing it. He was taking down the oak tree from his dream. I watched, frozen as would chips flew. This wasn't a man just doing yard work. There was a grim, methodical energy to it, a sense of purpose that felt all wrong. Later, when he came in for lunch, he was jovial, sweating, and buzzing with an excitement that made my skin crawl. "Got it on sale," he said, gesturing with a thumb towards the backyard where the saw sat. "Just like in my dream. Gotta get this project out of my system before the big day, you know." He laughed and kissed my cheek, his skin cold from the outside air. I tried to smile back, but all I could think was that the entity's words were no longer just whispers in the dark. They were shopping lists, and he was checking items off. That's when I started seeing the symbol everywhere. It was subtle at first. The morning after the chainsaw, I got out of the shower and saw a pattern in the condensation on the glass door. It was the interlocking circles and jagged lines from the dust on the coffee table. I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The next day, a thin layer of frost coated my car windshield, and there it was again, etched as if by an invisible finger. I scraped it off so violently I nearly cracked the glass. At a coffee shop, distracted and sleepless, I looked down at the foam in my latte and saw the shape swirling in the milk. I pushed the cup away, my stomach turning. The thing wasn't just talking through him. It was tagging my world, reminding me it was there, that it was watching. The isolation was crushing me. I decided I had to get professional help, not for me, but for him. I convinced him it was just for a checkup, that his new sleep-talking habit was worrying me. He agreed amiably, which somehow felt more frightening than if he'd refused. We sat in the clean, bright office of a sleep specialist. He was charming and articulate, describing his vivid dreams about trees and roads and tools with such calm detail it sounded completely rational. The doctor, a kind-faced man with glasses, listened and took notes. "It sounds like hypnagogic utterances, possibly linked to stress from the upcoming wedding," the doctor said, offering a reassuring smile. "Very common. I wouldn't be overly concerned." We thanked him and left. In the parking lot, walking to the car, my fiancé suddenly stopped. He turned to me, his expression still pleasant, but his eyes looked thoughtful, distant. He spoke in his own voice, but the words were all wrong. "He doesn't understand," he said very clearly. "The tree is in my roots now." Then he blinked, shook his head slightly like clearing a fog, and smiled his normal smile. "Lunch?" he asked. I just stared, my mouth dry. The thing inside him had spoken to me in broad daylight, without the cover of sleep, and then slipped away again. My trust in him, in the man I knew, was crumbling. When he hugged me now, I had to fight not to flinch, wondering what was moving behind his eyes, what script was being written in a place I couldn't reach. I broke. I went to my brother's apartment again, a place that was starting to feel like the only sane ground in a tilting world. I told him about the daytime speaking, the symbol, the chainsaw. I showed him the picture on my phone of the frost on my car. He listened, his face growing graver. He pulled out our grandfather's journal again, flipping past the page with the symbol to sections we hadn't read. The writing was about tactics, about fear, about breaking a person's will without ever touching them. "There's a mention here," my brother said, his finger tracing a line. Granddad wrote about how they'd sometimes have to sever a mark if one of their own got tagged. It's vague. It talks about a willing choice from the marked person, a fight from the inside, and something about a sacrifice, something belonging to them, offered by blood. It sounded like medieval superstition mixed with war stories. But it was a thread, the only one we had. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," my brother said. "We need to know if this is just in his head, or if there's something else." He proposed a plan. He would follow my fiancée, just casual surveillance, to see if he did anything else strange, out of rhythm. I hated the idea, the deceit of it, but I was desperate. So the next day, when my fiancé said he was going to the hardware store for more chainsaw oil, I texted my brother. He called me an hour later, his voice tight. He didn't go to the hardware store, he said. He drove to the public library downtown. He went into the old archives section. He was in there for 45 minutes. When he left, I went in and asked the librarian what he'd been looking at. She said he'd requested old local topographic surveys and property maps for the area around Route 9 and the state forest. My brother paused. She said he was very interested in the locations of old, large trees. That night, I confronted him. Sort of. We were washing dishes, and my nerves were frayed beyond belief. "Why were you at the library today?" I asked, trying to sound casually curious. He didn't look up from the plate he was scrubbing. "Just wanted to look something up about soil density for the tree stump," he said easily. "Why?" "No reason," I mumbled, but the lie was another brick in the wall between us. The sleep talking that night was different. It wasn't a prophecy. It was a monologue. The flat voice droned on about patience, about roots sinking deep into stone, about the inevitability of gravity and the perfect angle of a cut. It sounded like a textbook on forestry spoken by a corpse. I didn't even bother recording it. The evidence was no longer in my phone. It was in my life, in the backyard, in the maps he studied. The day before the wedding was a blur of final preparations and pure terror. My bridesmaids fussed around me, bubbling with excitement I couldn't feel. My maid of honor, the one who brought the board, hugged me and whispered, "Last night of freedom," and I wanted to scream. My brother pulled me aside when he arrived at the rehearsal dinner venue. He looked around to make sure we were alone, then leaned close. "I went back to the library," he whispered. I looked at the maps he was studying. "There's one huge, ancient oak marked on a survey from the 1800s, right on that hairpin turn on Route 9. It's been there for centuries. It's on private land, but right by the road." He swallowed. On the map, someone had written a note in pencil, probably a surveyor from 100 years ago. It said Patient Oak. So it wasn't just a phrase from a sleep whisper. It was a real name for a real tree, a name buried in history that he somehow knew. The rehearsal dinner was a nightmare of forced smiles and toasts that felt like eulogies. I watched my fiancée laugh and shake hands with my father, and I wondered if the thing inside him was laughing too. After it was over, we drove home. The car was quiet. He reached over and took my hand, his grip warm and firm. "Tomorrow's the big day," he said, smiling. "Then it's just you and me, on the road to our new life." He said it kindly, lovingly, but all I heard was "on the road." That night, I couldn't even pretend to sleep. I lay awake, listening, waiting for the whisper. But it never came. Instead, something worse happened. Long after midnight, I felt him shift. He turned towards me in the dark. I could feel his eyes on me. I kept mine closed, breathing slowly, feigning sleep. Then I felt his breath on my cheek as he leaned in. His lips brushed my ear, and he whispered, so softly it was almost just a thought in the air. "You'll see it tomorrow. At the altar. A spot of red. Just a little one. The first drop." He settled back on his pillow. A minute later, he began to snore softly. I lay there, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes, staring into the blackness. The threat was no longer about a future car crash. It was about my wedding ceremony, happening in just a few hours. The entity had given me a new prediction, a closer one, and I had no idea what it meant, only that it promised something horrible. The path was set, the end was chosen, and I was walking straight toward it in a white dress, completely alone. The morning of my wedding dawned bright and clear, a stupidly beautiful winter day that felt like a personal insult. I woke up alone. He'd insisted on the old tradition of not seeing the bride before the ceremony, staying at a hotel with his friends. The first thing I did, before coffee, before anything, was to check my veil. I'd hidden it in the back of my closet, inside a plastic garment bag. With trembling hands, I unzipped it. The rust-colored stain from the fitting had spread. It wasn't just a spot anymore. It had grown into a web of dark, vein-like patterns spreading from the center, like a leaf skeleton pressed into the ivory lace, or like cracks in dried mud. It looked ancient and deliberate. A sob hitched in my throat. The veil will be red. I couldn't wear this. It was a banner announcing the horror. In a frenzy, I filled the bathroom sink with cold water and a splash of bleach, submerging the lace. I watched, praying for the stain to fade. Instead, the water around it tinged a faint, rusty brown, and the stain itself darkened to a burnt crimson, becoming more vivid against the now brighter white of the untouched lace. It had set. It was part of the fabric. Defeated, I hung it to dry, the grotesque pattern glaring at me. My bridesmaids arrived in a cloud of perfume and happy chatter, and I had to become an actress. I smiled, I nodded, I drank the champagne they offered, feeling it burn a hollow path down to my frozen core. When it was time to get dressed, I put on the gown, which felt like a costume for a play I never auditioned for. I stared at the veil. My maid of honor, her face full of concern, picked it up. "Oh wow, that's unique lace work," she said, her voice faltering as she peered at the stain. "Is that supposed to be there?" "Yes," I lied, my voice brittle. "It's an heirloom pattern." I couldn't tell her. I placed it on my head, the stained lace falling over my face, and the world took on a reddish, nightmarish tint. At the church, waiting in the little side room with my father, the minutes crawled by. My father, a big, gentle man, squeezed my hands. "You look beautiful," he said, his eyes misty. Then he leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Sweetheart, is everything okay with your groom?" I ran into him earlier when I arrived. He was very focused. He asked me a strange question. He wanted to know if I'd ever seen a deer up close after a car collision. Asked for details, like how far they can travel after impact. He said it so calmly, like he was asking about the weather. My father shook his head, baffled and a little disturbed. My heart turned to stone. The script was still running, even here, even now. The music started, the doors opened, and I walked. All the faces were a blur. All I could see was him, standing at the end of the aisle, handsome in his tuxedo, smiling. But his smile was wrong. It was too still, too perfect, like a picture of a smile. His eyes were on me, but they looked through me, focused on the veil, a flicker of something like satisfaction in their depths. We said our vows. My voice was a shaky whisper. His was clear and strong. Until the very end. Instead of "till death do us part," he paused. His eyelids fluttered for a second. His gaze went distant, looking at something over my shoulder. Then, in that same clear voice, he said, "Till the road ends." A murmur rippled through the guests. I saw confused, touched smiles. They thought it was a poetic, romantic twist. The officiant, an older family friend, faltered, then coughed and continued. I felt the world shrink to a tiny, cold point. The reception was a colorful, noisy dream I was trapped inside. I floated through it, a ghost in a white dress. During our first dance, his hand was firm on my back, his grip just a little too tight. I rested my head on his shoulder, looking out over the dance floor. And that's when I saw it. Across the room, near the shadowy emergency exit, a figure stood. It was tall and oddly thin, its shape blurred, like it was behind frosted glass. It wasn't a guest. It didn't move. Its head was tilted at a sharp, unnatural angle, like a branch snapped in a storm. And it had one arm raised, a long, thin finger pointing. Not at me, at him, at the man I was dancing with. I jerked my head up, my breath catching. The figure was gone. Had it ever been there? My brother found me later, pulling me into a quiet corner behind a potted plant. His face was serious. "We have a plan for tonight," he whispered urgently. "The script says your car, on Route 9 on the 14th. We're changing the variables. I've arranged a surprise vintage car to take you to the hotel. It's not your car. He doesn't know about it. You're not driving on Route 9 tonight. You're taking the highway, going to a different hotel than planned. We're breaking the sequence." It was the first spark of hope I'd felt in weeks, a way to fight back by simply refusing to follow the steps. I grabbed his arm. "Thank you," I breathed. As we were preparing to leave, my maid of honor, her eyes red from happy tears, pulled me aside. She looked genuinely contrite. "Listen," she said, her voice thick. "I felt awful about that stupid Ouija board thing. It was a dumb joke. I just wanted to give you this." She pressed a small, wrapped box into my hand. "For safety on the road. An old family thing. Consider it an apology." She hugged me tightly before I could open it. Later, in the back of the beautiful old vintage car my brother had arranged, the door shut on the sounds of the wedding. We were alone. The driver, a hired man in a cap, pulled away from the curb. I finally let out a breath that felt like it had been held for a month. I looked at my new husband. He was staring out the window at the passing streetlights, a small, strange smile on his lips. He looked peaceful. He reached over and took my hand. His skin was warm, but his grip was like a vice, his fingers lacing through mine with a possessive, unyielding strength. "I'm so glad we're finally going," he said, still looking out the window. Then he turned his head slowly towards me. The smile was still there, but his eyes were like dark glass. He leaned closer, his voice a soft, intimate murmur meant only for me. "I can hear the tires losing traction already." He said it with a kind of longing, like someone describing their favorite song. My blood went cold. I looked out the window. We were on the smooth, dry city streets, miles from Route 9, moving steadily in light traffic. There was no ice, no reason for skidding. But he'd heard it. The entity had. It knew we were moving, and in its mind, the script was already playing. The fragile hope my brother had given me shattered. Changing the car, changing the route, it didn't matter. The thing wasn't attached to a vehicle or a map. It was attached to us, to him, and it was bringing its prophecy with us like a carried storm. I remembered the box from my friend. My hands shaking, I tore open the wrapping paper. Inside was a small, tarnished silver medallion on a chain. A saint's medallion, worn smooth with age. A gesture of protection. The moment my fingers touched the cold metal, a searing, electric pain shot up my arm, so sharp I gasped and almost dropped it. I held it up to the passing streetlight. Etched into the silver, almost worn away but still visible, was the symbol. The interlocking circles and jagged lines. It was on the object meant to guard me. There was no safe ground left. Not in my home, not in my wedding, not in a gift from a friend. The car drove on into the deepening night, carrying us toward a honeymoon I now knew was just a different kind of altar. He settled back in the seat, closing his eyes, his hands still clamped around mine. He hummed a little, tuneless note, the sound of someone content, someone going exactly where they wanted to be. I sat perfectly still, the cold medallion burning a hole in my other hand, watching his peaceful face in the flickering shadows, and understood with a perfect, crystalline clarity that the road we were on wasn't made of asphalt. It was the path that had been set, and we were barreling down it, and the end it had chosen was waiting for us, patient as an old oak tree, somewhere up ahead in the dark. We never made it to the luxury hotel my brother booked. In the vintage car, my new husband just shook his head when the driver started to turn toward the city center. "Take us home," he said, his voice pleasant but leaving no room for argument. "We need to get our own car and our things. We're leaving for the cabin tonight." The driver, confused, looked at me in the rearview mirror. I gave a tiny, helpless shake of my head. The plan had lasted 20 minutes. We went to our house, now littered with the debris of the wedding morning. He moved with a brisk, eerie efficiency, packing the car with our suitcases, including the one with the ice scraper and the knife. "But it's the middle of the night," I pleaded, trying to sound tired, not terrified. "We can go in the morning. We're exhausted." He paused, looking at me with a patient expression, like I was a child who didn't understand a simple rule. "I just have this feeling we need to be there by the 13th, he said, his tone gentle but final. "Ahead of the weather. It's important." The script was adapting. December 14th was the predicted day, but now we had to be in place early. I couldn't fight him without screaming the truth, and I was too scared of what that truth would do. So, in the pre-dawn darkness, we set off. The roads were empty. He drove with a steady, focused calm that felt more robotic than human. I pretended to doze, my mind racing. About an hour into the drive, on a long, lonely stretch of Tulane highway that would eventually connect to Route 9, a large buck deer stepped out of the woods and onto the road ahead. It stood majestic and still in our headlights, a beautiful, frozen statue. My instinct was to gasp, to brace for a swerve. He did neither. His foot pressed down on the accelerator. The engine growled, and we surged forward, aimed directly at the animal. At the very last possible second, the deer leapt, a graceful arc over the ditch and into the trees on the other side. I let out a strangled cry. He eased off the gas and let out a soft sigh. It wasn't a sigh of relief. It sounded like disappointment. "They're so unpredictable," he murmured, almost to himself. The sun was coming up as we turned onto Route 9. The trees closed in, tall and dark even in the morning light. Every curve felt familiar from studying the map. My stomach was a hard knot. Then we saw the cabin. It was picturesque, a little A-frame with a steep roof, nestled in the pines. It was perfect, and directly across the narrow, one-lane width of Route 9, looming so close its branches seemed to reach for the roof, was the tree, the patient oak. It was even more massive in person, ancient and gnarled, its trunk wider than our car. It wasn't just near the hairpin turn. The cabin was its neighbor. The destination was right in the shadow of the prophecy. We unpacked in a daze. I had one desperate card left to play. While he was inside, I popped the hood of our car. I'd looked up online how to disable a vehicle. My hands were slick with cold sweat as I found the fuse box and pulled out a specific one for the fuel pump. I hid it in my pocket. Without it, the car wouldn't start. We'd be stranded, safe, forced to call for help and leave. An hour later, he went out to get more firewood from the shed. He tried to start the car to move it closer. It cranked but didn't turn over. My heart leaped with a wild, fragile hope. He got out, opened the hood, and peered inside. He stood there for a full 5 minutes, just looking. Then he went to his suitcase, rummaged in a side pocket, and returned with a little plastic case of spare fuses. He found the empty slot, inserted a new fuse, closed the hood, and started the car with a smooth purr. He had packed spare fuses. For our honeymoon, he backed the car up to the woodpile, got out, and gave me a small, knowing smile as he passed me on the porch. "Good thing I'm handy," he said. That was the moment I truly understood we were trapped. His competence was now a weapon. Inside the cabin, the cozy space felt like a cage. The tension finally boiled over. I couldn't hold it in anymore. As he built a fire, I just started talking, the words tumbling out in a frantic, tearful rush. I told him about the sleep recordings, the voice, the prediction about the ice and the deer and the oak. I told him about the stain on the veil, about the symbol, about my brother finding it in our grandfather's journal. I was sobbing, begging him to see, to understand that something was wrong with him. He listened, the fire crackling between us. His face shifted from confusion to deep concern, then to a profound, heartbreaking sadness. He stood up and came towards me, his arms open. "Oh, baby," he said, his own voice thick with emotion. "The stress, the wedding, it's been so much for you. You're having delusions. We need to get you help." He was advancing to comfort me, to hug the hysterical woman he thought I was. And I backed away. I backed away from the man I loved, because I no longer knew what was looking out from behind his eyes. He stopped, his face falling, his offered arms dropping to his sides. The sadness in his expression looked so real. That night, he showered first. I heard the water running. His phone was on the kitchen table, blinking with a notification. I shouldn't have looked, but I had to. I picked it up. The screen showed a weather app, the forecast still clear. But in the top bar, a message notification glitched. It was from a sender listed as a string of numbers. The preview text showed an image. I tapped it. The screen filled with a high-resolution, digital-looking version of the symbol, the interlocking circles sharp and clear. And below it text, "The vessel is ready. The road is prepared. Receive him." I dropped the phone like it had shocked me. It clattered on the wooden table. The water stopped running in the shower. I quickly placed the phone back exactly as it was. He came out, smiling, a towel around his waist, and picked up his phone to check the time, giving no indication he'd seen anything unusual. We went to bed early, the exhaustion of the day and the drive pulling at me despite my fear. He fell asleep almost instantly. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening to the wind in the pines outside, waiting for the whisper. It didn't come. The whole cabin was still, the only sound the occasional pop from the dying fire. This was new, this quiet. A terrible thought occurred to me. What if the messages were done? What if we were now exactly where we were supposed to be, and the next step wasn't a warning, but the event itself? I rolled over to look at him in the moonlight coming through the window. His face was peaceful, his lips parted slightly, and then they moved. No sound came out. His lips formed silent words, his brow furrowing slightly as if in deep conversation with a dream. A compulsion seized me. I had to know. I had to hear. Slowly, carefully, I leaned in, bringing my ear within an inch of his mouth. I could feel the faint warmth of his breath. And then I heard it, the tiniest exhalation given shape. Tomorrow, you'll see. It will be so quick. A pause. A soft, almost loving sigh. And then I'll be free, and he'll be mine. My blood turned to ice. His eyes snapped open. They were wide awake, clear, and they looked directly into mine, reflecting the moonlight like dark pools. He had been awake the whole time. He had been whispering for me to hear. A small, serene smile touched his lips before he closed his eyes again, as if settling back into a pleasant sleep. I didn't move. I couldn't. I lay there paralyzed, my ears still hovering near his mouth, the truth finally crashing over me with the weight of the mountain outside. This wasn't just possession. This was a negotiation. The entity wasn't just using him. It was promising him freedom in exchange for something. For his life. For mine. He'll be mine. The thing had plans for him, for after. And tomorrow, December 14th, was the delivery date. I finally understood the true, full shape of the horror. I wasn't just trying to prevent an accident. I was witnessing a transfer of ownership, and the man I loved was a willing participant in his own erasure. The moonlight slid across his now sleeping face, and I realized the fight was no longer about changing the future. It was about deciding who, or what, walked out of this cabin when the sun rose. The morning of December 14th arrived not with a storm, but with a brutal, beautiful clarity. The sky was a hard, cloudless blue, and the sun shone, sparkling on every surface. My desperate, foolish hopes surged again. The prediction was wrong. There was no black ice. We had beaten it. I rushed to the window, ready to wake him and insist we leave immediately, that the spell was broken. The words died in my throat. Outside, the world was glazed in a thick, crystalline layer of pure white frost. It coated the roof of our car, every branch of every pine tree, the entire winding ribbon of Route 9 in front of the cabin. It looked like a fairy tale, but it was a trap. The frost was impossibly deep, glittering with a vicious intensity. And it stopped in a perfect, straight line at the edge of our property. Beyond the mailbox, the road was dry, dark asphalt. The sun shone there too. The frost existed only here, for us, a stage dressing for the promised accident. He walked out onto the porch behind me, barefoot on the frozen wooden planks. He didn't flinch at the cold. He stretched his arms wide, taking a deep breath of the frigid air, a smile of pure contentment spreading across his face. "The ice is perfect," he said, his voice a mix of his own and that other flat tone, blended into something new and awful. Just as promised. He stepped off the porch, his bare feet leaving crisp prints in the thick frost on the ground, and walked toward our car. But then he stopped. He turned to the giant oak tree across the road. He walked up to it, placed his palm flat against the frozen, craggy bark, and leaned his forehead against it in a gesture that looked like a lover's embrace. The tree's branches seemed to shift in a wind I couldn't feel, creaking lower, as if to encircle him. A engine sound broke the spell. My brother's truck came skidding to a halt on the dry road, just beyond the frost line, spraying gravel. He jumped out, our grandfather's journal in his hand, his face a mask of determination and fear. He saw me on the porch, saw my husband by the tree. "Stay there," my brother yelled, and he ran toward the tree toward him. The thing wearing my husband turned its head, watching my brother's approach with an expression of mild curiosity. My brother didn't tackle him. He stopped a few feet away, his chest heaving. "Fight it, Mark," he shouted into the frozen air. "You have to choose to fight. That's what the journal says. A willing sacrifice from the marked one's own blood. A choice to sever the mark." The thing smiled my husband's smile. "The connection isn't to him," it said, the voice now clearly not his at all, a dry, rustling sound like leaves scuttling on stone. "It's to the promise, the vow made on the board. A death was asked for. A death must be received." It looked past my brother, directly at me. "You asked a question about future husbands. The answer was not a name. It was a description. Already dead. It marked the position. It promised a death to fill that role. He is just the most convenient candidate." The words landed like physical blows. The Ouija board hadn't cursed him. It had cursed me. It had declared that the role of my husband was a position for a dead man. My fiancé, the man I loved, was simply the nearest living person slated for that role, chosen to be made empty so the promise could be kept. My brother, understanding flashing in his eyes, lunged. Not to tackle, but to grab, to pull him away from the tree. The thing inside my husband didn't resist. It let my brother grab his arm, and as my brother's fingers closed around his wrist, it leaned in and whispered something into his ear. My brother froze. His face went slack, then drained of all color. He stumbled back, releasing the arm as if burned, looking at me with eyes full of a new, horrified understanding. "It knows," my brother choked out. "It knows about Dad. He's on his way here. He was worried, and it knows my route home." The thing wearing my husband nodded, a polite, almost gracious gesture. "You can run," it said to me, its voice conversational. "You can take him far from this road. But the promise remains. The road is set. Another will take his place if he falls. Your father on his way here. Your brother on his way home." It tilted its head, the gesture inhuman. "Or, you can choose the vessel. Give the promise what it wants. One death. One specific death. Then the path closes." It held out its hand, his hand, toward me. But not toward the car. Its gaze and the gesture were directed at the space on the frost-covered ground between us. There, lying where it must have fallen from his suitcase, was the new hunting knife in its leather sheath. The ultimate, horrifying choice was laid bare. Not how to save him, but who to sacrifice. Let the entity have him in a staged accident, or give it another death to fulfill its contract. My father's or my brother's. Or take the knife and offer the one specific death it was now asking for, its own vessel. Me. I looked at the knife. I looked at my brother's terrified face. I looked at the man I loved, standing patiently by the oak, a willing participant in his own destruction for a chance at freedom he couldn't possibly understand. The entity waited, a grotesque calm in the center of the glittering, unnatural frost. In that stretched-out moment, a sound cut through the woods, the sudden, sharp crash of underbrush, the snap of branches. A deer, panicked and blind, burst from the tree line and scrambled onto the glazed road, its hooves skittering wildly on the ice, heading straight for the patch of frost in front of our cabin. The promise was here, and it was hungry. The choice was now. Story number 7. Story number 1. Story title: We used a Ouija board in our new apartment's storage locker. Now my sleepwalking son keeps whispering, "The man in the walls is hungry." Okay, let me tell you about the day we moved in. The real estate agent, she had this big smile that showed all her teeth, and she kept saying the place had character. I should have known right then. My wife, she was just over the moon. Our son, he was a little shy, holding onto my leg, but his eyes were wide looking at the big empty rooms. Me, I'm Liam, and I just felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders. We finally did it. Our own place. No more landlords, no more sharing walls with strangers who blasted music. This was ours. The sunlight that afternoon was pouring through these big windows, showing every dust speck floating in the air, and it just felt like gold. It felt like we had climbed a mountain and planted our flag. The first thing my boy wanted to do was pick a color for his room. He picked this bright sky blue. Not my taste, but who cares? I spent the whole next day painting it for him, cutting in the edges while he sat on the floor telling me about where his bed would go and where his action figures would live. My wife, she unpacked the kitchen boxes, humming, and she hung up this little wooden sign that said "Home Sweet Home" right by the front door. It was corny, but it made her happy. It made all of us happy. We ordered pizza that night and ate it on the floor, and it was the best meal I'd ever had. The place wasn't perfect, of course. It was an old building, and the floors creaked in spots you didn't expect. The faucet in the kitchen sink had a drip, and there was this one door in the lobby we hadn't really noticed before, down a short flight of concrete stairs. The super told us it led to the shared storage basement. He said every unit got a locker down there. We didn't think much of it until the weekend. We had a few boxes of holiday decorations and old books we didn't need upstairs, so I suggested we go check out our locker. My son, he didn't want to go. The basement door was heavy and metal, and it was dark on the other side. I felt the same little kid nervousness, to be honest. But I puffed out my chest and said, "Come on, we're explorers. This is our secret mission." That got him. I found the light switch a single bulb, hanging on a wire way down at the end of the hallway, flickered on. The air was cool and smelled like concrete and something else, something old and closed up. Our locker was just a metal cage with a padlock. It was full of junk. I mean full. The last people, or maybe the people before them, had just left everything behind. There were moldy cardboard boxes, a broken lamp, a stack of yellowing newspapers. My wife made a face. "What a mess," she said. But my son, now he was into it. It was a treasure hunt. He pointed at a box. "What's in there, Dad?" So we started pulling stuff out, just to see. Most of it was trash. But then my fingers hit something flat and solid under a mildewed blanket. I pulled it out. It was a game board, but not like Monopoly. It was wood with a smooth finish, and it had the alphabet carved in a big arc across the top, and the numbers 0 through 9 below it. In the corners were these strange symbols, and the words yes and no were in the top corners. Ouija board, my wife said, her voice flat. A talking board. I'd heard of them, seen them in movies. This one looked old and kind of fancy. With it was this little heart-shaped piece of wood with a clear window in the middle, on 3 little legs. A planchette, that's what they call it. It had a crescent moon design on it. My son reached for it. "Cool," he said. My wife immediately said, "No, put that down. That's not a toy." She had a superstitious streak. I laughed it off. "It's just a piece of plastic and wood, honey," I said. "It's from a party store. It's nothing." I was trying to be the rational one. I saw the look on my son's face, that disappointment. And part of me, I have to admit, was curious. So I said, "Tell you what, we'll take it upstairs and get rid of all this other junk. We can even try it out as a joke after you go to bed. See if any ghosts want to talk." I winked at him. He laughed, a little nervous laugh. My wife shot me a look that could freeze fire, but she didn't say no. So we took the board, along with a box of our own stuff we were storing, and left the rest of the junk. That night, after our son was asleep in his new blue room, we were both wound up from the move. We couldn't sleep. We were sitting on the living room floor, the carpet still smelling new, sharing a bottle of wine. The Ouija board was leaning against the couch. My wife nodded at it. "Go on then, Mr. Brave. Let's see it work." She was challenging me. So I got it. I put it on the floor between us. The wood felt smoother than I expected. I put the little moon-shaped planchette in the middle. The rules were printed right on the board. You put your fingertips lightly on it. I did. She hesitated, then put just her fingertips on the other side. "Okay, spirit world," I said, doing a fake spooky voice. "Anybody home?" We both giggled. We sat there for a minute, nothing happening. My wife's shoulders relaxed. "See? It's nothing. Our fingers are just twitching." And then I swear, I felt this tiny little pull. Not from her. It felt like the planchette itself wanted to move. It wobbled. Then it slid just a little toward the G. We both stopped laughing. "You're pushing it," she whispered. "I'm not," I whispered back. "Are you?" Her eyes were wide. She shook her head slowly. The planchette drifted, then stopped. We were both dead quiet now. My heart was starting to thump in my chest. This was stupid. It was a game. But the air in the room felt different, charged, like before a thunderstorm. "Let's ask a question," I said, my voice low. "Is there anyone here with us?" For a long moment, nothing. Then the planchette began to move. It wasn't a wobble. It was a slow, deliberate slide. It went to the H, then to the E. L, another L. "Oh, hello." A chill shot straight down my spine. My wife gasped and snatched her hand away. "You did that," she hissed. "I didn't," I said, my voice louder than I meant it to be. We both looked down the dark hall toward our son's room. No sound. We looked back at each other. I saw real fear in her eyes, and I knew she saw it in mine. But a bigger part of me, the part that fixes things and solves problems, kicked in. "It's the ideomotor effect," I said, trying to sound confident. "Our subconscious muscles are making tiny movements. We're doing it without knowing. It's a science thing." She didn't look convinced, but she wanted to be. She slowly put her fingers back on the planchette. "Okay," she said, her voice trembling. "Let's ask who it is." I swallowed. My mouth was dry. I asked, "What is your name?" The planchette didn't hesitate this time. It shot across the board, fast and smooth. "L," my breath caught. E, my wife made a small sound. Oh, it stopped. "Leo, our son's name." We both jerked our hands back as if the wood had burned us. The planchette sat there, pointing at the "Oh, we suggested that," my wife said, but her voice was thin, weak. "We were thinking about him. We made it happen." I wanted to believe her. I needed to believe her. But it had moved so fast. Too fast. We weren't pushing it. We were trying to hold it still. And then from down the hall, from the direction of our son's new blue bedroom, we heard it. A solid, unmistakable thump. It wasn't a creak. It wasn't the building settling. It was a single, firm knock coming from inside the wall. We froze. We didn't even breathe. We listened with every cell in our bodies. Nothing else. just the sound of our own hearts pounding. After a full minute, I got up, my legs feeling like jelly. I crept down the hall, my wife right behind me. I pushed open his door. The night light was on, casting a soft glow. He was sound asleep, his chest rising and falling peacefully, one arm thrown over his stuffed dog. The blue walls looked calm in the dim light. There was nothing there. We backed out and closed the door. We didn't speak. We went to bed, but we didn't sleep. We just lay there, holding hands in the dark, listening. The rest of the night was quiet. In the morning, with the sun streaming in, it all seemed silly. A weird game, some old pipes knocking. We had a normal breakfast. I went to work. We were a happy family in our new home. We didn't touch the Ouija board again. I stuffed it in the back of a closet. We were done with it. That night, I slept hard, the deep sleep of exhaustion. But I woke up suddenly in the dead of night. The digital clock said 3:18. I woke up because the room was perfectly still. My wife's side of the bed was empty. The sheets were cold. A jolt of fear, different from the silly fear of the game, went through me. I got up and padded out into the hallway. And there she was. My wife was standing frozen, just outside our son's bedroom door. Her hand was clamped over her mouth, and she was shaking. I followed her gaze. Our little boy was standing in the hallway. He was sleepwalking. His eyes were open, but they were glassy, seeing nothing. He was facing the wall, the one that separated his room from the living room, the wall we had heard the knock from. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his small hand and placed his palm flat against the wallpaper. Then he leaned in until his lips were almost touching the plaster, and he began to whisper. It wasn't words at first. It was a string of numbers, spoken in a soft, monotone voice that didn't sound like his at all. 7, 3, 9, 1, 4. Over and over. A code, a message, or maybe just a random list. But the way he was saying it, into the wall, like he was telling a secret to someone on the other side, that was the moment I knew the game wasn't over. The thing we had invited in with a laugh was still here, and it was talking to my son. Okay, so after that night with the numbers, we had a family meeting over pancakes. My wife's hands were still a little shaky pouring the syrup. We used our brightest, most cheerful voices. We decided, right then and there, that it was all just the stress of the move. Our son was having bad dreams. The Ouija board was a silly toy that messed with our heads. The knock in the wall was definitely the building's old steam heat pipes, which probably came on with a bang. We agreed to stop talking about it, to just be normal, and for a little while it worked. Daylight is a powerful thing. It chases away the creepy crawly feelings from 3 a.m. We got into a routine. I went to work, she got our son ready for his new school. We had dinners, we laughed. We did not mention the board, which was now buried under some winter coats in the hall closet. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We called it nighttime talking if it ever came up, which it didn't. We were building a happy life on top of that weird night, like laying new sod over a patch of mud. About a week later, I was in a deep sleep, the kind where you don't even know what year it is, when I felt my wife's grip on my arm. It was so tight it hurt. Her whole body was rigid. "He's doing it again," she whispered, her voice cracking. The clock glowed 3:07. We both got up and crept to the doorway. There he was, in the same spot in the hallway. Same glassy eyes, same sleepwalker's posture. But this time, he wasn't whispering numbers. The words were clear, and they were in full sentences. His voice was still his little boy voice, but the tone was all wrong. It was too flat, too calm. He said, "The man in the walls is hungry." A cold knot twisted in my gut. He went on, "He wants to know if we taste like the last ones." My wife let out a small, choked sob and clapped her hand over her mouth. I felt frozen. That wasn't a dream. That was a message. The next morning, we did what any scared, modern parents would do. We Googled our symptoms. Then we called the pediatrician. We sat in the bright, colorful office with the fish tank, feeling completely foolish as we explained it to her. Our sweet, kind doctor listened patiently. She checked our son's ears, his eyes, had him follow her finger. She asked him about school, about his new friends. He was shy but answered everything. She turned to us with a warm, understanding smile. "What you're describing is actually very common after a big change," she said. "A child's imagination is incredibly powerful. The stress of a new home, new school, can manifest in vivid dreams and even sleepwalking. The things he's saying are likely fragments of a movie he saw or a story he heard woven into his dreams." She suggested a strict, calming bedtime routine, no screens an hour before bed, a warm bath, reading a book together. She made it all sound so normal, so manageable. We left feeling a million times lighter. We were the silly, overreacting parents. We followed her advice to the letter. Bath, book, bed, and he slept through the night. For 3 nights in a row, everything was peaceful. We started to relax again. We even joked about it. Remember when we thought we had a ghost? My wife laughed, and it was the best sound I'd heard in weeks. But in the quiet moments, when I was alone driving to work, a thought would wiggle into my brain. The last ones. Who were the last ones? On Saturday, while my wife took our son to the park to get some good energy, as she called it, I decided to do a little investigating of my own. Not ghost investigating, homeowner investigating. I told myself I was just being a responsible dad, checking on the building. I went down to the super's little office in the lobby. He was a grumpy older guy who always smelled like cigarettes and newsprint. I complained about that dripping kitchen faucet again, said it was keeping me up. He sighed a long-suffering sigh and said he'd put in a work order. While he was muttering and looking through a pile of papers on his messy desk, my eyes wandered. On a shelf behind him, I saw a row of old, leather-bound notebooks. They were labeled by year. Maintenance logs. My heart did a little skip. I waited until he had his back turned, digging in a toolbox, and I reached up and grabbed the one from 2 years ago. I pretended to be looking at a notice on the bulletin board nearby and flipped it open. My hands were sweaty. The entries were in messy handwriting, dates, unit numbers, complaints. 4B sink clogged, 4B bedroom window stuck. I kept flipping, my eyes scanning. And then I found it, an entry from about 1.5 years ago, for our unit. It didn't say 4B, but I knew the layout. It was ours. The handwriting was rushed. It said, tenants in 4B report strange odors from interior walls. Sweet and sour smell. Investigation found no source. Could not locate tenants for follow-up. Case closed. I stared at the words. Could not locate tenants for follow-up. That was an odd way to put it. Not they weren't home. Could not locate. I quickly put the book back before the super turned around, my mind racing. That night, after the calm bedtime routine, after my son was asleep, I sat down at my laptop. My wife was reading on the couch. I typed in our address, just the street name and number. The search results came up mostly real estate listings. Then I added the word missing. I hit enter. The third result down was a link to a local news website. The headline was short and brutal. Family vanishes from downtown condo, no leads. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. I clicked it. The article was from 1.5 years ago. It described a family of 3, a husband, wife, and a young daughter. They lived in our building. They just didn't come home one day. Their car was gone. Their belongings were mostly still in their apartment. No signs of a struggle. The police had no clues. It was like they had evaporated. I scrolled down. There was a photo, a happy family portrait. They were smiling, standing in front of a brick wall. And in the background, on a shelf in what looked like a living room, was a blurry shape. I zoomed in. My breath caught. It was a rectangular box. The shape was unmistakable. It was a Ouija board box, the same vintage style as ours. A dizzy wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't stress. The last ones were real, and they were gone. I didn't tell my wife. Not yet. I couldn't get that picture out of my head. I thought about the board in our closet. It was a link, a connection to whatever happened. I had to break that link. On Sunday, I announced I was going to finally clear out our storage locker properly, get rid of the last of the old junk. It was a bright, sunny day. Birds were chirping. I hauled a big trash bag down to the basement. I emptied the locker, throwing away the mildewed blankets, the broken lamp, everything. I saved only the Ouija board to bring upstairs. I was going to throw it in the outside dumpster, not even our building's trash chute. I wanted it gone. I carried the box through our living room. My wife was in the kitchen. As I passed the sofa, heading for the front door, every single light in the apartment flickered. Not a power outage. It was a quick, violent flicker, like a camera flash. The overhead light, the lamp, the little light over the stove, all of them at once. The box felt suddenly hot in my hands. I fumbled, and it dropped to the floor. The cardboard flap came open, and the wooden planchette, that moon-shaped piece, rolled out. It spun on its little legs for a second, and then came to a stop. It was pointing straight down the hallway, pointing directly at my son's bedroom door. I snatched it up, my heart hammering against my ribs, shoved it back in the box, and practically ran out of the apartment to the big green dumpster in the alley. I threw the box in, heard it crash among the other bags, and slammed the lid shut. I stood there for a minute, breathing hard, feeling the sun on my face. I had done it. I had broken the connection. I went back inside, told my wife I'd finished cleaning, and tried to have a normal afternoon. We watched a movie. We ordered Chinese food. I felt good. I felt in control. We went to bed early, exhausted from pretending everything was fine. I fell asleep almost instantly, and then I was jolted awake. Not by a sound, but by a scream. My son's scream. A raw, piercing sound of pure terror that tore through the apartment. We both bolted out of bed and ran. We threw open his door. The nightlight was on. He was sitting straight up in bed, his eyes wide open and full of a fear I'd never seen in him before. He was gasping for air, trembling all over. He wasn't looking at us. He was staring, horrified, at the wall opposite his bed. And there, on his blue comforter, right at his feet, was a small wooden object. It was dusty and had a little smudge of something grimy on it. It was the moon-shaped planchette, the one I had thrown in the dumpster hours ago. It was back. That was the moment we stopped pretending. The planchette on his bed, covered in dumpster filth, ended all discussion about stress or imagination. We were under attack. Something from outside our understanding wanted our attention, and it was using our son to get it. We didn't sleep. We started keeping watch. We became guards in our own home. The first thing I did the next morning, after a tense, quiet breakfast where our boy just pushed his cereal around the bowl, was go to the electronics store. I came back with a baby monitor, but not the cute, music-playing kind. This was a high-sensitivity audio and video monitor with night vision. I set the camera up on his dresser, pointing at his bed. The little screen sat on our nightstand. That screen became our whole world. We stopped watching TV. We just watched the green, glowing image of our son's room. We were like scientists observing a dangerous animal, or maybe terrified priests at an altar waiting for a sign from a god we prayed didn't exist. For 2 nights, nothing happened. He slept. We watched. The strain was wearing my wife down faster than me. She jumped at every normal house sound. I tried to be the rock, the logical one, but inside I was crumbling. On the 3rd night, the monitor showed us something that changed everything. It was around 2 a.m. My wife was dozing fitfully beside me. I was staring at the screen, my eyes gritty. Our son shifted under his covers. Then he sat up. His eyes were open on the screen, reflecting the little red night vision LEDs like an animal's. They were blank, empty. This wasn't the confused look of a sleepwalker. This was vacancy. He didn't stand up. He moved off the bed in a way that made my skin crawl. He crawled. On his hands and knees, he moved across the carpet to the wall, the same wall he'd whispered to before. He pressed his ear flat against the wallpaper. He was listening. On the screen, I saw his little head nod, once, as if someone on the other side was giving him instructions. Then he whispered. The monitor picked up every word, crisp and clear in our dark bedroom. "Yes," he said. "In the master bedroom closet, behind the panel." My wife was awake now, gripping my arm, her nails digging in. My own blood was roaring in my ears. "Master bedroom closet. Our closet." There was an old wooden access panel in the back, a piece of plywood covering a space where pipes might run. We'd never opened it. I was about to leap out of bed and run to his room, to shake him awake, but then his head tilted on the screen. His jaw went slack, and a sound came out of his mouth that I will hear until the day I die. It wasn't his voice. It was a low, wet, grating sound. A man's voice. It sounded like it was made of gravel and mud, and it dripped with a horrible, fake kind of sweetness. It said just 2 words. "Good boy." I was moving before the words were finished. I threw off the covers and ran. I didn't turn on lights. I burst into his room. He was still kneeling by the wall. I scooped him up. His body was limp, his head lolling back. His eyes were closed now. He was deeply asleep, like a doll. I carried him to our bed, laid him between me and my wife, who was crying quietly. We wrapped ourselves around him, a human shield. We didn't sleep another wink. When morning came, he woke up like nothing happened. He was tired, but himself. He didn't remember anything. The daylight felt like a lie. After I got them both out of the house to a movie, a deliberate attempt to act normal, I went to the hardware store. I bought a crowbar, a big flashlight, and a pair of thick work gloves. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. I went into our master bedroom and stared at the closet. I took everything out: shoes, boxes, my wife's clothes, until the back wall was exposed. There was the panel, a square of painted plywood held in by a few old nails. I put on the gloves. I didn't know what I was doing, but the thing had given a location, and I had to see. I had to know what it wanted us to find. I wedged the crowbar into a seam and pulled. The wood groaned, and the nails screeched. With a final crack, the panel came loose. I pulled it away. A wave of air washed over me. It was cool, and it carried a smell. That sweet and sour smell from the maintenance log. It made my stomach turn. I shone the flashlight into the hole. It was a dark space between the walls, maybe 2 feet wide, running up and down. I could see dusty wooden studs, bundles of electrical wires wrapped in old cloth, cobwebs that looked like gray lace. I poked my head in, moving the beam of light around. At first, I saw nothing but construction junk. Then the light caught something that wasn't wood or wire. It was a small, dark lump, tucked into a nook between 2 studs about level with my knees. It was wrapped in what looked like crumbling, yellowed plastic. My mouth was dry as dust. I reached in, my glove brushing against the cobwebs. I pulled the object out. It was heavier than I expected. I backed out of the closet, into the light of the bedroom, and unwrapped the plastic. It fell apart in my hands. What was inside was a single, small leather shoe. A child's dress shoe, black, with a little strap and a buckle. It was old-fashioned, the kind a kid might have worn decades ago. But that wasn't the worst part. The shoe wasn't dry and dusty. It was damp, clammy. It glistened in the light from the bedroom window. The leather was dark with moisture, and the inside looked wet, as if it had been used recently, as if something had been carrying it around or chewing on it. I dropped it on the carpet, my whole body recoiling. I just stared at it, this awful, pathetic thing. A trophy, a connection to some other child, from some other time. This was what it wanted us to find. Proof. I heard a noise then. A soft, dry sound. Not a knock. Not a voice. It was a scratching. Very faint. But it wasn't in the walls this time. The sound was coming from inside the closet. From the ceiling of the closet, inside the open wall cavity. I stood frozen, listening. It was a slow, deliberate sound. Like a fingernail, or something harder, dragging across the inside of the wooden ceiling. Scratch. Drag. Scratch. It was moving. It traced a path from directly above where I'd found the shoe, across the ceiling of the closet, heading in a straight line, heading toward the other side of the wall. I knew the layout of our apartment perfectly. That straight line, through the ceiling space in the walls, led directly to the other side of our son's bedroom wall. It was following a path. It was going to him. Without thinking, acting purely on a father's panic, I grabbed the crowbar again. I didn't care about the walls, the damage, the security deposit. I ran into the hallway, and to my son's room. I stood facing the wall where he whispered, where he listened. I located the spot where the sound would have ended up. I raised the crowbar, and with a yell that was part fear and part rage, I swung it into the wall. The drywall exploded in a cloud of white dust. I hit it again and again, making a jagged hole. I dropped the crowbar and ripped at the broken pieces with my gloved hands, tearing an opening big enough to look inside. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the gap. There were no shoes, no strange objects. Just more studs, more wires, fluffy pink insulation. But the beam of my light caught something else. On the surface of the inner wall, on the wood facing my son's room, there were marks. Long, thin, parallel grooves carved into the wood. Dozens of them. They weren't old. The exposed wood was still pale, not darkened by dust or time. They looked fresh. They looked like claw marks. Something had been in here, right on the other side of his wallpaper, scratching at the wood, trying to get through. Or maybe just letting him know it was there. I stood there, covered in drywall dust, breathing hard, staring at those grooves. The monster wasn't just in the walls. It had a path. It had a target. And it had been right here, closer to my sleeping boy than I ever wanted to imagine. I had found its trail, and it led straight to my son's bed. The question now wasn't what was happening. The question was, how do I stop a thing that lives in the veins of my own home? We patched the hole in the wall. Not because we thought it would help, but because we couldn't look at it. The white spackle was like a bandage on a wound that was infected underneath. Our home wasn't a sanctuary anymore. It was a maze with something moving in the walls. I started thinking like an engineer, because that's what I am. If this thing had a path, I could find it. If it was tied to the building had a blueprint. Houses are built on foundations, but homes are built on stories. We were living inside a bad story that someone else had already lived and lost. I needed to read the first chapter. I spent a whole evening at my laptop, digging through old city planning department records online. I finally found them. the original architectural blueprints for our building, scanned and filed. They were from 1928. The lines were shaky, drawn by hand. I found the page for our floor. I traced the lines of our unit and the one next door, and there it was, plain as day. Between the two apartments on the old plans was a thin, unlabeled space. It wasn't a room. It was just a gap, maybe 8 inches wide, running vertically from the basement all the way up. A structural cavity, a place for pipes and wires to run between the units. Then I pulled up the modern floor plan from when we bought the place. I compared them. On the new plan, that gap was gone. It wasn't shown at all. The walls were drawn as solid lines. Someone had drywalled right over it, sealing it up inside our walls. I grabbed a ruler from my desk and measured the width of the gap on the old blueprint, scaling it up. My stomach did a slow, cold roll. 8 inches. It was just wide enough. Wide enough for a person to fit. A very thin person. My wife came in, asking what I was doing. I just pointed at the screen. Her face went pale. "It's a chimney," she whispered. "A chimney for it." That was Tuesday. On Wednesday, my wife did the bravest thing I've ever seen. She decided to talk to the neighbor, the elderly lady who lived next door in the direction of the sealed gap. She'd lived in the building for 40 years. I wanted to go, but my wife said a woman might seem less threatening. She came back 20 minutes later, looking 10 years older. She sat down at the kitchen table, her hands trembling as she tried to drink a glass of water. She knew, my wife said, her voice hollow. As soon as I mentioned we had a little boy, her face changed. She asked, "Is he quiet? Does he have an imaginary friend?" The old woman told her the last family had a little girl. She used to talk about the funny man in the heating vent. She said the girl would leave little bits of cracker by the grate. Then the family vanished. The old woman said she tried to tell the police about the funny man, but they just patted her hand. "It always likes the quiet ones," the neighbor had whispered to my wife before quickly shutting her door. Meanwhile, our son was changing. During the day, he was withdrawn, pale. He stopped talking about school friends. He just drew. He filled notebook after notebook with pictures. Most were scribbles, but one he brought to me. It was a drawing of our building, a tall rectangle. But inside the walls, he'd drawn in with a red crayon, a long, stick-thin figure. It had too many joints in its arms and legs, like a bug. Wavy lines, like heat waves, connected the stick figure to a smaller stick figure in a bed. And at the bottom, in his clumsy handwriting, was a caption. "He talks through me." I held that drawing and felt a piece of my heart break off. He wasn't just a victim, he was becoming a window. I went back to my research, this time looking for the vanished family with the daughter. I found more details. The police report was sparse, but a newspaper follow-up had a quote from a child psychologist they'd consulted. He said the girl had a vivid inner world, and her claims of a shadow friend were a coping mechanism. They dismissed her, just like the doctor dismissed us. The pattern was a punch to the gut. This thing had a type. It had a method, and we were right in the middle of it. That Friday night, we hit our breaking point. We were so tired, so frayed. We decided to run, just for a night. A hotel with bright lights and a lobby and people. We packed a single bag. As I carried it to the front door, my son, who had been sitting quietly on the couch watching cartoons, let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a low, guttural moan of absolute terror that deepened into a wordless, choking sob. He pointed a shaking finger at the door. He couldn't catch his breath. Between ragged gasps, he forced the words out. He says, "If we leave, he'll make us quiet, like the others." He was staring at the door as if a monster was standing right outside. "He knows the car. He knows the way." The bag slipped from my hand. We didn't go. We unpacked. We were trapped. We started sleeping in shifts. One of us would stay awake, watching the monitor, while the other tried to sleep. It was during my wife's shift, deep in the night, that she heard the new sound. She woke me up, her hand over my mouth, her eyes wide in the glow of the monitor. "Listen," she breathed. At first, I heard nothing. Then I caught it. A faint, wet, rhythmic sound. A soft, squelching crunch. It was the sound of chewing, but not like an animal with a bone. It was slower, stickier, and it was moving. It seemed to come from inside the wall by the living room. Then, over the course of a minute, the sound traveled. It went along the wall, past the doorway to our room, continuing down the hallway, heading toward our son's room. It was the sound of something feeding on the dampness in the walls, on the old wood, on the fear in the air. We listened helpless as the wet chewing sound moved past us and stopped right outside his door. Then it stopped altogether. The next morning, my son was listless, almost gray. He picked at his food. I tried to talk to him, to pull him back to me. "Buddy, what do you feel like? What can Dad do?" He looked at me with eyes that were too old for his face. "He's not in all the walls," he said, his voice a tiny thread of sound. "Just the wet ones." He showed me. "There's a wet path." He slid off his chair and took my hand. He led me not to his room, but to our bathroom. He walked up to the wall behind the toilet, reached out his small hand, and placed his palm flat against the white tiles. He looked at me waiting. I knelt down and put my own hand next to his. The wall was cold. Not just cool, but cold like a basement stone. And in the very center, right where the pipes would run inside the wall, the tiles were unmistakably damp. Not soaking, but slick with condensation in a way no other wall in the house was. A wet path. It made a horrible logical sense. The thing was tied to moisture, to the plumbing, to the dark, wet veins of the building. That was its highway. I thought of the damp shoe. I thought of the chewing sounds. It wasn't just a ghost. It was something that lived in the decay, that fed on the rot and the damp. And my son in his trances was its map, showing it where the wet places were, showing us where it traveled. I left him with my wife and went back to the blueprints. I traced the plumbing lines, the old pipe chases. They formed a vertical column, a central artery, right through the building's core. And our bathroom, our son's wall, the cavity in our closet, they were all on that column. We weren't just living with a monster. We were living inside its stomach. The closure felt grim but clear. We understood the enemy's nature now. It was a parasite in the building's wet, wooden bones. But the open question was far worse. If it fed on dampness, and it was growing stronger through my son, what did it want to feed on next? We moved from fear to bargaining. I stopped seeing myself as a protector and started seeing myself as a zookeeper trying to pacify a beast in a cage I couldn't see. If it wanted dampness, maybe I could give it dampness. If it was hungry, maybe I could feed it something else. It was a disgusting thought, but we were desperate. My engineer's brain latched onto it. I needed to see the wet path, not just guess at it. So I rented a thermal imaging camera, one of those expensive ones that shows heat in colors. On the little screen, our home looked like a strange, colorful tapestry. The warm spots were yellow and orange our bodies, the fridge, the stove. The cool spots were blues and purples, the windows, the exterior walls. And there it was, just as my son said, a vertical, snaking line of deep, deep blue, a cold trail, running from the floor below us, up through the bathroom wall, branching into the cavity in our closet, and continuing up into the ceiling toward the unit above. It was a map of the dampness, a road made of cold and wet. Seeing it made it real in a whole new way. That night, I formulated my plan. It felt crazy, like something from a twisted fairy tale. If this thing liked damp, rotting things, if it had kept that wet shoe as some kind of prize, maybe I could give it a better offering. A distraction. I went to the grocery store and felt like a criminal. I bought a big, cheap sponge. I bought a whole container of table salt. And from the butcher counter, I asked for a quart of chicken blood, the kind used for cooking. The butcher didn't even blink. At home, I mixed the salt into the blood until it was a sludgy, briny paste. I soaked the sponge in it until it was bloated and dripping. I wrapped the whole horrible thing in a plastic grocery bag, my stomach turning. This was my peace offering. My wife watched me, her face a mask of horror and exhaustion. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice flat. "I'm trying to feed it," I said, not meeting her eyes. "Maybe if it has this, it'll leave him alone." She didn't argue. We were past arguing. That afternoon, with my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest, I opened the closet panel again. The smell of sweet rot wafted out. I took the dripping, bagged sponge and pushed it deep into the cavity, right into the spot where I'd found the shoe. I shoved it back between the studs, into the coldest part of the wet path. "There," I whispered, feeling like an idiot talking to a wall. "Eat that?" I closed the panel and nailed it shut this time. We waited. That night, we watched the monitor, expecting the worst. But nothing happened. Our son slept. Really slept, the kind of deep, peaceful sleep we hadn't seen in weeks. No whispers, no crawling, no wet chewing sounds. The next night was the same. A profound, unbroken quiet settled over the apartment. We woke up on the second morning and actually made a real breakfast. We laughed, a shaky, disbelieving laugh. My wife made pancakes. We talked about maybe seeing a movie over the weekend. We let ourselves hope. We started to believe we'd outsmarted it. We'd found a disgusting truce. My son seemed better, too, but in a different way. He wasn't scared, but he was listless, like a battery running down. He said he felt empty. I told myself it was just exhaustion, his little body finally catching up on rest. I pushed away the darker thought that maybe the thing was full for now, and its connection to him was weaker. On the third day of peace, curiosity got the better of me. I had to know. Was the offering gone? Had it worked? I got my crowbar, and while my wife took our son to the park again, I pried the panel open once more. The cold air rushed out, but the smell was different. Less sweet. More metallic, like old blood and salt. I shone my flashlight into the cavity. The space between the studs was empty. The spongy, bloody package was completely gone. A wild, relieved grin started to spread across my face. It worked. It took it. But then the beam of my light caught something else. Lying neatly on the dusty floor of the cavity, arranged in a small, deliberate triangle, were 3 small, white objects. My smile died. I reached in, my fingers trembling, and picked one up. It was smooth and hard. It was a human baby tooth. A little molar with tiny, jagged roots. I dropped it like it was a hot coal. I stared at the other 2, glinting in the light. They were a payment. A trade. It hadn't just accepted my offering. It had left a message. A history. These were from a child. Maybe the little girl next door. Maybe from someone even older. This thing collected pieces of children. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. The monitor. The thermal camera was still set up, still recording to a memory card when it detected motion in its field of view. It was pointed at the wall in our son's room. A notification dinged on my phone, still in my pocket from earlier. It was an email alert from the camera's software. Motion detected, 2:14 a.m. With a sinking feeling, I pulled out my phone and opened the attached video file. The timestamp was from last night, during the quiet period. The video was in the green glow of night vision. It showed the thermal overlay, with my son a warm yellow blob asleep in his bed. For a minute, nothing. Then a shape emerged from the left side of the screen, from the direction of our master bedroom closet. It was a long, thin, humanoid blob of the deepest blue. Cold. It moved with a slithering, boneless motion, crawling up the wall inside the stud space. It didn't go toward my son. It slithered up the wall he slept next to, crossed over the top of the door frame, and came to a stop on the wall shared with our bedroom. The wall right behind the head of our bed. And there it stayed. The cold, blue shape pressed itself against the other side of the plaster, right where our pillows were. It didn't move. It didn't chew. It just stayed there, frozen on the screen, for the remaining 4 hours of the recording. Watching, listening. While we slept, believing we were safe, it had been right there, on the other side of the wall, its cold presence inches from our heads. It wasn't interested in the salty, bloody sponge in the closet anymore. It had taken that offering, left its grisly tokens, and moved to a new post. It had shifted its attention from the boy to us. The closure was a sickening realization. Our bargain had failed. We hadn't pacified it, we had just changed its menu. The open question, the hook that dug deep into my heart as I stared at the video, was simple and terrifying. Why was it watching us sleep now? What did it want with the parents? The final stage wasn't fear or bargaining. It was recruitment. The thing in the walls wasn't just haunting my son anymore. It was offering him a job. Everything changed after the video. The whispers through our boy stopped being about hunger or scary messages. They became instructions, clear, calm, and horrifyingly direct. He'd sit up in bed, eyes glazed, and speak in that flat, borrowed tone. "He needs salt," he said one night. "Lots of it. In the bathtub. Fill it with hot water and salt." It sounded like a recipe. My wife, who was breaking down faster than I was, actually nodded. She was so exhausted, so worn to a nub by the constant dread, that a part of her was giving up. "What if he just needs something?" She pleaded with me, her eyes hollow. "What if we give him what he wants? He'll leave us alone. Maybe it's a ritual. Maybe we can finish it." I saw it then, a terrifying acceptance. The entity wasn't just attacking her, it was isolating her, making her its ally. It was splitting us apart, choosing the more pliable host. I refused. I told her we weren't filling any bathtubs. We were getting answers. While she stayed, rocking back and forth on the couch, I went to the end of the wet path. I went to the attic. The access was a locked door in the hallway ceiling on the top floor. I used a screwdriver and a hammer to pop the cheap lock. The ladder came down with a cloud of dust. The air above was hot and still, smelling of ancient insulation and rat droppings. My flashlight cut a wobbly beam through the darkness. It wasn't a normal attic. It was a low, cramped space, a jungle of old wooden beams and pink fiberglass fluff. But in the center, under the peak of the roof, someone had made a clearing. There was a nest, not of an animal, but of a person. Old, moldy rags were piled like a bed. Yellowed newspapers from the 1940s were spread around, and arranged in a semicircle, like a shrine, was a collection of things. My heart clenched. More children's items, a tarnished hairpin, a small, cracked leather ball, a few locks of hair, tied with faded ribbon, and a book, a small, leather-bound journal, its cover warped with damp. I picked it up with shaking hands, sitting in the dust of this horrible lair. I opened it. The handwriting was neat at first, then became jagged, frantic. The early entries were from a man, a maintenance worker for the building when it was new. He wrote about fixing sinks, unclogging drains. Then the entries changed. The walls speak to me when the pipes run, one said. They show me the damp places, the soft wood. It is sweet there. The writing got worse. The children are the sweetest. Their voices are like cool water. They can hear me in the vents. My skin was crawling. The last few pages were almost unreadable, scrawled in pencil that had dug into the paper. I understand now. The house is alive, and it is young. It is hungry. It needs children to grow. I will be its gatherer. I will bring it sweetness. The final entry was only one line, written in a shaky, triumphant hand. I am going into the wall now. I will be part of the house forever. He hadn't vanished. He had crawled into the gap, the wet path, and become part of the thing. The building's sickness had a name, a mind. He was the caretaker of its hunger. I ran. I scrambled down the ladder, the journal clutched in my hand. I burst into our apartment. My wife and son were in the kitchen. He was awake, sitting at the table, eating cereal. He looked at me as I entered, and a slow, cruel smile spread across his face that was not his smile. His jaw dropped open, and the gravelly, wet voice of the man in the walls filled the room. You found my book. Good. My wife flinched, staring at our son's face as the thing spoke through it. Now you understand, the voice grated. The woman will fill the bath. You will bring the boy to it. It is time for him to come into the wall with me. To be quiet and forever. My son's small hand reached out and took my wife's hand. She looked down at their joined hands, then up at me. Her face was streaked with tears, but there was a strange calm there, a surrender. Maybe it won't be so bad, she whispered, her voice breaking. To be quiet, to not be afraid anymore. She took a step toward our boy, toward the thing wearing his face. That's when I moved. I stepped between them, putting my body between my wife and my son. I looked into my child's eyes, searching for him in there, behind that awful smile. You can't have him, I said, my voice low and steady, though I was shaking inside. The smile on his face widened, and then the building answered. From every direction, from the air vents, the water pipes, the walls themselves, came a sound. A roaring, scratching, tearing sound, like a million insects scraping at the inside of a coffin. It was deafening. It was the sound of the house itself screaming in rage. The light bulb in the kitchen exploded in a pop of glass. The one in the living room followed. We were plunged into a deep, smothering dark, the only light a pale sliver from a street lamp outside. In that sudden blackness, I felt a change in the air. A cold spot formed right behind me. I felt a puff of air, dank and smelling of wet soil and old newspapers, on the back of my neck. And I heard the voice. Not from my son this time. It came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, vibrating through the bones of the building, a chorus of that single, grinding whisper. It said, mine. I reached out blindly in the dark, finding my wife's arm and pulling her behind me. I could hear my son breathing, a rapid, frightened panting to reel him, scared and confused. The thing was all around us now, not just in one wall. It was in the fabric of the place. We were standing in its stomach. The journal's words echoed in my head. The house is alive. We couldn't run. We couldn't hide. We had to fight the house itself. In the suffocating dark, with my family huddled behind me, I knew the old rules were gone. This wasn't about ghosts or offerings. This was a war for my family's souls, and the battlefield was the home I had bought to keep them safe. The story ends here with a fierce, desperate stand. The enemy is fully revealed, not as a ghost, but as a living, hungry consciousness woven into the very walls, with its servant speaking through my son. The closure is the final, shocking understanding of what we're truly up against. The open path forward is the fight itself. How do you battle a building that is also a predator, when your own home is the enemy's body? Story number 8. All right, let me tell you about the weirdest week of my life. My name is Dr. Evans, and my job is to fix sleep. I've helped people who walk in their sleep right out of second-story windows, people who scream every night from nightmares they can't remember, and people so scared of their own dreams they'll do anything to stay awake. I thought I'd seen it all, so I was confident, maybe even a little arrogant, when this new patient walked into my office. He was a gaunt man, skinny in a way that spoke of years of exhaustion, with these dark circles under his eyes that looked painted on. He moved slowly, like the air was thick syrup, and he had this constant nervous habit of rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He wasn't just tired, he was hollowed out. He told me his problem was sleepwalking, but not the normal kind. He said he'd wake up in his kitchen having full-blown arguments with nobody, or he'd find notes he'd written to himself in handwriting that didn't feel like his own. It was a fascinating case, a real puzzle for my clinical brain to solve. I started with the usual questions, digging for trauma, stress, anything that could explain the severe break between his sleeping and waking mind. During that first session, he was hesitant, his eyes darting around the room like he was checking the corners. Then, almost as an afterthought, he mentioned that this all started when he was a teenager. He said he and some friends had messed around with a Ouija board one night, the kind you buy at a toy store. He called it opening a door. I nodded, making a note on my pad. I'd heard this 100 times before. When people face something their mind can't process, they often reach for a supernatural story, a myth to explain the unexplainable. I filed it away under superstitious narrative coping mechanism and moved on. The real mystery for me was the neurology of it, the broken wiring in his sleep cycles, not some spooky story from his past. I scheduled him for a series of evening sessions, hoping to catch his brain in the act as he drifted off. The next week, he came in even more jittery. The session was normal at first, just me asking questions, him answering in short, clipped sentences. Then, as the sky outside my window turned a deep purple, he suddenly got very still. His eyes locked onto mine, and he said, "The voices are louder here." I asked him what he meant. Instead of answering, he reached into the inside pocket of his worn-out coat and pulled out this object. It was a wooden planchette, the heart-shaped pointer from a talking board. This one wasn't plastic from a game. It was old, made of a dark wood, smooth and shiny in the middle from years of fingers resting on it. The paint around the edges was chipped. My professional alarm bells went off immediately. Bringing an object of obsession into therapy is a major boundary violation. This was a prop for his delusion, and it had no place in my clean clinical office. I was about to tell him to put it away, to end the session, when I saw the raw, animal terror in his eyes. He wasn't trying to be dramatic. He was clinging to this piece of wood like it was a life preserver. He whispered, "It doesn't call them. It just focuses them, like a radio antenna. The static gets clearer." In that moment, I made a decision. I decided to humor him. My clinical rationale was solid. By entering his belief system, I could build trust faster. I could show him, from the inside, that there was no power in the object, only in his own mind. It was a calculated therapeutic experiment. I swallowed my discomfort and said, "All right, show me." He looked shocked, then relieved. He placed the planchette carefully on the coffee table between us. I guided him through a progressive muscle relaxation exercise, watching as the tension slowly drained from his shoulders. His breathing deepened, his eyelids fluttered, and within minutes, he was in a light, suggestive sleep state, his fingertips resting lightly on the wooden pointer. The room was utterly quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioner and the soft sound of his breathing. I watched his face, looking for signs of REM, for the subtle muscle twitches of dream sleep. There were none. He was perfectly still. Then his hand moved. It wasn't a jerk or a spasm. It was a smooth, deliberate, gliding motion. The planchette slid across the polished wood of my coffee table without a sound. It went to the letter E, then V. My breath caught in my throat. N, S, Evans, my last name. A cold wave washed over me, from my scalp down to my toes. This wasn't happening. The pointer didn't stop. It moved down to a new line on the imaginary board. Why? My mind was screaming. O, U, R. I tried to look at his face, but my eyes were glued to that piece of wood. T, U, R, N, your turn. The planchette stopped, centered on the moon symbol at the bottom of the board. I sat there frozen. My clinical mind scrambled for an explanation. Unconscious muscle movement? A sophisticated form of sleepwalking where he accessed knowledge of my name? A complex, shared hallucination triggered by suggestion? I looked at him. His eyes were still closed. His breathing was deep and regular. He was genuinely asleep. For that smooth, purposeful movement to happen, he would have needed conscious control of fine motor skills. It was physically impossible. A minute passed, maybe two. I finally found my voice, a dry croak. "Session is over." I said it too loudly. He stirred, blinking awake, looking disoriented. He saw the planchette on the table, then looked at my face. He didn't ask what happened. He just looked sad and scared as he picked up the wooden piece and put it back in his coat. He left without another word. After he was gone, I locked the door. I went to my desk, my hands shaking slightly. I took the key and opened the bottom drawer, the one where I keep spare notepads and old files. I stared at that empty space for a second, then I grabbed the planchette from where he'd left it on the table. It felt warm, which was ridiculous. It was just wood. I put it in the drawer, locked it, and dropped the key like it was hot. I felt a ridiculous urge to wash my hands. I spent the next hour at my computer, typing up my notes. I filled the document with clinical language. Patient exhibited pronounced psychosomatic ideomotor response. Therapist may have inadvertently contributed to a folie-à-deux scenario due to heightened suggestibility in a low-stimulus environment. Phenomenon consistent with a dissociative state, not paranormal activity. I wrote until I believed my own words, or at least convinced the professional part of my brain to believe them. I decided the stress of the unusual session had gotten to me. I needed a good night's sleep. I went home, made a bland dinner, watched some mindless television, and went to bed early, determined to reset. I fell asleep quickly, which was a relief. Then I woke up, or part of me woke up. My mind was screamingly alert, but my body was gone. It was like I was trapped inside a statue of myself. I couldn't move a finger, couldn't twitch a toe. I couldn't even open my eyes, but I could see my room, every familiar shadow in perfect detail. This was sleep paralysis, something I'd studied, but never personally experienced. A common, explainable glitch in the waking up process. I tried to stay calm, to ride it out. Then I felt it, a presence. To my right, beside the bed. The darkness, there wasn't just an absence of light. It was a solid, living thing, a shape cut out of the world. It knelt down. I couldn't see a face, couldn't make out features, but I knew it was looking at me. A profound, icy dread, deeper than any fear I'd ever known, poured into me. It reached out, a formless hand, made of that same impossible darkness, took my right index finger. My finger was still paralyzed, still part of the statue, but it moved under this thing's touch. It pressed my fingertip into the mattress. Slowly, with a terrible, deliberate pressure, it dragged my finger across the sheet. It was writing. I felt the lines and curves form into letters against the fabric. C-A-S-E-F-I-L-E. A space. 2-3. My mind, the part that was still a doctor, recognized it. That was his file number. The new patient. Case file 23. It started a new word. H-E-K-N-O-W-S. He knows. The pressure stopped. The presence lingered for a heartbeat, and then it was simply gone. The spell broke. I sucked in a huge, ragged gasp of air, my body jolting as if electrocuted. I scrambled back against my headboard, fumbling for the lamp, flooding the room with light. I stared at the spot where it had been. Nothing. I looked down at my mattress. The sheets were rumpled, but I could see the faint, sweaty impression where my finger had been dragged. I traced the letters with my own, now trembling finger. They were there. Case file 23. He knows. I sat there until the sun came up, the words repeating in my head. I was a rational person, a scientist of the mind. I had explanations for everything: shared hysteria, somatic stress manifestation, a hypnotic state triggered by the day's events. I had a whole textbook of explanations. But as I sat in the growing dawn, my finger aching with a phantom pain, one thought pushed through all the clinical noise. I had humored a delusion, and now something was humoring me back. The puzzle was no longer in his file. It was in my bedroom, and I had no idea what the rules were. Okay, so after that night, I had to get a grip. I was a professional. I knew all about the power of suggestion, about how the brain can spin a whole terrifying reality out of stress and a bad day at the office. I told myself the sleep paralysis was a classic psychosomatic reaction. My subconscious had latched onto the patient's spooky story and decided to give me a personal demonstration. It was creepy, sure, but it was just my own mind playing tricks on me. To prove it, I decided to double down on clinical mode. I went into work early, made a strong pot of coffee, and pulled case file 23 from the cabinet. I was going to review every single note with cold, hard logic and find the real hook, the psychological seed that had planted itself in my brain. I read about his childhood, his insomnia, his detailed descriptions of the static in his head. I focused on the facts, ignoring the chills trying to crawl up my spine. When he came in for his next appointment, I was ready to be the calm, collected expert. But the moment he walked in, my whole theory wobbled. He looked different. Not completely rested, but the desperate, hunted look was gone. The bags under his eyes were lighter. He moved easier, and he even offered me a small, tentative smile as he sat down. "I slept," he said, his voice holding a note of wonder. "A whole week. No walking, no talking. The voices, they're just whispers now. More like a radio turned down low in another room." He looked right at me, his expression earnest. "That session with I think it worked something out. You should have been thrilled. I should have been thrilled. This was the goal, the breakthrough. Instead, a cold little trickle of dread started in my stomach. It felt too fast, too neat, like something had been resolved, but not by me. I conducted the session, asking all the right questions, but my focus was split. Part of me was listening to him talk about the quiet in his head, and the other part was screaming that this was wrong. After he left, promising to return next week, I felt exhausted, drained in a way coffee couldn't fix. I decided to lie down on the couch in my office for a quick power nap. I drifted off almost instantly, and the paralysis hit me like a truck. But this was different from the bedroom. This time, I wasn't just locked in my body. I felt like I was floating above it, looking down at myself lying there on the couch. The shadow was there too, in the corner of my office. It didn't approach me. Instead, it pointed. A dark, shapeless arm extended towards my bookshelf. My floating vision, which felt horribly real, zoomed across the room like a camera. It focused on one specific shelf, on a plain, black leather journal tucked between two thick textbooks on sleep disorders. My dream diary, my private, handwritten journal where I scribbled down my own weird dreams and personal thoughts. No one knew about it. The message was crystal clear. I am here in your workplace. I know your secrets. I woke up with a gasp, bolting upright on the couch, my heart trying to punch through my ribs. The office was normal, quiet. I stared at the bookshelf. Without even thinking, I walked over to it. My hand reached out. The dream diary was there, but it wasn't tucked away neatly. It was sticking out about an inch, like someone had pulled it out and shoved it back in a hurry. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I never left it like that. I always made sure it was hidden. I yanked the book out, flipping through the pages. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of violation was overwhelming. Then I remembered the drawer. I stumbled to my desk, fumbling with the key. I unlocked the bottom drawer and pulled it open. The planchette was gone. It wasn't there. In its place, right in the center of the empty space, was a single dead fly, its legs curled up. I slammed the drawer shut and backed away, my mind racing. This wasn't suggestion. This was physical evidence. Things were moving. I went back to case file 23 with a new, terrible purpose. I wasn't looking for psychological hooks anymore. I was looking for clues. I read the line about his teenage years again, about opening a door with his friends. This time, I zeroed in on a detail I'd brushed off before. He mentioned one friend, a kid who had held his hands on the planchette the longest. After that night, this friend, he said, stopped sleeping entirely. He claimed he knew things, little things, before they happened. What happened to him? The patient had said, his voice flat. They put him away by the time he was 19. He couldn't handle what was coming through. This friend, the one who held the door open longest, was the one who knew things. The words from my mattress echoed, he knows. Was it talking about the patient? Or was it talking about this other kid, this first victim? The pieces were starting to fit together into a picture I didn't want to see. That's when I stopped writing in his official file. I opened my personal journal, the one from the shelf, and I started writing there. My notes changed. They weren't about his symptoms or treatment plans. They were about the phenomena. Times, dates, sensations. The temperature drop in the room. The feeling of static in the air. The behavior of the shadow. I was no longer treating a patient. I was cataloging a haunting. I was studying it, and that felt like the most dangerous thing of all. My clinical curiosity, the very thing that made me good at my job, was now pulling me deeper into the mess. I decided to fight fire with fire. If this thing lived in the in-between state of sleep paralysis, I would meet it on my own terms. In my office, a controlled environment. I set up my phone with a voice recorder app. I lay down on the couch in the afternoon, deliberately using a relaxation technique to drift towards sleep, to invite the paralysis. It was a stupid, reckless thing to do, but I had to know. It worked. Almost instantly, the weight settled on my chest. The shadow formed by the window. This time, I didn't feel pure terror. I felt a grim satisfaction. I tried to speak, to ask a question, but my mouth was sealed shut. The shadow just watched. When I finally broke free, gasping, I grabbed my phone. I played back the recording. There was my own strained, wet breathing. And then underneath it, so faint I had to turn the volume all the way up, was a whisper. It wasn't my voice. It was a dry, rustling sound, like pages turning. It said 3 words. Good, you're learning. I deleted the recording. I felt sick. This wasn't a haunting, it was a tutorial. I was being guided. The next week, the patient arrived for his appointment, but he wasn't alone. An elderly woman, his mother, was with him, holding his arm. She beamed at me, her eyes bright with tears. "Doctor, thank you," she said, clutching my hand. "Whatever you did, you cured my boy. He's sleeping like a baby. He's got his color back." She patted his arm. He smiled at me, a wide, serene, empty smile. It didn't reach his eyes. "I'm discharging myself from your care," he said, his voice calm and final. "I feel clear." I was stammering, saying something about follow-ups, about the importance of continuity, but they were already turning to leave. The mother thanked me again. As they walked out the door, the patient hung back for just a second. He leaned close to me, and in a whisper so low only I could hear, he said, "The door needs a new keeper. It gets bored." Then he was gone, following his mother down the hall. I stood in the doorway of my empty office, the words freezing me in place. New keeper. That night, I tried to cling to normalcy. I made myself a cup of tea in my kitchen, focusing on the simple ritual of the boiling water, the steam, the clink of the spoon. I was standing at the counter, waiting for the bag to steep, when the feeling hit. It started as a pressure in my ears, like I was diving deep underwater. Then the familiar rigidity locked my joints. My fingers went numb, and the ceramic mug dropped from my hand, shattering on the tile floor. I was awake, fully, completely awake, and I couldn't move a muscle. The paralysis wasn't waiting for sleep anymore. It had followed me into the bright, familiar light of my own kitchen. I was trapped, staring at the shattered pieces of my mug, the puddle of tea spreading across the floor, as the world around me began to grow cold and dark. The feeling in my kitchen was the worst yet. Being frozen in a nightmare in your bed is one thing. Being frozen in the middle of your own sunny kitchen, staring at the mess of a broken mug, is something else entirely. It was a total invasion. The cold feeling, the pressure in my head, it all faded after a minute, leaving me shaky and sweating, cleaning up the ceramic shards with trembling hands. That was the moment I knew I was in real trouble. The entity, the static, whatever it was, didn't care about sleep anymore. It was with me all the time now, a constant low buzz behind my eyes, a feeling of being watched from the inside of my own skull. I was a sleep specialist who was becoming terrified of closing his eyes, and now I couldn't even trust being awake. I started living on coffee, avoiding naps like they were poison, fighting the urge to rest with everything I had. My office, once my sanctuary, felt like a crime scene. My home felt like a trap. The line between my professional life and my personal horror was completely gone. A few nights later, the sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. As soon as I drifted off, the weight pressed down. But this time, I didn't see my bedroom. I was somewhere else. I was floating, looking down at a specific crossroads I drove through every single day on my way to work. The view was incredibly clear, like a high-definition movie. I saw the stop signs, the cracked pavement, the old oak tree on the corner. Then I saw the cars. A red sedan, a little beat up with a distinct dent on the left side of its bumper, was coming from the west. A silver minivan with a baby on board sticker in the back window was coming from the north. The red car didn't even slow down. It blew right through the stop sign. I saw it happen in perfect, awful detail. The red car smashed into the side of the minivan with a sickening crunch of metal I could feel in my teeth. The minivan spun, the side door caving in. Glass glittered in the air like rain. I could smell gasoline and something coppery like blood. My floating viewpoint zoomed in on the red car's license plate as it came to rest crooked against the curb. The letters and numbers were sharp, AJK7L2. Then, with a jolt, I was back in my bed, sucking in air, the taste of gasoline still sharp in my mouth. The next morning, I was a wreck. I sat at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a coffee mug I'd bought to replace the broken one, trying to logic my way out of it. This was it, the final proof I was losing my mind. Extreme stress, a hypnopompic hallucination, a vivid dream that sticks right as you wake up. My brain, overloaded by the patient's stories and my own fear, was cooking up dramatic scenes to process it all. It made perfect sense. To prove I was still in control, I made a decision. I would not drive my usual route to work. I would take the longer way, the bypass, and avoid that crossroads completely. It was a small act of defiance, a way to tell my own brain that its scary movie didn't dictate my reality.